What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live once again, folks. Boys, girls, MBs, we are live and alive. Okay. You might be wondering why I'm dressed up. Why am I wearing a shirt? Why am I wearing a bolo tie? Well, that is because today is the day of the Georgia Senate runoffs, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got a big date, folks. We've got a big date with justice. We've got a big date with potentially $2,000. We got a big date with actually holding the... What? Okay, something is bleeding, and I don't know what it is because... that's weird. Okay, I have no idea what's bleeding, but I just took a shower, so... Anyway, we got a big date with justice, folks, and that's why I'm dressed up. We will see what ends up happening today. But that's precisely, yeah, the blood god is here. That's why I'm bleeding, because the blood god demands sacrifice.
I've been radicalized.
Anyway, folks, I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday morning, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. Tuesday, January 5th, 11:24. I'm a little late, and I apologize. Now, the real reason why I'm a little late is, of course, because I was showering and stuff. Hold on. And that's why I was a little late. But today is a big day for politicking. Today's a big day for, Reaction Jackson. Mostly just that.
I don't love the spirit of justice. I love my father, the devil, at HasanAbi.
Also, will we know the end of the will we know the results of Georgia by the end of the day? I do not know. I wish I could tell you with a certainty, without a shred of a doubt, that we will know. But seeing as how the electoral process is determined, used, worked, abused, if you will, in the United States of America, I'm going to go ahead and say we probably won't know. Hold on one second.
PogU.
Anyway. Are we going to be doing some betting on the elections, folks? Is that what we're going to be doing? I don't know. We might be doing a little bit of gambling. We might be doing a little bit. Folks, we might be doing a little bit of gambling. A little bit of predicting today, boys. The Hasino might be open, who knows? Last night we were doing a little bit on the Hasino when Donald Trump was speaking, and I realized that, my moderation team is very good when it comes to politics and political moderation, political predictions, and they're very bad when it comes to putting on any sort of predictions for gaming. Now, partially that is on me, okay? Because I'm not very good at gaming, so it's like hard. If you were moderating for like a professional gamer, you could just be like, will Hasan get 7 kills or will Hasan get 4 kills? Like, what's the over under on how many kills? Like, but when it's me playing video games, they are, of course, their challenge is, will Hasan touch the microphone with his nose? Will Hasan not touch the microphone with his nose? Like that sort of thing. And it's mostly my fault, but they themselves are also not very good at predicting stuff when it comes to down to just the non-political stuff. So I think your shirt's confused on whether it's from Santa Monica or Texas. Listen, folks, my shirt itself might not be from Santa Monica, but my bolo tie certainly is from the great state, a better state than the one that you mentioned, my friend, Oklahoma. This bolo tie right here with the bullets underneath it at the edges is directly out of an Oklahoma gun show. You understand? North Tejas. Or rather, Tejas is South Oklahoma. Go Sooners. Which is kind of funny because I literally, with Murad, watched, or I don't know if Murad was there, but I just watched the Wichita Falls episode of King of the Hill, where Hank goes to Wichita Falls for the Dallas Cowboys practice.
Good morning, Hasan.
And they go to the propane and propane accessory place in Wichita Falls, and he says, "Hey, I'm a propane salesman myself." And the guy's like, I hate you Texans coming in here. I hate you Texans coming in here talking about Texas this, Texas that. I love living in Wichita Falls because it's close in proximity to Oklahoma. You know? Grew up 45 minutes from Wichita Falls. Holy shit, how long has it been since they had training camp in Wichita Falls? I don't fucking know. Texas is southern Oklahoma, folks. Anyway, did you see the one where Luann was a communist? No, I haven't gotten there yet. Abi Türkiye bine karıştı. 24 yaşında saçların stresten bembeyaz olacak. Biraz Trump'ın götünü yanmasını izleyelim. Keyfimiz yerine gelsin. Did you not start stream while I'm having sex? I had to tell the girl to leave because my favorite himbo started streaming. Okay, that's a lie, dude. You've never... Anyway, listen. I'm dripped the fuck out right now because it's a day where we got a date with the fate. We got a date with fate. Fate of the Senate. Fate of $2,000 that you may or may not receive. The fate of whether or not Democrats will gain control of the Senate so that we can start yelling at Democrats rather than yell at Republicans, or allow Democrats to keep using the Republicans as a reason as to why they just simply can't do anything good. These are all things that we're going to find out by the end of this. Thank you, Dacia, for the $5 dono. Pog. Good morning, son. I got my vaccination today. That's sick.
No longer Normand.
Anyway, as far as what I did yesterday after Rust, I turned off Rust, and I immediately
I am back for D-Day.
I immediately laid down after you know, the Rust server was wiped out. I laid down and watched a little bit of King of the Hill and went to sleep early. Woke up early, did my back exercises, did a little bit of back exercises, some movement exercises, things like that, so that I could so that I wouldn't be fucking dying.
Got the bolo drip and everything.
You know? Are you wearing the HasanAbi merchandise? Might be reaching people at this point. I think it is. So excited about that. HasanAbi Yaran. Wait, what happened on Rust? Rust server is done. The first Rust server that was PvP focused is now done. That server will come back alive, and there will be a PvP focus on that server. There's a new server coming out that's RP focused, where half of the map is going to be specifically RP, half of the map is going to be PvP. Very excited for that one. I'll tell you right now, I had two characters that I was potentially going to be doing. I had two characters, folks, that I was going to potentially be doing for that RP character focused server. One of them was going to be an Irishman.
Big day today. Let's go.
An Irishman, but I've decided that one that comes natural to me, one character, one voice that comes natural to me because of all my love and affection for
10 months
Donald Trump, the great, the GOAT, Rambo, John Rambo, Donald Trump, is of course Hank Pecker. So, on the RP server, you will be hearing New Year, New Me, Hank Pecker, All-State quarterback, legend in every way. I haven't decided what my weaknesses are because I might not have none. Too afraid of my strengths. Too powerful. Or maybe I'll, or maybe will have peaked in high school. I haven't decided yet. My weakness is 5G, coronavirus, and modesty. And diabetes. I might have had the gout too. Anyway, as far as having guests on, I have asked DAYYYYY of Washington Post come on later today. And also Ryan Jebediah Grimm. That's not his middle name. I just made that up. They will be coming on later. I have not asked Osita. I might. I don't know. I just like, you know, to liberate on, endlessly pontificate on the results of the Georgia Senate runoff races. Hank Pecker football jersey drop when? We'll see. I should write this shit down. Hank Pecker weaknesses. AOC feet pics. Oh man. Yeah, I need a character sheet. I'm not sure my weaknesses yet, but I don't think I have any. No, I'm gonna be a peaked in high school Andy. How's the weather outside of Jean? I can't tell from the inside of this logger I got shoved in after Kyle saw my merch shirt. This is a Kyle free zone, brother. Don't worry. This is a Kyle free zone. Okay, I gotta stop doing the accent. Holy shit. This is a Kyle free zone, my friend. Mustard is another weakness I have. There's a Trump rally in DC, but that's not today. That's tomorrow. That is something that we're gonna take a look at. Obviously, we're gonna talk about that. Listen, we'll just get right into it. I mean, we have a lot of time today to cover the news, so I'm not like rushing. I'm not in any rush to cover the news immediately as quickly as it comes out because there's so much going on. But also, we have a lot of time because the Rust server is down. I think. I don't know if they put it back up. And that's part of the reason why I will most likely just do politics for the day. And then when the RP server pops up, when the RP server launches, I will be doing that.
Keeping up the great content, Hasan.
On the 7th.
Crazy,
so
stressful running a daycare for so many thousands of internet
do not worry about
the content and the community.
I really don't understand your hypocrisy. Why aren't you playing Rust? No, there's another one happening right now.
Chat is looking sexy.
There's one. There's a RP. There's a Rust server that like all of the South Americans are on, but I don't know what the fuck that's about, so I'm not gonna. Anyway, are you glass prescription? Hell yeah, brother. I need to have eyes like an eagle, brother. That's why I wear prescription glasses. Eyes like an eagle, so I'm a good shot. Even though I'm not a good shot. But those people are lying. They're libtards who say I'm not a good shot.
Happy 4 months, Hassie.
Oh, it's a Spanish one? Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was a South American one. My bad. Anyway.
Warnock is
why you say South American? Yeah, you're right. I should have said Latiner. There's a Latiner server. You know? They got European Latinos. And they got American Latinos. They got them all. What's your neck and back stretch routine? My mom wants to know. Thread the needle. Tell her to Google thread the needle. It's very good. Did you catch the invite on the new server? Yes. Apparently I did. Even though Abe didn't tell me, but someone else did. Okay, wore your merch to school today. The doctor said I'll never walk again.
Hold on.
Stop. It's not funny. Inappropriate of you to say that to me.
Let's go, God. Today is the day.
Okay, serious question. Is that like... Okay. A serious question on that. Is there like... Fuck you, man. Is there a meme about like, you know, did you guys know... Did you prepare to like... Did you write your favorite jokes? About like... Or is like a Twitch meta about like how streamer merch gets your ass beat? Or streamer merch gets you fucking bullied? Streamer merch is a It solidifies her virginity. It's a Tyler 1 meme. Okay, got it. It's like, I was walking around my HasanAbi merch and someone dragged me into the bathroom and gave me a swirly. Okay, so I was shocked at how funny everyone has been, and now I know why. It's because y'all knew that this was. I mean, these are old school memes, I guess.
I deadlifted 200 pounds for the first time today.
Okay, can you watch it and look at the thread? All right, live results on January 5th of the Georgia Senate runoff are going to be out. Starting at 7 p.m. Eastern is when we're going to start getting more deliberations, and we're going to start hearing more and more about what the fuck's going on. Anyway, regardless,
hey, happy 5 Mo's, you funny lad.
I'll just say this much: as far as to end my personal news proportion of the show that I do every morning. I love you all. I'm very excited to cover the news today. I'm very excited. I feel refreshed after that 24-hour break that I took on Sunday, and now I am ready to get back into it and do it. And I'm probably gonna be taking more breaks every now and then because it feels good. Makes me stream better, I think. Like yesterday, I did lose it a little bit, a couple times. It was a rust, but hey, whatever. That's just rust. And it'll be a lot better when I'm doing RP stuff, like RP focused PvP. You should take at least a day off week. We'll survive. Shut up, Mango JPEG, you bitch. I know you're saying that because you were in Will's stream when I wasn't live. What happens if Will's not there? Okay, yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Talking a big game. Like, oh, dude, yeah, just take a day off, bro. Like, we'll be alive. We'll be fine, dude. Will you do ERP? No, you freak. I'm not gonna do ERP. For those of you who don't know what the ERP is, it's fucking. Okay, it's like fucking in roleplay. I would never do that. Like, I never went to a VR strip club on my own in the middle of the pandemic with like soda popping in them. That never happened. Do you understand? Do you understand me? That never happened. God damn it.
More leftist voices on Twitch. Keep it up.
Communist David Hasselhoff is stealing votes. Okay, so there's a fucking psychotic rally going on today that I didn't even know. It's a Freedom Plaza massive Pray to Save America rally in Washington, D.C. We'll take a look at that a little bit, but there's a lot to talk about. Obviously, top level notes that I'm going to let you know right now that I want to get into today before I bring in the Normans is going to be Israel's apartheid medical or vaccine delivery system that's been praised by the rest of the world, which I find to be uniquely inhumane and cruel. 14% of Israeli Jews specifically, have gotten vaccinated. It's the first country on the planet that has reached above 10% of its entire population that has vaccinated themselves, and yet they are refusing to vaccinate. They are refusing to vaccinate Palestinians. And even Israeli settlers engaging in settler terrorism on the Western Bank are getting priority on vaccinations over the Palestinians that live there, and Palestinians that live everywhere under the sovereignty of Israel, unfortunately. So that is like medical apartheid through and through. No two ways about it. It's really fucked up. We're going to be talking about that briefly. We're going to talk about the MAGA copium that's occurring right now at the Freedom Rally. Trump supporters are in Freedom Plaza. We're going to talk about the Enrique Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys, who was arrested with high-capacity rifles or magazines in D.C., and he was arrested for something separate. He was arrested for, tearing down a BLM flag from an African Methodist church, famous one that Frederick Douglass attended. And he was arrested with fucking high-capacity magazines, like, after he did that, and like very publicly took ownership of doing that, which is fucking psychotic. He like burned a BLM flag that he stole from a church.
3 more months. Blessings be Hassel Neff Blood God.
We will be talking about the Georgia races in a moment, but let's bring the Let's bring the Normans. Let's welcome the Normans into our home right now,
in a
because
very
it is
humane way, in a
election
very
day.
nice way. And they're going to be happy because they want to be legalized. And by the way, I know it doesn't sound nice, but not everything is nice. Donald Trump. 60 minutes 27/0/15.
And it's Georgia Senate runoff.
Let's hope 538 is right tonight.
Election day. That's why I'm dressed up for a date with fate.
Help. My Republican friends believe the election's results are in the hand of Papa Pence.
Also, getting ready to RP as Hank Pecker. Join now. Many guests later. www.twitch.tv
20/.
HasanAbi. All right, so let's talk about it. Why is today important? Like, why is this race important? I thought that elections were over. Hasan, why did you lie to us? Like, you said that after November we would know the outcome, like, you know, who's going to govern this country and all that. Well, in America, we have the Senate, the House of Representatives. We have the executive branch. We have the judiciary. And unfortunately, right now, we do not know who controls the Senate in the upcoming government. As it stands, there's a runoff election in Georgia where both of the Georgia senators, who are both Republican at the time, right now, are going to potentially get reelected, or, well, Loeffler was not reelected, but, you know,
let's go.
Potentially get elected or reelected, as they are currently incumbents regardless, or those seats are going to flip. Now, Georgia went to Joe Biden, as you all already know, by a margin of
Montreal,
11,000 something votes, 12,000 votes, that Donald Trump was crying to the Secretary of State not that long ago, demanding that, you know, those votes are found somewhere.
Hold on.
Okay? Now, part of the reason why the Georgia Senate race is important is because even if you believe, for example, that Democrats are incompetent, or even if you believe in forcing the vote and you think they're just as bad as the Republicans, well, we got to get them elected first so we can yell at them when they end up doing nothing by claiming, oh, well, conservative Democrats are the ones who are a hurdle in front of us, are placing these hurdles.
Yes.
Because right now, if Democrats don't win the Senate, if they don't win both seats, they do not get 50-50, and the majority tie-breaking vote is, of course, given to the VP. If they don't win the Senate, then Republicans control it. If they don't win both votes, if they don't win both seats for one reason or the other, which is a double, this is basically a double race regardless. So, you know, if you vote for the one Democrat, you're going to vote for the other. If you vote for one Republican, you're probably going to vote for the other. But basically, if they don't win both of these seats, and if Republicans end up winning one for some reason, then Democrats do not control the Senate, in which case the Democratic establishment can continue blaming Mitch McConnell on gridlock and keep saying, oh, well, we just simply can't deal with Mitch McConnell because he's obstructionist. If they do end up winning, if Democrats do end up winning both seats, control the very, very narrow majority in the Senate, then it's all on Democrats to push through certain bills. So, we shall see what happens. The Republicans in PA refused a seat and swear in a Democratic member whose opponent in the race has refused to concede. What? Republican majority of Pennsylvania State just removed John Fetterman from the chamber. President pro tempore Corman is presiding instead. John Fetterman refused to recognize a motion that would have prevented a duly elected Democratic senator from being sworn in. What? What is happening in Pennsylvania right now?
Yep,
what the
Super
fuck?
Mario Brothers in real life.
Oh, the the GOP scumbags on Trump and how they flip-flopped, yeah, that's like easy. That's easy cookies. That's like, come on. Everybody knows that, dude. Anyway, hold on. What are your predictions? Look, man, I don't lie to you, okay? I don't know. A lot has changed in the course of this race. Donald Trump's before Donald Trump's like literal fucking move to center the election around the 2K Cash Act. Before Donald Trump gave a gift to the race, to the Democrats in that race, I would have said it's a lock for Republicans. Georgia is red, man. Georgia is very, very red. And let me tell you something. Not only is Georgia very red, the problem is they're very red because of the same people that Donald Trump is currently yelling at, right? A great example of this, and I said this yesterday, but I didn't give you like additional evidence to why I was saying this. I said this yesterday specifically because I know how Republicans operate, but like,
HasanAbi.
So Brad, I don't want to say Raffensperger, but I'm going to fuck up his last name. The Secretary of State in Georgia is a Republican. The previous Secretary of State in Georgia, and the Secretary of State controls the elections, was also a Republican. His name was Brian Kemp. Brian Kemp ran in the gubernatorial race against Stacey Abrams. Now, these are all really important players in this entire, in this current race as well. Stacey Abrams revolutionized organizing in Georgia by doing something pretty obvious, which is go to black communities and don't just fucking organize every election for every election cycle, but organize year round. And she did an incredible job bringing out a fuckload of black voters, which make up 33% of the Georgia voting population, right? Then also on top of that, Stacey Abrams did a really good job of trying to tackle voter suppression issues. So what happened is Brian Kemp still ended up defeating Stacey Abrams. And then Stacey Abrams kept organizing, kept fighting, and had this like basically had this theory of how elections should be run or how organizing should be done in Georgia. She kept doing that. Luckily, she did. Brian Kemp became the governor, and this Ben Roethlisberger became the Secretary of State. Now, Ben Roethlisberger, or am I saying Raffensperger? I just don't, you know, not the Pittsburgh fucking quarterback. You know, I'm going to fuck it up. You know I'm going to fuck his last name up. Raffensperger. Fuck! The Georgia Secretary of State. No, I'm not a fucking sports weave. It's only because of Jank that I know his fucking name to begin with. Jank's a huge Pittsburgh Steelers fan. God damn it, dude. Whatever. He has literally the same name, dude. Okay. The Georgia Secretary of State was caught, or not caught, but was having a conversation with Donald Trump. Okay, on that famous tape that got leaked of 1 hour phone call between Donald Trump and Raffensperger. Okay, where Donald Trump is basically like, come on, give me 11,000 votes. Come on, give me 11,000 votes. Believe me, I deserve it. And he's like, no. And now everyone is acting like this fucking piece of shit is a hero. Well, let me tell you why he's not a hero. Because Ben Raffensperger, or however you fucking, Raffensperger, whatever his fucking last name is, it doesn't matter. That dipshit purged 198,000 fucking votes from the Georgia voter registration forms. 198,000 people were purged. Investigative reporter Greg Palast from Rolling Stones worked alongside Black Voters Matter to uncover this reality. Okay, the Democracy Now! Had a good episode on this today as well. Highly recommend you check it out. But basically, what ended up happening, actually, I should probably play that fucking video because it's really good. here.
If today's political fight is anything like Hasan's Rust fight,
Let me see if I can find that video. Does anyone have that video? Like a short video? The Purge, that's what it's called, right? Here. This is a good. This will be a good. I've met this guy before. This guy's a very interesting dude, Greg Palast. Okay, he's a little bit of a. I mean, he's a little bit of a crank, kind of, but he's an interesting guy. I like him. Anyway, I mean, he's also awesome, like especially in regards to this issue. I mean, he fucking. I can't even. Yes, he's the guy who dresses up like a private investigator, and he does it in real life. Like I've seen him in real life.
Podcast. Think you'd make for a really interesting guest and would love to hear the kind of conversation you could have. Anyways, happy Tuesday. Love you, poo-poo.
Okay, so I don't want this. I just want. I want to watch like a short version of this. Like, does my dude have not a short version of this? Like a 1 minute trailer
in 2016.
Peace sign.
God damn it, dude! Please tell me you got like a short fucking. Maybe this.
Democrats are stealing it.
You are committing fraud. Fraud is being perpetrated on the people.
10,000 dead people voted. How is this fair?
Stop the Democrats from stealing our election.
So they say there's illegal voting and theft happening. Turns out, and I'm gonna tell you just the numbers like real quickly.
Thanks for the 2 months,
so
Brody.
Georgia Secretary of State, who's a Republican, who's now battling it out with Donald Trump and is now being seen as a hero, like a hashtag resistance hero a little bit by the liberals. He claimed that there was 2,000 people who illegally voted. Okay, there were 2,000 felons running around the state of Georgia who voted twice. Not a single one of them were pursued. No jail time, no investigations, nothing. Okay, when in fact, voter suppression, as I've said a million times over, is literally a real thing that happens all the time, and it's because it's a systemic issue, and it's often justified by Republicans because they say there's illegal voting going on. The first step is basically saying elections are there's no election integrity, elections are insecure, they're full of illegal votes and blah blah blah, so they can justify doing voter suppression measures and purging voters from ballots, right, or registrations. And 198,000 mostly black and brown people were purged from the voter rolls. Now, how did that happen? Well, this dude Greg Palast, our man here, he went over to Georgia, found the names and the records of the people, went to the post office to see if these people had actually fucking moved. Literally, almost none of them had moved. Not a single one of them had moved. Then he went to Ben Raffensperger's office and asked, like, okay, how do you decide that these people have moved? They originally had claimed that they went to work with a polling, like a pollster, like a third-party pollster, to get this information that they had moved. Turns out that's also not fucking true. He actually never even did that. They just willy-nilly, boom, purge these people from the rolls. 198,000. Okay? 198,000 people. Ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. And of course they did that. That's how they do it.
Educators fighting for safe working conditions, ready for another massive victory tonight.
Anyway, there's got to be like a good video on this. Like a short video. He's a Bernie guy too. But anyway, regardless. I can't find like a scroll to the top. Democracy Now! Stealing Georgia. Oh, they will just...
The ACLU of Georgia's
revealed
198,000 voters have been wrongly purged from the polls. While legal efforts to reverse the purge ahead of the runoffs failed, voting rights activists continue to pressure state officials to re-examine how voter rolls are maintained. We turn now to a report by investigative journalist Greg Palast that's narrated by the actress Deborah Messing.
There are two competing stories: widespread voter suppression or massive voter fraud. For example, this year, Georgia's GOP Secretary of State accused 1,000 Georgians of voting twice.
There are 1,000 people of that 150,000 that actually double voted.
Wow, 1,000 double voters. That's a felony crime. And how many of those 1,000 did he arrest? Zero. None. Zero voter fraud. So, fraudulent voting is a fantasy, but what about vote suppression? Just before the 2020 election, the same Georgia official canceled the voter registrations of an astonishing 198,000 voters. They called it the purge.
I got my hands on the big purge list. Now, how? It actually took years.
Greg Palast, an investigative reporter with Rolling Stone, got suspicious about the disappearance of tens of thousands of voters from Georgia's voter rolls. Georgia told Palast that these voters had moved out of their home, left Georgia, but the purged voters told the reporter,
"But I've been voting right here ever since 1968.
According to the state of Georgia, they said, well, these people have moved away. So I went through the list and I started finding these voters.
I've lived in this house for 20 years.
And I've been living in this house 13 to 15 years.
I had been purged from the voter rolls, haven't moved, and my name was not there."
So what's going on here? The state says these voters have moved, and here they were. Who knows if you've moved? The post office actually has licensees who can go into the postal computers and tell you exactly who's filled out those change of address cards.
No, he didn't dress up like that specifically for this video. That's literally how he dresses, okay? Stop asking these questions. That's always how he dresses. He's a big fedora Andy, okay? He likes wearing like a fedora and like a duster. That's his drip. He's got the crank drip.
The post office contractor gives me the official list of people who've moved and people who haven't moved. And it turns out these voters, they hadn't moved. 198,351 of them had not moved. So I took this list to the ACLU, you know, the American Civil Liberties Union of Georgia, and they issued my report, Georgia Voter Roll Purge.
So he takes it to... They take it to the ACLU. I'm gonna skip through some of this. Here.
Classic sign of voter suppression. That's a classic tactic. Isn't it ironic that the people being purged from the polls, by and large, are black and brown voters? How do you explain that?
Loeffler sued to return all 198,000 voters to the rolls. The suit was filed on behalf of rights groups headed by Black Voters Matter.
Latasha Brown, the co-owner of Black Voters Bus, is touring at least 12 states to spread their message of empowerment.
What election was this? This one, motherfucker, the one that's happening right now. This shit happened in October. Like, this happened. Listen, this happened after Brad, whatever, Ben, the fucking Secretary of State, the Republican Secretary of State became the Secretary of State. Like, he's the one who followed on the tradition of the previous Secretary of State, who is now the governor. Okay?
Free sub.
They continued on the purge, is what I'm saying. I don't know if all 198,000 of them were specifically purged. I think it's like October 2019 is when it started.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why he said it took him years to fucking find the number. Anyway. Also, it's top of the hour every hour. Something I need to do going forward is like I need to move more. So when I'm running an ad, I'm gonna probably stand up
supremacists happy to be here
and like move around a little bit while I do an ad time. And of course, if you want to avoid the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free. I'll be stretching a little bit and like, you know, moving my legs up a little bit because my fucking, you know, my body is broken at this point. So here's the ad. Here's the 1 minute ad.
Thanks for providing.
You can subscribe for free with your Twitch Prime, by the way, if you no longer want to see interruptions. Raffensperger should have called back and told them they found 12,000 maximum troll level. So
as buff.
The problem is the issue is that like these people did not move. They did not move at all. They were just like purged from the fucking rolls for no reason whatsoever. And then also on top of that, Also, on top of that, when reached out for comment, they were trying to be evasive, and they found out later that he had not even utilized the actual fucking service that he claimed to utilize, the pollster service, and that they just willy-nilly randomly decided to do this, and they didn't even authorize it with the postal service. Like, you could have literally went to the postal service and seen if any of these people cross-reference it with the people that may or may not have actually filed for a change of address. It's that simple. And they didn't do it because they don't give a fuck about letting people vote. It's the exact opposite. Their entire purpose for existence is making sure as little people vote as possible. That's literally the Republican agenda. It's how they operate. So, of course they did that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Even the National Voter Registration Act, a simple requirement is to have a third-party licensee. That's a simple requirement that you can literally just in a matter of being able to verify that those names, those 198,000 names never would have been on the list if they had just followed the procedure.
They said they moved. Did they move?
They said they moved and they didn't move. There's no evidence that those 198,000 people have moved. So we know what this is. This is another form, what we believe is voter suppression.
A federal judge told the state to meet with Black Voters Matter and fix the discrepancies, the massive errors in the purge list. Latasha Brown, backed by a dream team of America's top rights lawyers, went to the state capitol to confront officials to fix those discrepancies.
This part's really good.
This purge case is just one of the many ways in which they are trying to destroy the vote.
If one voter is disenfranchised, that's one voter too many. And we're coming to the new suppressor chief's office and demanding a meeting, and then we'll see him in court.
So Latasha led us on a march into the Capitol. The attorneys had told the state we were coming to meet the director of election. Now remember, this was once the heart of the Confederacy. We get to the office of the Secretary of State, and it's locked and dark, but there's a phone number taped to the door.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
The voting chief has disappeared. It was a cheap trick to avoid Latasha, but she had another idea.
And the Twin Towers.
So we went on the hunt.
Just fucking, we're done with the, we're gonna be done with the video soon. Please stop commenting on the audio and how shitty it is, okay? Yes, he's a leftist. What the fuck do you expect?
And there he is, Chris Harvey, Georgia's Director of Elections, the Purge General himself. The man who erased these voters' registrations, dressed for casual Friday.
Mr. Harvey, just a quick question. I was just talking to some voters, Curtis Fraser, Michael Watson, Ishtar Diaz. According to your office, these voters had filled out change of address forms because they moved, and so they were removed from the voter rolls. They told us that they have not moved 20 years at the same house, 19 years, 10 years at the same house, that they haven't moved. They never filled out those forms. Can I give you their names? You can put them back on the rolls. They were wrongly removed.
I'll be happy to take their names and we can follow up with them.
Well, actually, we have a list of 198,000. If it turns out that they have not moved, as you claimed, will you return them to the voter rolls?
Sir, I'll be happy to take the information and follow up.
So even if
we're going to prejudge what we're going to do.
So even if they're wrongly removed, you won't return them to the voter rolls?
I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do.
In other words, you're just not going to do it.
I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I'm not going to answer any questions about stuff that's...
Now, but you told the court that you thought that maybe the post office, through a licensee named Anchor, had identified these people as having moved. They said they didn't. We checked with Anchor. You never checked with Anchor or the post office. We did. Why did you give the court the impression that you used the postal licensee to check whether these people moved, but you didn't? Have you spoken to Anchor?
I'm not going to answer any more of your questions.
Have you spoken to the post office and its licensees? You won't answer that.
I won't answer.
Well, the federal law requires you to do it, so you're saying you're not sure that you follow the federal law?
I'm not going to answer your question.
We just want to get it resolved. Like, there are 198,000 people, as you can imagine, that we feel very strongly that are being disenfranchised right now. And so we're coming in good faith. We've reached out repeatedly for the last 7 days. We just want to get get it resolved. And so we would like to sit down with you all. We don't want to get a run around the block. We want to sit down, have a meeting, have our experts to sit down with your experts and get it resolved. That at the end of the day, people's voting rights, as an election officer, you understand how critical that is.
Will you and the secretary meet with LaTosha Brown and her plaintiffs?
Yeah.
You're not going to say whether you're going to just meet with them? The court has asked you, said you should meet with them.
As of today, the state of Georgia still resists returning 198,000 voters their rights and refuses to meet with LaTosha Brown.
Okay, so there have been court cases. One of them was overturned. Actually, the judge presiding over this is literally Stacey Abrams' relative. The judge presiding over this case. Two of them were won, and one of them was, I believe, one of the court cases was actually overturned on 4,000 votes that were purged from the ballots or from the voter rolls, from the state rolls before the Senate runoffs, and that was the U.S. District Judge Leslie Abrams Gardner. It came after 2 counties voted to remove a tranche of voters' names from the roster after 2 separate complaints alleged that publicly available voter registration data matched unverified change of address records by the U.S. Postal Service. But the complaints in Muskogee and Ben Hill counties failed to prove that the voters had actually given up Georgia residences, whereas one of the counties did not. So isn't it insane how a court tells them to meet and yet they won't? Shouldn't that be illegal? Yeah, conservatives love to say that it's a conflict of interest because the judge is her sister. I mean, it definitely is a bit of a conflict of interest. Let's be real. Like, if you're presiding over if you're a judge overlooking a case and your sister or your efforts along with your sister that you have like participated in are like pro-democracy efforts, and the case itself is literally about like expanding the voter rolls, then yeah, it does make sense. But what judge isn't fucking biased in that way? There is an entire foundation called the Federalist Society that specifically creates activist judges, like by relying on how much networking conservative lawyers want to do, or like young lawyers want to do when they're in law school, so that they become, conservative judges and justices, and then they can get elevated all the way into the Supreme Court. ACB is a great example. There's like every fucking Republican Supreme Court justice now is a Federalist Society justice. So, anyway, will you be taking down the Trump cutout when Biden becomes president? Absolutely not, brother. Why would I do that? Why would I do that, brother? My love for him does not go away. Also, that conflict of interest is nowhere near as big as a conflict of interest as Brian Kemp overseeing a fucking election that he was participating in when he became the fucking governor, dude. So, like, that conflict of interest is nothing in comparison to the actual fucking conflict of interest that, Brian Kemp actually successfully utilized. Anyway, so that's the little story about Georgia rolls and why you should never, ever in a million fucking years ever give credit to Republicans, because it's the same Republican admin that's like literally purging voters from voter rolls and making it as hard as black people to vote as possible, while simultaneously looking as though they are heroes because they're standing up against Donald Trump, when Donald Trump is like out of his mind, when he's like asking for insane bullshit like, give me 11,000 votes, come on, just find them, just do it. Anyway, here is womanlit Marjorie Taylor Greene.
You are a joke. Have a good one. No. Have a good one. You are a joke. I'm looking forward to Ossoff winning. I do appreciate America. I'm looking forward to Ossoff winning.
I want to say all Republicans are bad, but it got to be a weird acronym to spam in the chat. All Republicans are Arab. Arab, brother. All Republicans are bastards. Yeah, don't do that. You think this is Marjorie Taylor Greene getting rolled? Is there a video of her talking to the CNN person? That's real rolling, brother. That's Rolling Stones. Marjorie Taylor Greene was outside of the steps of fucking Congress when a CNN journalist rolled up on her. Okay, here. Is there a video of that? Because that one is really fucking good. That's an actual Rolling Stone moment. Here, I'm very excited to show this to you. Okay. Oh, there is no video for it. Never mind. So, newly elected Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, a staunch Trump supporter, says the state's elections should be decertified. So the CNN reporter asks, okay, what about your election? Because that's the same election. You're on the fucking ballot. After asked if doing so would then impact her and other Georgia Republicans, all of whom were elected on the same ballot, Greene says, we're just talking about the president's race. Brilliant. Absolute fucking legend, bruv. And the crowd goes absolute legend, bruv. Like, that's how fucking brain dead these people are. Like, it's literally this. It's like one question, dude. Oh, really? We should decertify the election? Well, what about you? You won. Oh, no, I didn't mean me. I meant Donald Trump. And of course, for all the absolute moronic, idiotic, smooth-brained Republicans, like, they probably look at this and go, yeah, she's right. She's right. Because that's literally their argument. Their argument is any Democrat that has won is illegitimate and any Republican that has won is legitimate. So we should decertify all the races where Democrats won and then, you know, make sure that Republicans won in those races. You can never lose an argument in that circumstance. If that, it's like a cheat code. It's like saying I'm a fucking egoist. So anything that benefits me personally, even if it's altruistic or not, is like morally acceptable within my own fucking philosophical boundaries, like within my own system. It's literally the cheat code, which is, oh, no, you don't understand. I'm not being hypocritical because, like, I think legitimately that every single Democrat that won any single vote won illegitimately, and every single Republican that won in a legitimate capacity. So you can't ever lose. You can never lose the argument. Okay? Literal cheat code, dude. Yeah. If you say all Democrat votes are illegitimate, then yeah, it's technically consistent within your moral system. Okay. So that was a really fun moment from the Georgia race that's happening currently. I despise these freaks so much. I really do. I think she's a horrible, like, barely a human being. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Pennsylvania. Let's watch this stunning video by David Axelhog.
For a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy.
Whatever he does, he accuses everyone else of doing. The man cannot tell the truth, but he combines it with being a narcissist. A narcissist at a level I don't think this country's ever seen.
Okay, bro.
And my concern is that he would grab up that power and really treat the country as sort of his little bully fiefdom.
Donald Trump is everything I taught my children not to do in kindergarten.
He's been exploiting working Americans for 40 years.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
He says he's for the little guy, but
that's Bernie Sanders, dude. No, I'm just kidding.
He's actually built a lot of his businesses on the backs of the little guy.
You know, Donald Trump the other day said,
that it, quote, if he tells a soldier to commit a war crime, the soldier will just go do it.
And I don't think Donald Trump has even read the Constitution, knows what's in the Constitution.
A toxic mix of demagoguery and mean-spiritedness and nonsense.
I just cannot support Donald Trump.
Donald Trump is a delusional narcissist and an orange-faced windbag.
Donald Trump is a con artist.
He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies.
I just want to remind you that like David Axelhog posting this, hog posting, is hilarious. And the reason why it's fucking hilarious is because his administration with Barack Obama knew exactly how hypocritical all of these people were. Those people were in power back then too. And yet they tried to do the grand bargain and they tried to do a fucking coalition of, what was it like? Of, I always forget the fucking name of it, but like what was it? The cabinet that he put together where, oh yeah, coalition of adversaries or something, like the cabinet put together with like literal Republicans in it. It was so dumb. Okay. It was so fucking stupid. And they still choose to act like these people are legitimate, or they still, the team of rivals, thank you, they still choose to act like these very same like scumbags, these very same actual fucking like humanoid scumbags. Like Ted Cruz is barely a human being, do you understand? Like barely a fucking human being. He literally looks like melted candle wax, and yet like people still take him seriously for some fucking weird reason. Zodiac Killer Andy over here. Like, how do you post videos like this and go, oh, we gotta just still work with them. We gotta still work with them.
Lies. He lies practically every word that comes out of his mouth.
I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office.
Anyway, oh, I'm so shocked. It's like, at least I'm honest, man. Look, I shit on the Democrats when they deserve to be shitted on, right? But like, I'm not gonna sit here and fucking get duped by Josh Hawley or fucking Tom Cotton or whoever the fuck is like the next flavor of the month Republican who's like, yeah, we should do a little bit of nationalism, but not like the socialist nationalists, you know, not like the Nazis, but just straight fascism, you know, capitalist fascism. It's just fucking bullshit. Shitted on? Yeah, I know it's shat on, you fucking weird grammar Nazis. The joke is shitted on. Like, it's you say it like that on purpose with D's in it too. Get shitted on. Like, I shitted on them. Okay, whatever.
Was the president's call to the Secretary of State appropriate?
Look, my total focus has been on this moment today, getting the vote out here in Georgia. I've been crisscrossing the state for 9 weeks. That's our focus. Georgians need to...
Bro, Georgians are so dumb, dude. I'm sorry. Georgia Republicans, and this goes to Republicans all around the fucking country, but like, you're so stupid. Like, you're such a fucking stupid hog that you can literally look at someone like Kelly Loeffler, who will just like go out and like take a photo with a KKK guy. Oopsie. And then you're like, yeah, she's a real one. Okay. Oh, she's a real one. Why? Because she wore a fucking denim hat with the American flag on it? Because she like, you know, went out and did shot some of those plates, dude? That's why? Wow, dude. She's so fucking American, dude. Also, are those really your fucking values, brother? Like, your values are just like, you know, dudes who were a part of the KKK, and also on top of that, like, just being able to shoot a fucking clay. You know, that's it. Those are my values. That's American, damn it. Like, you're literally voting for a billionaire wife who made a fuckload of money. Made a fuckload of money during this pandemic while simultaneously denying the pandemic. Okay? You're so dumb. You're such a dumb fucking moron. If you turn around and you're like, well, the other guy's black, so we gotta vote for her. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You are so stupid, and you deserve the bad things that happen to you. I'm sorry. If this is your point of view, and you go out and you fucking vote for Kelly Loeffler, who can't even do the aesthetics, like at least, and David Perdue too, by the way, like neither of them can even aesthetically be like the hogs. At least Donald Trump, despite the fact that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The biggest fail son of all time, literally a fucking New York socialite who very much wanted to be a part of that social scene his entire life, and part of his anxieties and his anger towards the bi-coastal elites literally stems from the fact that he was not allowed because he was too gauche and too nouveau riche, because he wasn't old money. And fuck you, dude. Fuck yourself, okay? Wait, I can't move this anymore? Damn. My man said, psst, your misogyny is showing. No, that's a joke. They were joking, but it's still pretty funny. You just pronounce gauche as gauche? It is gauche. Isn't it gauche? I don't fucking know. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I got the new chatterino. So, like, this person wasn't even fucking born in Georgia. He's like, oh yeah, I'm a farm girl. I worked in a farm. It's like, shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. You went to some fucking Ivy League school. I think she went to Ivy League, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just pull that up real quick. She went to some schools. Oh, never mind. She went to GS College of Business. Sorry. Whatever the fuck. What is that? Went to the University of Illinois at Urbana, Champaign. Got a fucking MBA. Started working for her husband's company. Her husband is the CEO of the Intercontinental Exchange, by the way, and the chairman of the New York Stock Exchange. Okay? And literally, like, they start dating, they get married, and she's just bored. She is literally a bored housewife who's like, I have a lot of money, I'm fucking bored, I'm just gonna buy a seat. That is the story. She is the one instance that is literally the fucking stereotype. Okay? You know how, like, I always push back against, like, there's a lot of Democrats. There's even Republican women in positions of power that people will say, like, oh, she fucked her way to the top or whatever. Like, and it's a misogynistic stereotype. And it's more often than not, it's not the case, obviously. This is the one instance where this fucking rich horse girl literally was bored at home. No, you can't say the same about Nancy Pelosi. You know why you can't say the same about Nancy Pelosi? Because she's a fucking demon at fundraising. And she's a really fucking diligent whip. So you can't literally say, like, Nancy Pelosi fucked her way to the top. You can hate on Nancy Pelosi. I hate Nancy Pelosi. But you literally can't say Nancy Pelosi is not fucking good at what that position required her to do, which was fundraise. She's a fucking demon at fundraising. Meanwhile, Kelly Loeffler is straight up just no personality, literally just a rock. Okay? Nothing. She's got nothing. She has no fucking qualifications. Nothing whatsoever. And there is no better representation of how horrible she is at, like, literally campaigning and, like, running than the compilation videos that came out. Many compilation videos that came out of her debate against radical liberal Raphael Warnock. And that's it. She bought her fucking Senate seat. Okay? Just like she bought the WNBA team in Atlanta. And she's just bored. And she was like, maybe I can get some additional information to do some insider trading and make even more money. And the Georgian fucking hogs, the Georgian Republicans are literally like, well, she got a Republican next to her name, goddammit. So I'm going to end up voting for her. Why? What has she done for you, you dumb fuck? What have any of them done for you? They've done nothing for you, you fucking brain-dead, delusional, racist moron. Why the fuck would you vote for her? Just stay the fuck home and don't vote for anyone if you want to maintain your integrity, you stupid fuck. Her own WNBA team hates her because she shat on Black Lives Matter. Democrats haven't done anything either. Yeah, you're right. You're right, brother. I'm not going to fucking sit here and act like the Democrats are going to be your saviors either. Except the difference there is the Democrats can legitimately say that Republicans have prevented them from doing anything. Okay? Republicans have literally prevented them. Mitch McConnell has prevented them from doing anything. It's not like the Democrats weren't on board with fucking 2K cash. They were. Enough of them were. And when the opportunity presented itself, they tried to fucking push for it. They ultimately fucking threw it, obviously, as they were going to, because the NDAA is far too important for them not to pass, obviously. I'm being sarcastic on that last part there. But, like, the difference is literally someone who will, like, maybe marginally improve your life in a meaningful way. You get $2,000. Vote for a Democrat, and you have a higher likelihood of getting $2,000. Okay? Vote for a Republican. No fucking way. No how. Not happening. You understand? That's the only difference. I'm not saying that the Democrats are going to fucking save you. I'm not saying that Democrats are good. I'm simply stating that there are enough Democrats that are at least on the side of giving you something, anything, or at least promising you that they will give you something if they end up winning. Whereas Republicans literally are like, you don't deserve anything. You're shit. You're dog shit. Also, not only do you not deserve anything, but like, hey, look at me, I'm shooting a gun. Here, focus on me shooting a gun. I'm shooting a gun, brother. Vote for me. I love guns and I love God and I hate the gays. And I will say you're scary if you're a black person. That's it. And then Republicans are like, all right, fuck it, let's do it. Let's vote for him. It's a great example, dude. The Colorado psycho. There's a great example of this where her district is suffering, but she's cutting out ads about how she's going to bring a Glock to Congress. Like, who is that helping, you fucking weirdo? Like, what are you doing? Like, oh, I'm going to do a shooting in Congress. Like, like she's literally vague posting like she's about to be a fucking school shooter. Like, don't come to Congress tomorrow. You might get RDM'd, says the Colorado congressperson. I'm bringing my Glock to Congress. Like, any normal human being that tweets that out, they get a visit from the Secret Service. Meanwhile, it's a campaign ad if you're some fucking psycho who won her election and the owner of a theme restaurant that also shoots people. Like, what does that do? Who is that helping? Yeah, some of you voters are all right. Don't come to Congress tomorrow. It's crazy. Anyway, Kelly Loeffler sucks ass too, so
get out and vote today.
Yeah, I am Kelly Loeffler. Yeah, look, this is her fucking own team, dude. Kelly Loeffler's WNBA team, Atlanta Dream, wearing shirts promoting her opponent Warnock. Oh god, she's such a fucking bot, dude. She's literally a bot. I want to watch this. Video that they did on Kelly Loeffler. Apparently, it's like it shows her background real well. Now this her. Who is Kelly Loeffler? Narrated by Natalie Portman. What the fuck? What the fuck is Natalie Portman doing in this video, dude? That's crazy. Okay, Natalie.
Pro-Trump, pro-military, and pro-wall. That's Kelly Loeffler, an unelected incumbent Republican senator from Georgia whose shady financial maneuverings and refusal to acknowledge the actual winner of the presidential election have made headlines nationwide. As Loeffler's re-election bid goes to a runoff against Democrat Raphael Warnock in January 2021, let's take a look at the career of a WNBA co-owner turned legislator on behalf of a state that did not vote for her. I'm Natalie Portman, and this is the story of Kelly Lynn Loeffler. She was born in Bloomington, Illinois in 1970. Bloomington is best known as the home of State Farm Insurance, or seemingly every other commercial on television. But it wouldn't take long for Loeffler to dominate the airwaves herself. She attended undergrad at the University of Illinois in Champaign, where she was a member of the Alpha Gamma Delta sorority. She went on to graduate from Chicago's DePaul University with an MBA in 1999. Out of school, Loeffler worked at Toyota for 4 years, where, according to her LinkedIn, she was a district account manager. From there, she hopped to Citibank, then to William Blair, an investment banking company, and then eventually to Intercontinental Exchange, or ICE.
Where she ended up marrying the fucking CEO!
In 2002. According to the company's website, it builds, operates, and advances global markets through information technology and expertise. AKA, it owns financial and commodities exchanges, including the New York Stock Exchange. She quickly climbed the company ladder, securing a seat as a top lieutenant for the company's CEO, Jeff Sprecher. In 2004, Loeffler married that CEO and climbed the ladder again, taking over as head of marketing shortly after. While at ICE, Loeffler and Sprecher's company provided a platform for, as Mother Jones noted, highly speculative, unregulated energy trading that ended up causing an Enron-like scandal and costing residents of Georgia millions of dollars. In 2006, a giant hedge fund called Amaranth controlled up to 70% of the entire natural gas market on the New York Mercantile Exchange, aka NYMEX, an exchange regulated by the U.S. government, and seeing red flags around Amaranth's strategy, namely high price volatility for natural gas, NYMEX was duty-bound to step in. NYMEX told Amaranth to reduce its natural gas positions. Amaranth agreed to do so, but what they really did was just shuffle the highly speculative natural gas transactions to an electronic energy exchange owned by Loeffler's firm, ICE. It just so happens that fine print in U.S. legislation lays electronic energy exchanges outside of U.S. government oversight. Loeffler and her cronies profited off the move at the expense of working people in Georgia. The Municipal Gas Authority of Georgia calculated that its 243,000 customers paid an extra $18 million in the winter of 06 and 07. In 2013, ICE bought the New York Stock Exchange for over $8 billion. Along the way, Loeffler bought a minority stake in the WNBA team, the Atlanta Dream, before becoming a full-time co-owner in 2011. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution notes why this is a particularly interesting venture for Loeffler of all people. The WNBA has a history of appealing to Black and LGBTQ fans, both groups far from Trump's base. Plus, the league has a reputation for supporting progressive causes like a
Bro just buys the stock exchange? Yeah, bro. You know, the everyday, the common man, the kind of person that you need in a position of power that will truly represent the interests of Georgia. The guy, the woman who's fucking married to the guy who's like, I'm going to buy the stock exchange. Like, come on, dude. I'm going to buy the WNBA team. Like, she was literally fucking bored, okay? She was bored. And was like, maybe we'll get some insider information that will help us with some trades. And has done nothing. Like, literally, just all she's done is that. And there is not a better representation of someone who is like comically evil and out of touch than someone like Kelly Loeffler. David Perdue too. Like, that's why I was saying something that I said about Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue that got like misconstrued by people in Georgia and frustrated some of the fucking young Zoomers who are super woke was when I said Kelly Loeffler is not like KKK racist. She's just like rich white lady racist. I'm not saying that people in KKK are fucking poor. Of course not. A lot of those KKK fucks are networking and also very wealthy too. But the KKK is ideologically white supremacist. Kelly Loeffler is just like, you know, regular racist. Not like, you know, there is a supremacy to the white existence and like we must preserve a future for our white children or some shit. Like, she's not that kind of racist. like unlike the KKK is, okay? So like that's, you got to remember, like there's a nefarious there's still a level of bigotry there that is like seemingly acceptable. But the reason why she was fucking portrayed with or photographed accidentally with a fucking KKK member is literally because Georgians are KKK racist, okay? Some of the Georgians are literally KKK racist. That's it. It's at the heart of the fucking Confederacy. These motherfuckers look at that and go, oh yeah, she's one of us. She's good, okay? That's what I was trying to describe, and people got mad at me, okay? Same with fucking David Perdue. Like, these people can't even say, these people don't even know, like, the racial slurs to say appropriately. Like, remember when David Perdue tried to fucking do the Kamala, mama, la, la, la, whatever shit? Like, what? So many years in Congress, you've never heard David Perdue do some shit like that. Why do you think he did that? Why do you think he did that? Because he's trying to do Trump. He's trying to do the Trump thing, okay? That's why. They're literally LARPing as, like, more racist than they actually are, like overtly racist, so they can get votes. That should frustrate you even further than like a legitimately racist person running, okay? That like you can portray yourself as more racist than you actually are when you are already racist. That like that will be a benefit to you, okay? GOP is afraid of the turnout in Georgia. Perdue and Loeffler put out a joint statement on the importance of voting as Trump tweets about voting irregularities. Yeah. The only thing that will allow the Democrats to win Georgia right now, today, is Donald Trump. The most significant thing. Obviously, there is a tremendous amount of on-the-ground organizing that has been around. Shouts out to Stacey Abrams. I don't care that she works for fucking Center for American Progress and has got millions of dollars from Michael Bloomberg. It literally doesn't matter. She has done a fuckload. She's done an incredible job there, okay, in turnout. Shouts out to everyone who went out and fucking door knocked. Yes, that includes fucking Destiny and his community as well. Obviously, that's all good. But the most significant factor here that will potentially ruin turnout for the Georgia runoff races is literally Donald fucking Trump. Like, he did the 2K. He centered the conversation around 2K, which out of nowhere fucking caused an additional commotion. He has been routinely talking about voting irregularities and election irregularities that will potentially depress turnout. So on the one hand, he's like, go out and vote for these people. But also on the other hand, he's like, well, you know, your vote doesn't really matter. So he's fucking his own people. Like, he's literally ruining his own race. It's kind of wild. Yeah, he tweeted this out, but it doesn't fucking matter. He's like saying, go out and vote today, Georgia. But he's also simultaneously saying, like, your vote doesn't matter. Oh, this was it.
But the most insidious thing that Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden are trying to perpetrate, and Bernie and Elizabeth and Kamala.
Like, this is a dude who is literally, you know, when you're a kid and you learn a dirty word, when you're like fucking, 7 years old, 8 years old, and you learn a dirty word, and you want to say it. You want to find a way where you can say it, like saying "puck you" instead of "fuck you," right? Like Summer Heights High, "Puck you, miss." That's literally what he's doing. Where he's like, "Oh, I know this is gonna be racist, but I did not think this through, so I'm just gonna say, oh, she's got a weird sounding name, right? Kamala, Mala, Mala, right?" Like, he can't even say it with his fucking full chest. And the reason why he's doing it, the reason why he's doing this is literally because, like, those hogs like that, okay?
I don't know. Whatever.
See? That's why. Because they laughed. Because they're all fucking brain dead. They're like, oh, yeah, I don't know. She got a weird sounding name. That's literally why he did that. Okay? I have definitely said this before, yes. Yeah, he said it right. Like, he said Kamala or Kamala, Mala, Mala. It's like weird. It's like virtue signaling, but for racism. And like, obviously you have to be racist to be able to virtue signal for racism. You can't like, You can't literally just like virtue signal for racism without having like any sort of bigoted opinions. And it's easy to have bigoted opinions and racism, but he's literally like heightening his racism so he can win, because that's what fucking works for Republicans. And that is crazy, dude. Oh, it's like Ben Shapiro trying to misgender a woman. Yes, exactly. This is just like Ben Shapiro accidentally correctly gendering someone and then stopping, recognizing that he correctly gendered a trans woman and then misgendering them. So you didn't buy Republicans hate on Obama's name then? No, that's like the same shit. They used to do that all the time. Why do I always say, oh, bye-bye? Why do I always make that fucking joke? That's literally what I'm saying is like, yeah, Obunga, Obama, Obama, Hussein Obama. Don't forget it. Obama, Obama. Anyway, so it's basically like, oh yeah, Loeffler did this shit too, where her fucking campaign literally darkened Warnock's skin in the videos. Her campaign literally darkened radical liberal Raphael Warnock's skin in the videos. And it's also clip chimp to like a degree that I've never seen. Like, this is like old school LSF clip chimping, okay? Like, the clip chimps are out of control on the Kelly Loeffler side of the campaign, where literally they just cut, like, he could be talking about anything. It's like one of my Cam's or Flesh Dog, I think, makes them too. Like, it's like one of my HasanAbi out of context videos. Like, it's literally that level of clip chimp. Yeah, Perdue made Ossoff's nose bigger. Perdue also made Ossoff's nose longer in an ad. I wonder why they made the Jewish candidate's nose longer. Like, it's shit like that. And the reason why they did that, the reason why they've been doing that, is because it works. That's it. Because they are tailoring their messaging to their own audience. So the funniest part about this entire process is that Kelly Loeffler is very clearly the exact like swamp rat that Donald Trump claims he hates, despite the fact that he is also a swamp rat himself. But at least Donald Trump does the racism well. He does a good act. He puts on a good act for the hogs. Like, oh yeah, these guys, the Mexicans, they're rapists, you know. Kelly Loeffler can't even do the racism right. And yet, that's it. Even a cartoonish and almost childish attempt at being racist is enough for the hogs to be like, oh yes, thank God. Thank God. Thank fucking God she said it. Thank God, brother. She's on the side of justice. She's on the right side, brothers. Okay, I don't feel so bad voting for her now. She's a real American. Unlike radical liberal Raphael Warnock, who's been a part of this community for decades and is an actual pastor. She's the real goddamn American. Why? Because she's fucking white. And that's it. And she's Republican. And she's running against a black guy.
2018 initiative that allowed fans to donate a portion of ticket sales to Planned Parenthood, an abortion rights group. This doesn't go unnoticed by Loeffler, though. She told AJC, "Frankly, I think Americans have been saddened by the politicization of sports because it is something that uniquely unites people."
Again, this is the same gamer mentality. For old school gamer mentality, if you guys remember, is anything is political if there's women or if there's black people in it. And it's non-political if women and black people are in it, but they just don't advocate for women or black people causes. You know what I mean? Oh, I just hate that sports are so political nowadays. Like, why don't you just shut the fuck up? That's what this is. That's what that take is.
However, the senator from Georgia's idea of uniquely uniting people is far different. When she was eventually appointed to the Senate, Loeffler, who once called the Black Lives Matter movement a very divisive organization, gave a large portion of her Senate salary to anti-LGBTQ+ and anti-abortion groups. One of the organizations she donated to groups homosexuality with bestiality and incest as forms of sexual immorality. Seems divisive. But backing up a bit, in 2018, Loeffler left Intercontinental Exchange for a CEO position at an ICE subsidiary company called Bakkt, which according to Fortune magazine aims at democratizing cryptocurrencies. She must have been earning a pretty penny too. She and her husband made history in Atlanta for purchasing possibly the most expensive real estate ever.
Dude, nothing says one with Georgia like buying the most expensive piece of real estate in Georgia so that you can make a more legitimate claim that you're Georgia yourself. Oh, God, people are so stupid, dude. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. Why are Republicans so stupid? Like, that's it? That's all you need? It's like cartoonish, man. The reason why I love this race and the reason why I've talked about Loeffler a bunch is because she doesn't even have the bona fides to like appear. Her name isn't Tommy Tuberville. You know what I mean? She's not a fucking football coach. Like that guy, if he says some racist shit, I believe him. Okay. She says some racist shit. I believe it too. Like, you know, racist white, rich white lady. Of course she's racist. But like she's literally trying to LARP as a salt of the earth guy. And it fucking works. Yeah, exactly. The country cosplay that she puts on is so nasty. It's so lame. She literally puts on like a fucking shooting vest. And that's it. And then everyone's like, yeah, she's a real one. She's a real one.
In the city. According to Atlanta magazine, the $10.5 million mansion is modeled in the style of an old European estate. Descante, as it's called, is a stucco, steel, and limestone structure that boasts Versailles parquet in the dining room, a library with a secret passage to the living room, and a 19th century pool house from France. But their shopping spree didn't end with modest homes. Loeffler and her husband have donated $3.2 million to political committees, 3% of which went to Democrats. One of their biggest spending sprees went to a super PAC supporting Willard Mitt Romney. The couple coughed up
See? They're like moderate Republicans, but see how quickly moderate Republicans who still have to, of course, appear in the same liberal circles because they're, you know, operating in the New York Stock Exchange. They are the New York Stock Exchange. So they of course have to. Yes, Willard is an incredibly white name. I didn't know that you guys didn't know that Willard Ebers Savage Neff III is my whitest friend and the whitest person I know. Did you not know this? His name is literally Willard Ebers Savage Neff III. Anyway, but like it's a moderate Republican, so they're like moderate Republicans. Look how quickly moderate Republicans like Loeffler and her husband can turn up the dial of racism to appear more like the common man. Okay.
$150,000 in support of the senator from Utah. But just giving exorbitant amounts of money to candidates wouldn't be enough for Loeffler. In 2019, she applied to succeed.
Why are you saying docs? I mean, he's talked about it before.
Incumbent Senator Johnny Isakson, who resigned from the post citing health reasons. Although Loeffler wasn't Trump's first choice, he wanted Doug Collins. She was tapped by Georgia Governor Brian Kemp for the position, where she's been serving the American people ever since. It's unclear if they want to be served by her, considering she's now in a runoff election, but nonetheless, she is Georgia's first female senator in 98 years.
That's so funny. Like, Georgia's first female senator in 98 years. Girl power, baby. That's why, like, neoliberal capitalist identity politics is so dumb, by the way. This is the reason why it's dumb as fuck. Girl boss. Yeah, what stops you from saying that this is a girl boss? Like, what is this girl power? Is what she did girl power, dude?
I'm proud to announce that conservative businesswoman and political outsider Kelly Loeffler will be Georgia's.
These fucking demons, dude. She's a political outsider, dude. They're portraying her as an outsider, like Donald Trump is a political outsider. Bitch, what do you mean? They're literally inside. Once you pay a profound amount of money to a super PAC, like, you're an insider. You're not an outsider.
Next U.S. Senator.
CNBC notes Loeffler is by far the richest member of Congress, sharing a net worth of about $500.
Now it's $1 billion. Now they're officially, I believe, Kelly Loeffler, as of like this year, her and her husband, since that video, have doubled their net worth. Yeah. Yeah. Since that video came out. Since that fucking video came out, Kelly Loeffler and her husband doubled their net worth and are now a billionaire, dude. I mean, she's a everyday. She's a commoner. She's just a regular old single billionaire, you know? It's just $1 billion. It's not like she's a 10 billionaire, dude.
$1 million. And boy, would she use it. A novel coronavirus ignited an outbreak of a deadly disease called COVID-19 in China in December of 2019. The disease spread quickly, with the first case in the US occurring the following month. By March of 2020, the COVID-19 outbreak was in its nascent stage, just beginning to take hold in the US. Then in early 2020, Loeffler and her colleagues sat through some closed-door meetings. Right after those meetings, Loeffler sold a bunch of stocks. A whole bunch. Directly before the market took a nosedive, she sold, in total, stocks valued up to $18.7 million. That's $18.7 million. She dumped her retail stocks and bought shares in DuPont, which produces medical supplies. Instead of warning the American people after getting vital information, she offloaded millions in stocks and then publicly said this.
The good news is the consumer is strong, the economy is strong, jobs are growing. Our president has done a fantastic job making sure that we're in the best position to manage through this situation.
However, Loeffler claims the sales were completely out of her hands. She claims the transactions were carried out by her and her husband's financial advisor without their knowledge.
You sold over $1 million in stocks in your own personal portfolio before the market went down. Were you trading on inside information about what was coming?
Well, I'm really glad you asked, Ed, because I do want to set.
Bro, her fucking house is so big, it's echoing. Do you guys remember when we watched this interview live? Her house is so large that she's not even in the living room. This is like her interview room, and it's echoing, motherfucker.
The record straight. I've seen some of those stories and it's absolutely false and it could not be true. So if you actually look at the personal transaction reports that were filed, it notices at the bottom that I'm only informed of my transactions after they occur, several weeks.
As Loeffler cashed in while hundreds of thousands of Americans died, she launched a re-election bid. The race between Loeffler and Democrat Raphael Warnock was so tight, it triggered an automatic runoff for January 2021.
And the only reason why this fucking runoff occurred is because there was a spoiler on the Republican side. I just want to remind you guys that there was a third candidate that also made a legitimate, also had a legitimate run. Now, obviously, there were plenty of Democratic candidates on that race as well, but Doug Jones, who Donald Trump originally wanted to appoint to this seat, if I'm not mistaken, was the other Republican runner in that race that secured, I think, 1.2, or Doug Collin, not Doug Jones, secured 1.2 million votes or something. Like, here, let's look at the actual tally. And he's not in the race anymore, so. Exit polls. Fuck, show me the... God damn it. Yeah, she is all neck. Doug Jones is Alabama. Doug Jones lost in Alabama. No, Doug Cohn's got even more than 980,000. Doug Cohn's got a fuckload. To be fair, you can't blame her for selling her stocks. The bad thing is that she lied about it to the public. No, I can blame her for selling her stocks, brother. I think it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit when fucking... No, I absolutely can. I think it's bullshit that, like, our members of Congress get to fucking act on information that's not publicly available. I already hate the fucking stock market to begin with. It should be literally illegal. Unfortunately, it's not literally illegal. There are... it's very hard to... I guess it's very hard to actually prosecute it. It's the literal definition of insider trading. Like, she is operating on information that's not publicly available to make a decision on which stocks to buy or sell, and it is literally illegal. Yeah, Martha Stewart went to fucking jail for it. Like, if that's not insider trading, like, nothing is insider trading. Do you understand? New law that you can't marry the big money man. It's not just that she can't marry the big money man. The new law is that if you or a relative of yours has stocks and anything, any information that you acted on that you got from them or that could be perceived as insider trading should be met with a level of scrutiny that it's currently not being met with. It is literally insider fucking trading, dude. Yeah, Doug Collins, the Republican, got 980,000 votes. I thought he got like 2 million, but I was wrong. There wasn't even that many people voting. But yeah, like together, the amount of votes they get way passes the radical liberal Raphael Warnock's percentage. So you're saying that you want to make rich people poor and poor people more comfortable? Fucking scumbag move, dude. Absolutely. In the words of Mike Pence, our incredible vice president, I want to make rich people poorer and poor people more comfortable. Remember when Mike Pence said that and like thought that that was an own? Like that was a bad thing? No, that guy is joking. Stock markets have existed for centuries. The fuck you talking about? Okay. This is such a weird argument. Like, I don't understand. So what? So was capital punishment, racism, like disenfranchisement of marginalized communities, slavery still exists to this day. What the fuck? Just because something has existed for a very long time, is that a good enough reason to keep it going? Like, what kind of fucking argument is that, dude? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway. I'm on the stock market, so I'm going to secure my retirement. Please don't harm me for participating in capitalist society. No, I understand, guys. Everyone has a fucking 401k nowadays. That's literally the privatization of pension plans. And it's something that takes place. It takes the place of Social Security. It's deliberate. It's on purpose. But it also creates a system in which you are, albeit you win a tiny fraction of it. That's like nearly inconsequential. It's consequential for you, but inconsequential to the grand scheme of things. But you are now tied to the stock market as a consequence of that. I completely understand that. That's just how it works, unfortunately. What we are talking about is a billionaire or a 500 millionaire who literally fucking doubled their net worth by making really suspicious trades with information that they got while they were simultaneously lying to the public about how, oh, no, coronavirus is not a big deal. Now they're a billionaire. They were not a fucking billionaire. Anyway, it's top of the hour. You already know what's going on. You already know what the deal is. We're going up. And it's top of the hour every hour, which means there's a 60-second ad break coming to you right now. And I got to stretch a little bit. At least 10 minutes of like standing a little bit, you know, stretch it up, do a couple of quick squats and shit like that. And if you want to avoid the ads, if you want to avoid the 1-minute ads at the top of every hour during this broadcast, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for free by connecting your Amazon account to your Twitch Prime account. So get those Twitch Primes going if you want, or with a $5 subscription. Here's the ad. I still haven't finished this video.
Meaning
Holy
the
shit.
Senate majority hangs in the balance of two races in Georgia, Loeffler and Warnock, and Republican David Perdue, who also sold off a bunch of stock after closed-door briefings about the coronavirus, and Democrat John Ossoff. These two races will decide which party controls the Senate and gains the power to shape Joe Biden's agenda. Loeffler has an uphill battle to her re-election. Early polls suggest Warnock has the edge. He also has most of the WNBA on his side, including players from the team Loeffler co-owns. Loeffler and Perdue have since called for Georgia's Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's resignation, citing, without evidence, failures in the election. It's unclear if they're referring to their own campaigns or to the democratic process. Whatever the case may be, control of the Senate hangs on two people who have shown they're willing to put their own bank accounts before the American people.
Yup. Is there one on David Perdue as well? Loeffler was never elected, so she can't be reelected. I mean, that's what the argument is, like, she wasn't technically elected. She was appointed to that seat, so. Is there another one on, you didn't run the ad? No, I did. Yeah, I ran the ad. You just didn't see it. And the reason why you didn't see it is because you might be in an area that doesn't get ads or something. We're going to talk about Proud Boys Enrique Tarrio getting arrested in D.C. in a second. New Donnie O'Sullivan video also. New Donnie O'Sullivan video. Our boy, our friend of the show, Donnie O'Sullivan, went out. The fucking Trump supporters. He went out in the eve of the Senate runoff elections. Donnie O'Sullivan went out and he talked to the Trump supporters. Is Enrique the Proud Boy token brown dude? Yes. I'm tired of asking where's the shirt from. My mommy wants to know. I don't know, man. It's a thrifted shirt. It's like a random Hawaiian shirt. Oh, there's a David Perdue one as well.
But the most
Thank you. Who is David Perdue? Let's take a look.
most insidious thing that Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden are trying to perpetrate, and Bernie and Elizabeth and Kamala, I don't know.
That's David Perdue, a Republican incumbent senator from Georgia who looks and acts like a bad guy in a Disney Channel original movie. If that movie was about insider trading and the horrors of capitalism. As Perdue's Senate re-election bid goes to a runoff against Democrat John Ossoff in January 2021, let's take a look at the career of a lifelong CEO turned U.S. Senator who, instead of warning the American public about the coronavirus, capitalized on it. I'm Ed Helms, and this is the story of a fierce Trump ally who will make or break Republican control of the Senate. David Alfred Perdue Jr. was born in Macon, Georgia, to two school teachers in 1949. Perdue graduated from Georgia Tech, earning a degree in industrial engineering before getting a master's in operations management. In 1992, Perdue became senior vice president for Sara Lee, a food processing and distribution company which had expanded dramatically, acquiring companies like Hanes, Coach, and Playtex. On Perdue's watch, the bloated company began to restructure, moving American jobs to China. 9,900 jobs at Sara Lee were eliminated, and 4 of its plants in Georgia were shut down. As the company was thriving in Asia, Perdue prospered while his fellow Americans back home suffered. Perdue was asked in a 2005 deposition, "Can you describe your experience with outsourcing?" Perdue replied, "Yeah, I spent most of my career doing that." In 1998, Perdue joined Reebok as a senior vice president and worked his way up to CEO in 2001. To his credit, Perdue revitalized the brand. Both sales and revenue grew. But it's also worth noting that 11-time All-Star Allen Iverson signed on to Reebok in 2001. So it's unclear who the real hero is. After a successful...
Like, when that guy puts on a fucking denim trucker hat or whatever and goes like, Kamala Mamala, like, bitch, we know what you are. Like, I mean, we know what he is. Like, motherfucker, you worked at Reebok and, like, Sara Lee, okay? You're not the fucking, hey, look at me, I'm David Perdue, oh, Kamala Mamala. Like, that's not you, dude. Like, you're straight the fuck up LARPing, dude. You are literally LARPing as a more racist person than you actually are just so you can fucking win votes with the Georgians. And they're so dumb and so fucking racist that they literally eat it up. Like, come the fuck on, dude.
Stint with Reebok, Perdue signed on as CEO of Pillowtex, a struggling textile...
And for the person who asked, do you even know who Allen Iverson, the GOAT AI, Hasan, do you know who Allen Iverson is? Bitch, he retired in Turkey, in Beşiktaş. Of course I know who Allen Iverson is.
...manufacturer. Under Perdue's leadership, the company continued to have its problems, but Perdue didn't. He made $1.3 million the same year Pillowtex went under, leaving thousands of workers who were only making $11 or $12 an hour jobless. After overseeing success for him and failure for his workers, Perdue then went on to head up Dollar General, a chain of discount stores across the United States, and seemingly a place Perdue has never stepped foot in. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution wrote, Perdue helped engineer a leveraged buyout by KKR, a private equity giant. Tax records show Perdue took in $42 million from Dollar General in 2007 and 2008. After that deal, he had to pay a special golden parachute tax in 2008 on the money he was paid when he left the company. But the discount chain paid out $42 million in 2009 to settle several lawsuits alleging Perdue and other top executives earned big profits and gave stockholders $22 a share when it should have been worth more. Regardless of the failures and successes, Perdue always came out on top. Tax returns reviewed by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reveal that over 10 years, Perdue earned $55 million. In 2014, Perdue...
But he's got a denim... Hey, man, he's got a Canadian tuxedo, brother. He's fucking salt of the earth David Perdue, brother. You don't understand. He's got fucking bootstraps, brother. Meanwhile, he's like literally making money off of firing people, okay? And guess what, guys? We watched this happen, okay? When Mitt Romney ran against Obama, we watched what moderate Republicans look like and how they get fucking owned, okay? Mitt Romney still, absolutely without a doubt, in his campaigning, heightened the blackness of Barack Obama and whatnot, and talked about welfare spending and Obama phone and shit like that, right? But he himself was a respectable moderate Democrat. I mean, a respectable moderate Republican, sorry. And guess what? When you're a respectable moderate Republican, all of a sudden, your fucking, your elevators for your fucking cars come up and you get fucking owned, okay? Meanwhile, this motherfucker's got like, you know, he's raking in 22 million and shit, but guess what? He does the racism, brother. He's doing it every now and then. He's got the fucking denim shirt on. You know he's real. He's one of us, brother.
Perdue ran for Georgia's Senate seat and won. He said he was going to bring the perspective of the working person to Washington. It's unclear if Perdue was referring to the hundred...
Yeah, he's bringing the working perspective to Washington. Like, can you imagine a dude who is literally... Like, he worked for fucking Reebok, dude. This guy is bringing the working class perspective to Washington. Fuck me!
Hundreds of working persons fired from Georgia-based Sara Lee plants he shut down years prior. In the Senate, Perdue has questioned the fact that there is a scientific consensus on global warming. When Trump appointed Scott Pruitt to the EPA, Perdue said, outside of eliminating the EPA altogether, Scott Pruitt is the next best thing. He also urged Trump to remove the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accord. It's clear why, though. Perdue has taken at least $184,000 from the oil and gas industries. On healthcare, Perdue has repeatedly claimed insurance should always cover pre-existing conditions.
Health insurance should always cover pre-existing conditions for anyone. Period.
Yeah, right.
Words are great, and just like his president, Perdue knows some of the best ones. However, he doesn't actually believe them. PolitiFact rated his claim flat out false. As a lawmaker, Perdue has voted 4 times to repeal protections for pre-existing conditions.
What a strange take. Oh, so when you're running on pre-existing condition protection, you run as though you care about, Georgians and their health. But when it comes down to, legislating, you're absolutely, without a doubt, trying to fucking yeet that shit. How do you vote for this guy? How? How do you vote for this guy? And by the way, let me tell you something, okay? This is why, again, marginal benefits or marginal and incremental change sometimes leads to incredibly important outcomes for millions of Americans' lives. Pre-existing conditions protection that was created under the ACA, or as you know it, Obamacare, was absolutely fucking argued against at the time leading up to Obamacare as something that's ridiculous. Like the same people that are still on television right now that are now defending pre-existing conditions protections literally used to say, oh, it's like getting insurance while you're literally in the middle of a car wreck. You can't do that. Like, dude, you're such a fucking piece of shit. Like, how do you live with yourself? How do you fucking say this? How does these words come out of your goddamn mouth? Those very same dipshits are literally still on Fox News every day. Okay? And guess what? The reason why pre-existing conditions protection became a given and a literal point of no argument, no holds barred, like no more contention position for both Republicans and Democrats is because Democrats advocated for it and they got it done and they pushed for it, okay? They did it in a horrible, still market-based solution to a problem that requires literally socialism or socialization, but it's still passed through because when Democrats end up accidentally fucking doing a thing, that thing happens to be on the side of justice or more equality for Americans. And guess what? People fucking like that shit, dude. Turns out people like getting money. Turns out people like Social Security. Turns out people would absolutely, without a fucking shred of a doubt, love Medicare for all. These dumb motherfuckers in the UK that literally vote for Boris because he's gonna fucking purge the Polacks, bruv. That's why we're gonna vote for fucking Boris. I don't want a fucking shish kebab place in my corner of the fucking neighborhood, bruv. Like, those fucking dipshits are also the same dipshits that are throwing up fireworks on New Year's Eve about the NHS. Okay? When you give people something and they believe that they're entitled to it, they end up appreciating it. Okay? That's it. No matter how much conservative politicians try to destroy it, you have to unequivocally not undermine your own cause and still advocate for it. I'm from the UK. This is all true. Yeah, those same fucking psychopathic morons who are like, yeah, we gotta do fucking Brexit, bruv. They love the NHS. Yeah, it's bad. It needs to be funded more, but like, it's the best we got. Bojo's a top lad in it. He's going to give more money to fucking NHS after 9 years of austerity, bruv. I believe in it, bruv.
Which threatens the estimated 50 to 129 million non-elderly Americans who have pre-existing conditions. Jumping to January 2019, Perdue became the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee on Sea Power. But something fishy was afoot. About a month prior to taking the post, Perdue conspicuously bought up about $290,000 worth of stock in BWX Technologies, a firm that has lucrative contracts with the U.S. Navy supplying nuclear components and fuel for submarines and aircraft carriers. By January 9th of 2020, Perdue had sold off the position for a hefty profit of up to about $50,000. Geez, if I didn't know any better, I might think that Perdue allegedly traded stocks based on inside information. And wouldn't you know it, this might not be the only instance. In January of 2020, as the coronavirus was about to take the U.S. and world by storm, Perdue...
Remember when the dude was like, in the chat earlier, was like, oh, I don't understand. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with, trading on information that you're privy to as a fucking senator. Yeah, this is why it's fucking bullshit, dude. On the phone, yeah, I was putting my swipe up on Instagram stories because I forgot to do it earlier today.
And a handful of senators received a classified briefing on the spread of the virus from the Trump administration. After the meeting, Perdue sold off up to $825,000 in personal stocks. The same day, he bought stock in a company that supplies PPE, meaning instead of warning the American public about the...
Wow, that's so weird, dude. Wow, that's so strange. I wonder why he did that. Probably just really smart investing, dude.
Obvious dangers that were to come, Perdue made sure to line his pockets prior to hundreds of thousands of American deaths. As of the publication of this video, Perdue has not apologized.
Not only did he not apologize, but he fucking kept misinforming Georgians. Perdue is the guy who also told other friends or his own like insider business owners in a private closed door meeting. He may or may not have informed other business owners about the damages of potentially the impact of coronavirus while literally lying to the American people.
To his fellow Georgians or the rest of the American people for this craven financial transaction. In October of 2020, as Perdue launched a re-election campaign, his Democratic opponent, John Ossoff, called him out on this.
Well, perhaps Senator Perdue would have been able to respond properly to the COVID-19 pandemic if you hadn't been fending off multiple federal investigations for insider trading. It's not just that you're a crook, Senator. It's that you're attacking the health of the people that you...
Guess what? After this, he was like, yeah, I don't need to fucking ever do a debate with this clown again, and literally stopped doing debates. I don't think John Ossoff's a clown. I think he did a really good job on these fucking debates, but that was the reason why David Perdue was like, yeah, we're never doing this again.
You represent.
He doesn't have to.
Perdue's investment activity during his one term in the Senate has raised some eyebrows, to say the least. The New York Times reported that he made 2,596 trades in stocks, bonds, and funds during his first term in office, sometimes reporting 20 or more transactions in a single day. The Times found that Perdue's transactions accounted for nearly a third of all senators' trades reported in the past 6 years. In one of the most damning transactions, Perdue was tipped off by the CEO of Cardlytics, a financial company, where he once served on the board.
Bro, this is literally an email. They have the fucking emails. Like, let me just say something here, okay? Like, he's literally like r/Wall Street bet style day trading at this point. But obviously, if you day trade like this, then you always win because you're day trading on information that's literally not allowed, like that no one else knows, okay? Only people within the company know. Now, in order to clap someone on insider trading, you need a certain set of information. One of the most significant pieces of information that you can use as evidence is not just like your positions or how suspicious the timing of your fucking trade was, but also literally the fucking email correspondence with someone who works at that company at a fucking executive level.
Receiving a cryptic email about upcoming changes from the company's CEO, Perdue sold off more than $1 million worth of stock. The Times notes, after the company's stock price bottomed out in March at $29, Mr. Perdue bought back a substantial portion of the shares that he had sold.
Wow! That's crazy! What? Oh no, they literally did have evidence, dude. There's like an email correspondence.
Now trading at around $120 per share. If enriching himself by any means necessary isn't bad enough, Perdue has demonstrated he will do terrible things to get a vote. In a disgusting, bigoted effort to defeat Ossoff, Perdue launched an anti-Semitic ad against his young opponent, who is Jewish American. The ad shows an altered photo of Ossoff in which his nose appears to be longer and wider than it actually is.
First, you were lengthening my nose in attack ads to remind everybody that I'm Jewish.
Perdue's campaign called it an accident and removed the ad.
David Perdue's like, oh, thank God he admitted it. You heard him, folks. He said he's a Jew. Georgians. Accident. Yeah, oops.
Fast forward to November 3rd, 2020, and neither Ossoff nor Perdue received more than 50% of the vote, triggering an automatic runoff in January 2021 between the two. Georgia also has two other senatorial candidates heading for a runoff, Republican Kelly Loeffler, who also sold off a bunch of stock after closed-door briefings about the coronavirus.
Like, it's nuts that both of the candidates have insider trading scandals. Like, it blows my mind. Like, absolutely blows my fucking mind that Georgian Republicans are literally voting for two candidates that got caught insider trading, dude. It is fucking insane.
And Democrat Raphael Warnock. These two races will decide which party controls the Senate and gains the power to shape Joe Biden's agenda. Perdue and Loeffler have since called for Georgia Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's resignation, citing, without evidence, failures in the election. It's unclear if they're referring to their own campaigns or the democratic process.
No, of course they're not referring to their own campaigns. They're referring to just the president's, obviously. Come on.
Case may be, control of the Senate hangs on two people who have shown they're willing to put their own bank accounts before the American people.
The Trumpies are live.
In this fight. This is a fight not about just today, not about just tomorrow, but a fight about a decade from now, 2 decades from now, 3 decades from now, because I believe.
Yo, they disgust me, dude. They're such scum. Like these trumpet dipshits. They're so fucking nasty. Like, I could just see. I see like. Ugh, all right, just give me the funny shit, dude. I don't want to watch, like, the real lame shit. Oh, here.
Person next to you and give him a hug. Someone you don't know. Go hug somebody. Go ahead and spread it out. Mass spreader. It's a mass spreader event. It's a mass spreader event. It's a mass spreader event. There you go. Hug it out. I'm married, but if you want to give me a hug, too, or you can do that.
I don't really know. I don't really know where to start. Like, do I make fun of his drip? Like, when you're wearing a fucking ugly ass suit and a hat, like a fitted hat on top of it. That's kind of weird. The fact that he is like literally screaming, this is a mass spreader event, while simultaneously urging people to literally create a mass spreading event. I don't know if I should make fun of the fact that he said, you know, I'm married, but like, you know, you can hug me too. Like, how does that work? Are you not allowed to have hugs when you're married? Like, what? All right, let's see what the rest of these psychos are doing.
Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa!
Okay, that's cool. That's fun. We're already at the anti-Semitic.
Next speaker is one of the most fiery activists I've ever known. She's tireless. She's relentless. She will do research. She's the only person I know who does. She watches George Soros speeches for fun. But you know what happened when
Okay, that's like, you know, you're literally no longer eligible. If you admit, dude, doing your own research. She does her own research, brother. Dude, this is crazy. Like, this is fucking crazy, dude. how did it get to a point where, like, whenever I hear someone say, I'll do my own research, I just know immediately. I just know immediately that this person's a fucking freak, dude.
She looked one of those up. She found that he was talking about Chief Justice John Roberts like George Soros owned him.
Wait. Chief Justice John Roberts is being owned by George Soros? They are sponsored by Cash App like you? Yeah, am I... Why do they have a hashtag Cash App question mark?
Wood retweeted it for her. She gets this information because she never stops fighting. It consumes her. But I am so proud and lucky that I'm gonna marry this woman. Her name's Jennifer Lawrence. She's not the liberal actress. She's the awesome Jennifer Lawrence. And I love her dearly. Come up here, baby.
Anymore. And Donald J. Trump doesn't need their money. Donald J. Trump doesn't need their influence. He stands on what's righteous and just. And the more righteous your fight, the more just your fight, the more terror and people are going to come against you. And that's how you know you're doing the right thing and you're on the right side of history. All of you are standing here today on the right side of history. We are the founding fathers of our time. We are standing up against the evil globalists such as George Soros, who thinks he owns our politicians, who thinks he owns Chief Justice John Roberts on the Supreme Court. We don't need George Soros in our lives. We don't.
You gotta be, like, at some point, you gotta fucking turn around and be like, what are we doing here, dude? What the fuck? George Soros? Literally just like, dude, they are just... Being a conservative is legitimately a cause for concern.
We don't need globalists in our lives. We don't need the Great Reset. All we need is Jesus Christ and the truth. Who owns the...
I told you, my wife is 125 feet tall. That's what it means to be off by 25 times. Right? Second, the ugly truth. The PCR tests are fake. The COVID-19 PCR tests are fake. And if you go to my podcast...
Come on! Come on, dude! He's literally there to shark his podcast! Are you fucking insane? How do you not see what he's doing, dude? Come on, dude! Like, what the fuck? He's just admitting it! He admitted! You got in my podcast, you learn that the PCR tests are fake!
You can hear interviews, you can hear the founder of the PCR test, Kerry Mullins, explaining to you the PCR tests are supposed to be calibrated at 17, someone should write this down, 17 to 20 cycles. Those are calibrated at 40 cycles. What does that mean? It means that it's like your speedometer is telling you you're driving 400 miles an hour when you're driving 7 miles an hour. Fake, inflated cases. The models were fake. The PCR tests were fake.
Okay, but like, it's not exactly, the problem isn't like how many cases we have currently. I mean, that's a problem, sure. But the problem is how many people have fucking died. And you literally don't have a counter to that. Like, unless you think that aliens are killing all these people and then doctors are in on the conspiracy and they're like writing it as a COVID death, you still need to fucking figure out like all of the extra deaths that have occurred that neatly line up with COVID deaths. Is very weird.
And the treatments that actually work are being kept from you for fake reasons. Write this down. I don't want anybody to die from COVID-19, aka the flu. The flu. But if you take
dude, the worst part about it is that, like, there is no art to this. Like, I'm sorry. There's no charisma to this. Like, if you say the right things, people like you and they will elevate you. And that really bothers me, at least, like, to a certain degree. Old school, disgusting white supremacist sharks like William F. Buckley had, like, a charisma to them. You know what I mean? When he called, what's his face, queer, he was still running the same fucking shtick, right? Gore Vidal. He was still running the same shtick that conservatives have always ran, right? But he, like, at least still had a charisma to it. These guys are just like, hey, Kevin is fake! Follow my podcast! Like, come on, dude. Give it a little bit more effort, motherfucker. You know? Racists aren't charming enough anymore. Yeah, literally, like, this shit is... Yeah, at least Alex Jones is fucking entertaining, dude. This is crazy.
Budesonide. I made a website for you. These are doctors that will get it to you. It's called budesonideworks.com. If you text me, we've treated over 3,000 people with 0 deaths.
What?
So what I'm asking you to do right now is to do the great reset in a good way. Okay, we're going to reframe it. Last night, about 150 of us went into Whole Foods, and we dressed up like people that aren't idiots, hiding from a virus that's not deadly. We did not...
Yeah, when I look at this fucking peanut gallery behind him, I think to myself, these are a group of individuals who are dressed up like not idiots, okay?
Wear a mask. Who here is up to the task of not wearing a mask? I ask you again, who here is up to the task of not wearing a mask? Jesus is king, and it's time to let freedom ring, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus is king, and it's time to let freedom ring. We have so Chavez in communist Venezuela. Step 3, your votes were exported to Frank, who knows that? Sequoia Smartmatic. And that company was founded by Hugo Chavez in communist Venezuela.
I'm going to give everyone 3 actions.
Everybody, 3 action steps.
Oh, this is the super spreader part of it. That was really good.
So what do we do? I'm going to give everybody 3 action steps, and then we're going to peace out. I'm going to peace out. We can stay here, okay? 1, huge models are fake. You, ugly truth, fake cases, fake case studies, fake tests. Gee, they're grabbing your freedoms. Turn to the person next to you and give them a hug. Someone you don't know. Go hug somebody. Go ahead and spread it out. Mass spreader. It's a mass spreader event. It's a mass spreader event. It's a mass spreader event. There you go. Hug it out. I'm married, but if you want to give me a hug too, or you can do that. Second thing we do, send me a text. So
I just, like, this shit really makes me go Kaczynski, dude. I think humanity has progressed too far. Like, we have. We don't know how to deal with, we need to return to monkey. Like, we actually do not know how to handle technology. Like, it's over. Like, it's just so bad. Yeah, we LARP as, like, you know, the blood god is upon us. We LARP as that shit, but, like, this guy is literally doing the blood god meme, but in real life. Like, he's literally trying to, you know, give human sacrifice at the altar here.
Using their own pencil.
What the fuck is wrong with these people, man?
To the teacher's office. Then I went to the principal's office. And I said, the Gibsons are not socialists. We're capitalists. We buy our pencils and we take care of our things well. And if any of the other children need anything, you let me know. I'll bring them pencils too, but my kids will be using their own pencils. To the teachers.
What? My Pillow guy, Mike Liddell, Mike Pillow, you need to pray for our...
Had that not... And what's going to happen now, like I say, we're the miracle that we're in of all time, is had that not happened on election night, they've been boiling us like a frog for years, and we've done nothing about it. Sat back. They take a little bit of our freedoms all the time. And this is what would have happened if we wouldn't have had that miracle that they misjudged this great president and this great country. Because right now, God's got his hand in all of this. And tomorrow, I want everyone, you need to pray for our vice president to look up to God and say, I need to make a decision, Lord, and to make the right decision for our country. We need to... I can tell you this, anyone that says, oh, there'll be a civil war, no, there's not, because I'll tell you, I've seen the evidence. I know what's there. Once it's shown, all we're doing is tomorrow they're going to look at just some of it, okay? But when they see even some of it, they're going to go, wow. Even if you're over here on the left, politically wise, you're going to look at that and say, you know what? I don't really like Donald Trump, but he really did win, okay?
What? Do you think maybe we'd be better off with the Chinese style control of the internet? Maybe we need Stalinist order up in this bitch? Dude, I don't fucking know anymore, dude. As much as I love my porn, and as much as I love freedom of speech, like... freedom of speech and its consequences have been disastrous on humankind, dude. Holy shit. Like, as long as you got fucking billionaires straight up pumping money into these brainless conspiracy outlets so they can get you out to vote, no matter what you say, as long as you end up voting for a Republican in the end, you're good. Because Republicans will take care of it. They will keep pushing for the interests of the rich. Oh my God. Watching my mom finish her doctorate, then immediately dive off the QAnon and Clinton murder deep end has been fucking wild. Nuke Facebook. Yeah. It's so bad. It's so bad and so strange and so sad, and I don't know, like, I don't know how to fucking deal with it. It's just terrible. Breaking news, Jacob Blake officers will not be charged. Yeah, I heard. We'll look at that in a little bit. I think something happened to the brains of our elderly. And not even just elderly. There's young people that believe in this shit too. Like, there's just something in the water. I don't know what the fuck it is, but like, if you go on Facebook and you take whatever you see on Facebook seriously and you have no way to parse through this information, it's a wrap. You believe it's psychotic nonsense, and I don't know how to deal with it. I don't.
And you don't have a war when the other side didn't win anything. You're not taking any from them. They were trying to steal it from us. You know, and right now I'm telling everyone in this country, you have to 100% believe me.
And I already mentioned this, but like, this brain cancer is infectious. It's like COVID. You laugh at America's dealing with COVID, and then before you know it, boom, your country's fucked too. There's QAnon conspiracists in your country too. If you're watching from Europe going, oh my God, it's fucking crazy what's that doing in America is crazy. They keep saying this guy's a tanky or something because he wants, national medicine. What a crazy situations these Americans have created. And then meanwhile, you're like, oh my God, literal fucking QAnon conspiracists are now taking over my government too. Before you know it, Europe equals Germany to Hasan. I'm just doing like a German style, German adjacent accent, okay?
When I tell you Donald Trump was picked for 8 years by God, not 4. And I want everybody, you just keep the faith. God's granted me this big platform.
This is mein Pillow, ja? Sehr gut. Amerikanisch mein Pillow.
And I just know.
Ich möchte mein Pillow, ja. Do you feel bad for stealing 40K viewers from Games Done Quick? Wait, what? Why? What? Oh, what the fuck, dude? Oh, gotta give them credit. They managed to make me not give a fuck what happens in this country.
And what's...
Oh, my Lord. This shit is crazy, dude. Oh, look at... Oh, here we go.
And what will you do for it? Fight!
Bro, he's literally wearing an Uncle Tom shirt, dude. I mean, we've gone beyond parody. Like...
Future of this nation. Now, I always like to tell this little bit because I think it's very important. My name is Chandler Crump, and I'm 16 years old. And I think that's relevant. I think that is very relevant because it shows that no matter what age you are, it shows no matter where you're from or no matter who you are, you can always come here and fight. You can always come here and show that you stand for something. I stand for the future of this nation, and I think all of you do as well. For your children, for your grandchildren, for your nieces, for your nephews, for everyone in your family who you want to guarantee a better tomorrow for. You're here for them. So when they come out and they lob all these names at you, they call you a racist, they call you a misogynist, they call you all these different names. You know what the truth is. You know you're a patriot. You know you stand for this nation. And you know that you're a fighter. And when all...
Bro, go make some TikTok videos. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Yo, why don't you radicalize some bitches, dude? For real. God damn, dude. Go fucking make TikTok dances. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What is this shit? Out here on a fucking super spreader event. God damn, dude. The fuck? Literally giving himself brain disease at such an early
Arnolds
age.
are, and we find out who the Abraham Lincolns are.
Oh my God. Yeah. Bro, you can't even be Uncle Tom. You're Nephew Tom, dude. That's a Chatter's joke. That's great. I don't know who I stole that from, but very good. Bro, you're 16, dude. What the fuck? Oh, good one, Chatter. God damn. What are these people doing? Oh, God. Here we go. Habsburg Jaw Andy over here. I can't watch this. I literally cannot watch it. He gives me physical pain to watch Ali Velshi or whatever. Not Ali Velshi. What's his fucking name? Oh, Tony Bobolinsky. Okay. I saw my mom showed me a picture of Obama giving Epstein a Medal of Honor, and I believed it. Shit is fucking insane on Facebook. Yeah, Facebook is on like a different playing field at this point. Like, listen, I'll tell you guys exactly what I told my grandfather. Okay, my granddad is a big reader. Like, he's a crazy reader. He used to be like a fucking cringe r/atheist. Like, he used to be a big Muslim, and then he became like a cringe r/atheist. Atheist without literally reading any subreddits or anything like that, just because he loved Sam Harris, right? And And he is he's wild, okay? And lately he's been, you know, all up in Facebook. So I gave him a bunch of books to read, including the Peter Singer book, by the way. Maybe he'll turn vegan. We'll see. I'm like experimenting on my grandfather, who's kind of fucked up. Maybe he'll become a cringy vegan. I gave him Noam Chomsky, Manufacturing Consent, which he loves a lot. Okay, he's reading. I gave him Peter Singer because you guys sent me like 11 copies of it. I'm not going to fucking read it. So I was like, you read it and you tell me, you give me a summarization of it. And I told him this. I said, do not believe anything you see on Facebook. If you see a Facebook article that literally looks like it's a New York Times article that says Hasan Piker is the #1 Twitch streamer on Twitch, do not believe it. That's a lie. Anything that you see on Facebook, no matter how real it looks, is designed in a way to make itself seem authentic or seem real, but is a lie. Okay? It's a lie. Do not believe anything you see on Facebook. It doesn't matter if it corresponds to your worldview. It doesn't matter if it seems real. It doesn't matter if it literally says New York Times. If you click on a link that says New York Times and you go to the New York Times from Facebook, don't believe it. I would rather have him not look at a single Facebook link, even the real ones, because the overwhelming majority of those links that he clicks on are fucking not real, but they look real. Does your grandfather understand what you do for a living? Of course, he's the #1 fan of the Young Turks. So I would rather have him not look at a single fucking link on Facebook. We're fucked here in the UK as well. Yeah, I know. UK is so fucked. UK is super fucked. And it's really bad. UK bruv is gearing up for a 7-week lockdown that will lead into the month of February because of the new strain and how much it has consumed the country. Part of the problem was the fact that Boris Johnson loosened up restrictions. They are claiming that a chunk of the new strain is responsible. They're claiming that the new strain is responsible for how much COVID has destroyed the country. 1 in 50 people are said to have it in the UK now. Yeah. They're closing up the schools. They're closing up the pub. 2020 Part 2 for the UK. Starting now. Yeah. Not like the fake lockdowns that they implemented before, where it was like, oh, oi, bro, if you want to get fucking drinky in the pub, bro, you need to go before 7 p.m, bro. Or an afternoon drink, bro. If you need to fucking drink your piss water at the pub, you need a license for that. Like, no, they're fucking shutting that shit down. They're shutting retailers down as long as it's non-essential. If it's non-essential, like, you can't go and buy a fucking dress at Uniqlo, in it. That sort of shit. It's not even an English accent. Okay, shut the fuck up. Anyway, why is 2021 getting more day one patches than Cyberpunk? Because people magically thought, for some weird reason, and this is a very human thing, that like just because the world spun around one fucking extra day, that like magically all of a sudden we're in a new game and like we wiped out everything. No, everyone is still the same fucking idiots, dude. Like the same moronic people back in 2020 were just born, or not born, but like, you know, they are living and breathing one extra day. Like there's no fucking server wipe. So yeah, it's just New Game Plus.
Give us a second chance. God sent us Donald Trump to give us a second chance to get everything right and get everything put in order and get things done. And he built a wall against the agenda that I believe that evil has set out for us. They want to turn us into a communist nation, take us away, make slaves out of all of us with all the mandates.
True, brother.
Masks, vaccines.
Motherfucking Santa Claus over here, dude. MAGA Santa.
Everything they want to put us on our knees. God sent us Donald.
They want to put us on our knees, brother. They want to, hey, preach. Hey. Master literally communism. Dude, it's such a... The worst part about it is that, like, it's such low effort. Like, just wear a fucking mask, dude. Like, there's so much more to it as far as spread prevention goes. There's so much more that we need to do. And it's just... We can't even get the just wear a mask part done. When I was 14, I legit believed that Obama would lose because God didn't want him to be president. I didn't even get to be a dumb, happy liberal during his presidency. My family has honestly been contemplating owning guns for BLM and Antifa, and I'm worried I'm going to have to... What? Chill, dude. Bend me over my knees and spank communism into me. Ay, dude. I just... And then people say you'll get bullied if you wear my fucking merch, dude. Anyway, let's look at the Enrique Tarrio getting arrested or getting out of prison shit. Does anyone have that? What do you mean that's your face on the shield? Yeah. Is this it? What? No, we already... No, we're not watching the fucking President Trump rant shit. What do you think about splitting the U.S. into two since these people are a lost cause? No. I have a theory. Okay? And my theory is the Florida theory. Thank you, Sovereign502, for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. So, my Florida theory is, some of you already know this, we extract everyone that doesn't want to live in Florida, that's not conservative, out of Florida. We take all the border wall that we have already in place and put it into Florida. We separate Florida from the rest of the country, okay? And that's it. That's how we do it. We put all the conservatives in Florida. They can live there. They can do whatever the fuck they want, okay? And then we take the rest of the sane people outside of Florida. Let them live there by themselves. Anyway, speaking of which, here is Enrique Tarrio, who has emerged from custody on charges of possession of ammunition and a misdemeanor destruction of property on DC. The judge has issued him to stay out of DC until his June hearing. I'm sure he won't. Like, this motherfucker literally, personally ripped Black Lives Matter signs off of a black church. Okay, an African Methodist church. It's a famous historic black church, and burned it. Like he lit it on fire. Okay, and then he had the gall. When people asked him, when Washington Post asked, like, who's responsible for this? He said, me. I'll make it easy for you. Me. So then he got hit with destruction of property charges. And while he still had those charges pending, he had the gall to come back to DC with high capacity magazines. that he's not even allowed to have. And the reason why he can do all this shit is because stand back and stand by from Donald Trump. Like, of course he can do this shit. He doesn't give a fuck. He's above the law because he is LARPing as a brown shirt. That's it. This is the fucking Fry Corps, ladies and gentlemen. This is like early Nazi developments happening. And the president is literally agitating on behalf of the Proud Boys, so he thinks he can get away with it. And he kind of can.
What does that mean?
We're going to keep fighting.
Fighting for what?
For the same thing that we've been fighting for.
And of course, his entire purpose, his entire existence as the leader of the Proud Boys is just to be the brown guy that immediately disqualifies the movement being white supremacists. Like, how can you say we're white supremacists when we have a token leader? Come on, I'm brown. I'm Cuban. So we can't be. You're racist for even thinking that we would be racist.
For this whole time, for this fucked up election, for the tyranny, for picking me up, just exactly like they did with Roger Stone. They picked me up with like 7 patrol cars for a misdemeanor. They shut down the entire bridge, pulled me out of the car.
And he loves it. He knows that, like, this is it. He's reveling in it. Like, he knows that, like, nothing is going to actually happen to him, that he's protected, that he can, like, just run fucking GoFundMe scams for the rest of his life. So he doesn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, oh, look at how important I am. He fucking sucks.
Gunpoint for a misdemeanor. So we're gonna keep fighting.
How are you gonna get out of
it? I don't need to be in DC to keep the fight going.
Don't be by yourself.
I won't.
Sir, how are you gonna get out of DC tonight?
Right here.
I have no idea.
Right here.
All right, guys. What car?
Right here.
This one.
Right here.
I need 2 cars, please.
What do you mean, President?
No, there is internal drama within the Proud Boys where some of the Proud Boys were like, yeah, why are we acting like we're not racist? Like, we're literally white supremacists. And some of the Proud Boys were like, no, we aren't white supremacists. Come on, dude. Like, we can't openly admit that. Come on. Enrique Tarrio has to lead it. So that was the big internal drama that they had. But I guess Enrique is the one who won, ultimately. Was the Proud Boys leader complaining about police using excessive force for a situation that didn't warrant it? Yeah, no, they go in between loving and hating the cops. Have you seen Jojo Rabbit? If you like Death of Stalin, yeah, I did like Jojo Rabbit. It was pretty good. Still in the same group, fractioning is intentional. The first exit polls from CNN will be out in 1 minute. Wait, is this when... Are the polls closing? Okay, good. Coming, boys. We're get ready. You will know what the fuck is good in a minute. But we will start... Yeah, the turnout has increased a lot. Here, let's take a look at this. From what I've seen, even in like blue counties, turnout has increased. Anyway, but going back to the Tarrio thing, he was just arraigned in DC Superior Court after his arrest on Monday. He was charged with a misdemeanor for burning a church's BLM flag and a felony possession 2 high-capacity magazines emblazoned with the Proud Boys logo that he claims was for a buyer. Henry Tarrio, aka Enrique, was banned from DC. The court issued a stay away from the entirety of Washington, DC. Don't expect to see him in DC anytime soon. He still might come back, and it doesn't really fucking matter because, again, he is... Wait, is it top of the hour already? What the fuck, dude? Holy shit. Okay, it's top of the hour every hour, 6-second ad break. First exit polls are coming out. I gotta go back up again. Holy fuck, time is flying today. We're gonna talk about Jacob Blake's shooter as well. But I gotta do my customary... obligatory stretching and like light squats and shit, so I move my legs a little bit and all that sort of fun stuff as I go up at the top of every hour. And I'm going to run a 60-second ad break. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. You can do it for $5 or for free with your Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime gives you one free subscription a month. Use it on whoever you'd like. Here it is. Here is the fucking ad. I unsubbed because I got fired. Notice he was wearing them soy boy masks. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Hasino on the first polls? No, we're not doing that.
In America continued. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. We're counting down to the end of voting in Georgia about 2 hours from now. And we're just moments away from revealing the first results from our exit polls. Georgians are choosing between Democrat and Pastor Raphael Warnock and GOP Senator and businesswoman Kelly Loeffler. The other race pits Democrat and former journalist John Ossoff against Republican incumbent and former Reebok CEO David Perdue. Democrats need to win both seats to win control of the U.S. Senate. That would give them a clean sweep of the White House and both chambers of Congress as the Biden presidency begins. Republicans need to win only one of the Georgia seats to keep control of the Senate. That would allow Mitch McConnell and the GOP to hang on.
What does this tell you? 90% of Perdue voters say excellent. The condition of the economy is good or excellent. And 70% say not so good. And 94% say poor in Ossoff voters.
All around Georgia,
what does that tell you?
Peachtree Avenue all the way to Peachtree Road have the singular opportunity to shape the balance of power here in the nation's capital. Let's go to our correspondents following the campaigns. CNN's Kyung La is in Atlanta. Kyung, what are the Democratic candidates doing in these final hours?
Well, they're looking at the clock. They're seeing the window close, and I'm told by both of their campaigns that they are using every available minute to get their voters out. Watching that clock again. We are hearing from the Warnock campaign, a senior aide.
Oh, these are only exit polls for the general election, not in the runoff. There are no Warnock Loeffler numbers. Oh shit. Well, I'm sorry. Is it? Oh, I was wrong. My bad. Tells me nothing? What do you mean it tells you nothing? If these are exit polls from the original race, it tells you a lot. The fact that 90% of Perdue voters said the condition of the nation's economy was excellent. It's still fucking psychotic how different the world is. No, it's all time. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's no exit polls currently available for the Georgia special election, Senate, the Senate runoff. I'm not on the wrong tab. 90% of the voters that said excellent voted for Perdue is what that means. Yeah. The runoff. Yeah, none of the numbers are in yet. I know, okay, I gotta pee first, okay? I'm gonna go pee, and when I come back, we'll look at this a little bit further. But I don't know if there's going to be exit polls or not. Regardless, exit polls are inconclusive. Not enough evidence to mean anything, but we still do it and jerk off to it regardless because there's no other information. In the absence of any solid information, any conclusive information, all you can do is jerk off to exit polls. I always warn you that exit polls are not necessarily great indicators of anything for that matter. Even when they show good things like Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All policy being widely popular, it's still not the best indication of anything. Reminded that they're very likely to see a red mirage again. So today, keep that in mind. Yeah. We got to wait until at least 4 p.m. my time, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Well, Jay, given all the controversy we've seen in the last couple of days, we asked Georgia voters in this runoff election, do they think that the 2020 presidential election in Georgia was conducted fairly? A majority of voters in these Georgia runoffs, 56%, say yes. The 2020 presidential election in Georgia was conducted fairly. 41% say no. But Jake, there is a partisan split there. 93% of Democrats say it was fair. 76% of Republicans say it wasn't. Obviously, a big partisan divide. We also asked about how people felt in terms of confidence level that their votes in this election today in the runoffs will be counted accurately. 42% of the voters in Georgia are very confident. 31% somewhat confident. Add those together, 73%, nearly 3/4 of voters in these runoffs have confidence that their votes are going to be counted, tabulated, and totaled up accurately. Jake.
All right, David Cheyenne, interesting stuff. And Abby, I mean, that's unbelievable, the partisan divide there about whether or not the presidential election was conducted in a fair way, which, by the way, all the top Republican election officials in the state say it was. 93% of Democrats say it was fair. 76% of Republicans in Georgia say it was unfair.
And it's somewhat of a reversal from what things were like just before the November election, when you were probably more likely to find Democrats who said they had concerns about the fairness of Georgia elections. As we were discussing earlier, Democrats have a lot of concerns about Georgia being a state where it is more difficult than it should be, in their view, for people to vote. But now the president has turned Republicans against itself, frankly.
No, listen, here's the thing. Donald Trump fucking talking about how bad the election is and how the election integrity is compromised is a justification to further suppress the vote. It works hand in hand with the overarching Republican strategy of implementing necessary voter suppression protocols. It's literally just a logical continuation of everything that Republicans have done thus far. It just takes it to the next logical level. Election needles are they even out? Like, there's no forecast. Why do you guys want me to look at this? There's no fucking forecast. It's like when I'm playing a video game and you ask me like, oh, Trump is live when he is definitely not live. Why must you do this? Why must you do this? Y'all are fucking crazy, dude. Actual bananas. Fucking crazy. Okay, let's watch why lifelong Republicans voted for a Democratic candidate. Give you some fucking hopium while I go pee.
Good morning, everyone. It is a big day in America. Still alleging voter fraud. The president is not just putting pressure on Congress. He is now also piling it on his own vice president to challenge the results.
Great subtitles. Holy shit.
All of this and the latest across the state of Georgia. So let's begin with our national correspondent, Ryan Young, in Cobb County, Georgia. Good morning, Ryan. Big day.
Yeah, absolutely big day. You can feel the energy here. When we arrived here before 6 a.m. this morning, there was already someone sitting at the door ready to vote. We saw poll workers arrive shortly afterwards, and there was a line that kind of stretched around the building of this church as people lined up to go inside. So far, that morning rush has been over. People have got on the inside, have been able to get in and out very quickly to do their vote. We've been talking to people, and they said they've been excited about this because they want all the ads to end. Let's not forget, more than $500 million has been spent just in this state to get out the election. Over 3 million people have voted early, and we saw this voter who was walking out, and just wanted to ask you the question, what brought you here today, especially with all the excitement centered around who may control the Senate?
Well, I think there are a couple of reasons why I came today. One, there's a responsibility I have as a citizen of the United States to come out and exercise my right to vote. There's many people around the world that don't have this privilege, so I want to do that. Two, I know that the entire country is looking at Georgia right now as to what our decision's going to be. So I needed to at least make my voice be heard through the exercising my right to vote.
Have you been disappointed at all with how just cantankerous this has been, especially over the last few days?
I think it's been discouraging, yet it shouldn't surprise us because the entire election system has been that way. I think there's a lot of misrepresentation of candidates out there, of just going for the jugular, of presenting everybody in the worst possible way they could be. And I've really tried to ignore that and look mainly at the issues and what are the things that I care about most and vote in that way.
You have any way you want to share with us where you leaned, left, right, center? Where did you go?
Well, it's interesting. I have been a lifelong Republican. This is the first time I've ever voted for
Why I'm gonna queen bak Simirna.
Democratic candidate just because there are issues regarding our environment, regarding taxation, regarding diversity issues and so forth that I think need to be addressed. And I'm hoping they will be with a Senate that can actually help, encourage, and enact President Biden's policies.
Perfect. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate that. One other note, everyone's been wearing a mask so far as they're going in. Let's not forget one political candidate.
Yeah, that's how you fucking know if they're Republican or not, dude. Go talk to some anti-maskers. Like, see what their takes are.
Is quarantining at home, David Perdue, after being close to someone with COVID-19. Guys?
And yet the voters are coming in record numbers, and that's something to be celebrated. Ryan Young, thanks very much. Well, CNN's Gary Tuckman, he is in Atlanta this morning. Gary, don't have to remind you, it took days for Fulton County, which encompasses Atlanta, to tally all the general election votes from November 3rd. Are officials there expecting a similarly drawn-out count there with these runoff races?
Jim, a very valid question. Fulton County officials think that things will go smoothly tonight. They have processed early votes, and they expect to start counting those early votes with the votes from today when the polls close at 7 o'clock. There are 264 precincts here in Fulton County, and 263 of those 264, we've been told everything is going smoothly so far. And the 264th...
Oh, hell yeah, folks. Come on. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Hashtag force the vote. Are you still against force the vote? Force the vote. Force the vote. Force the vote. Your uncle is a sellout. Your uncle is a joke. Okay. How about you time out, brother? How about you time yourself out, partner? God damn.
The one we're standing in, we can tell you firsthand since we've been here observing it the whole time. At this Cathedral of St. Philip in the Buckhead neighborhood in Atlanta, things are going very smoothly. It was very crowded when the day began. 50 people rushed in to vote. Relatively quiet now, but don't think that's because of apathy. It's the contrary. Here in Fulton County, the largest county in the state, 390,000 above that number. That's the 390,000 or more voted early. And to put that into some kind of context, that 390,000 number is about 75% of the total votes from the presidential general election in November. So people here are very eager to vote. Everyone we're talking to, all the voters coming in, all very aware of President Trump's telephone conversation with the Georgia Secretary of State criticizing Georgia voting, criticizing voting here in Fulton County. The very first person to cast a ballot today was the chairman of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, and I asked him about what the president said.
It's a little irritating to wake up and to hear people at the highest positions in the country talking, saying negative things about Fulton County when I know for a fact that it's not true, because if it were true, I would be on top of it and would have put a stop to it. It just did not happen in Fulton County.
Here's an interesting aside for you. To come in and vote, you know, we're all wearing masks, obviously, and we haven't seen anyone come in without masks. The poll workers have masks all day, today, and in November all across the country. These poll workers are genuine American heroes. But here in Fulton County and elsewhere, there's no rule that you have to wear a mask to vote. If you don't want to wear a mask, they're told not to say anything about it. If you want to bring your pet in here, your dog, your cat, your goldfish, you're allowed to do that. They just want people to vote. Jim and Poppy.
Gary Tuckman, it's good to see a big turnout. Hopefully people do wear the masks and keep it safe. Thanks very much. We want to go to Savannah, Georgia now. Voting underway there. It's where we find our colleague Martin Savage. Good morning, Martin. Democrats hoping to repeat success that they found in Chatham County in November, right?
Yeah. Absolutely, Poppy. Chatham County is, especially Savannah, the city of Savannah, where we're located just outside the Civic Center now, is one of those heavy Democratic areas. Just to give you an idea, it's the hometown of Reverend Raphael Warnock, one of the candidates that are running for the Senate. And then also, the mayor of Savannah was one of the electors that voted.
Okay, this is boring. Election needle is not going to be up until a while. Nate Cohn says, are there any hard Georgia turnout numbers this afternoon? I'm assuming I'm correctly interpreting the data on the below side, and thanks to Kevin Q for a clutch scrape. Seems like there's 37.5 thousand ballots in DeKalb, which would seem to put it on pace to approach or exceed the general election day tally. Now, from what I understand, 100,000 additional registrations have occurred that did not literally register to vote for the 2020 election. So that is actually an interesting statistic to keep in mind when you're thinking about the election. The hopes are, and I will give you the top-down, somewhat reductive summary of what we're looking for, okay? I don't care how to say decab, okay? Decab, ACAB, shut the fuck up. 40% of the 100,000, or is it 40%? A decent chunk of the 100,000 new voters are black, okay? That did not vote in 2020, but are now voting in this, or at least registered to vote in this election. So do with that information what you will, okay? The top line approach to this entire election is this. John Ossoff and radical liberal Reverend Raphael Warnock have done a pretty solid job of using the 2K Cash Act and direct payments as a legislative line item. If you want 2K, you got to vote for the Democrats. That's what they basically said. And Donald Trump delivered a beautiful gift to the Democratic Party and this race by also claiming that he was going to potentially veto the omnibus proposal. He didn't end up following through on it, but it doesn't matter. That became a big talking point for the Democrats to say, look, we've been trying to do this, but Trump is the one, or not Trump, but Mitch McConnell is the one who is stopping this from happening. So that was a wonderful gift that Donald Trump gave to the Democrats, and Ossoff and Warnock have utilized that for a while. There's also another secondary wonderful gift that Donald Trump has given to the Democratic Party there, and that is consistently and constantly talking about election integrity. Talking about how the elections might be fraudulent, or the elections are fraudulent, ends up potentially suppressing voter turnout. Now, we don't know what the impact of that is going to be like, but given that this is a race within the margins, that's anything helps. Any bit helps. Any 1,000 number of people that say, you know what, fuck this, I'm not voting for this. Like in the same district that Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene voted, or the same district that voted for Marjorie Taylor Greene, the QAnon mom, the CrossFit sicko, has seen lower levels of voter participation, lower levels of turnout. Now, that might mean that people are straight up waiting to vote on election day itself. Or that might mean that people are just like not that interested. They're tuned out. They're tapped out because their main man, Donald Trump, lost. You know the GOP is going to win in Georgia. Most people are stupid, hateful bags of trash. I don't disagree with you on that one. I'm just giving you what my point of view is and what I know so far of the Georgia races. If you asked me a month ago, I would have said, I don't think they're going to win. I don't think the Democrats are going to win. But these last couple of weeks have been kind of interesting. There's another incredibly important piece here that you need to take into consideration, and that is Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams has been diligently working on increasing turnout, specifically in the African-American community in Georgia, since before her gubernatorial race. Her theory of organizing revolves around not just organizing before an election or leading up to an election, but organizing year-round. So that's actually a very successful method, a very successful strategy that she's been able to bring some big Democratic donors, even including Michael Bloomberg, for example, on board with. And that is good. Black voters make up 33% of the electorate, or the voter eligible population in Georgia. Even if the Dems win both, which I hope is true, I would bet every bit I have on Joe Manchin going mask off and becoming a Republican and fucking everyone so we can keep his seat in the coming years. Certainly. But, again, that is, as a progressive, that is an infinitely better position for progressives. Why is that a better position for progressives? Because then You can literally say blue dog Democrats are fucking cowards and they're liars and they do not vote with us. They do not caucus with us. Stop shitting on the progressive Democrats. Start shitting on the fucking centrist Democrats. Okay? That is the real hashtag force the vote. Showing that the Democratic Party and the conservatives in the Democratic Party are not on board with the rest of the Democratic Party or not on board with the Democratic voters is essential. If Republicans maintain their majority over the Senate, and if Mitch McConnell still controls the Senate, then Democrats can constantly say, oh, we wanted to do progressive change, but, oh, well, we can't because we have to work with the Republicans. And they're still going to do that regardless. But I would rather have them do that while there is Democratic control over the Senate than have them do that while there is no control over the Senate, and they can very easily just say, oh, it's the Republicans' fault. Remember, that is, even if you are a progressive, that is a really, really important reason as to why you should want the Democrats to win these two races. Okay? That's just the reality. But never forget how racist Georgians can be. After all, a black radical pastor is running. And if he wins, he will be, is it the 10th or the 11th African-American senator? Like, that's crazy, dude. Just think about that. 11. There's only been 10 black senators so far, motherfucker. 10. He would be the 11th. Think about that. So, Obabe, Cory Booker, Kamala Harris, 3 out of 10 right there. Yup. So just remember that when Kamala was only the second black woman in the Senate. Remember that when people say, like, America is not a white supremacist nation. A lot of them were during the brief period of Reconstruction too. Yup. Like, when people say, like, America's not a racist nation, bro, like, dude, come on, dude. Like, come the fuck on. That's not 10 out of 100. That's 10 out of thousands throughout the history of the Senate. Anyway, 70% of white Georgians voted Perdue. Blacks are like what? 20% of the population? Okay. That argument doesn't favor you, you dumb racist fuck. They're 13% of the population. Blacks are 13% of the population, but they don't make up 13% of all fucking senators. Historically, you dumb, stupid fuck. So, what's up? If there was proportional representation, they wouldn't make up literally 0.1% of like all Senate seats historically. You dumb, stupid, brain-dead loser. You stupid fucking racist. Holy shit. The U.S. political system isn't representational, you moron. Wait, I never said it is. I never said it is, but he was the one who was trying to make it seem like it should be. Dude, listen. Whenever I see someone say blacks in the chat, it's the same as like whenever I see people say Hasan with 2 S's. It's like, bitch, you know better. But you're saying that, and it's kind of sus. And half the time, the follow-through immediately confirms my suspicion. You know my name has 1 S. I won't stress it all the time, but you know that name has 1 S. It's literally plastered all over your fucking screen. But you go through the effort and add an extra S in there to be like, I don't care. I don't care. Actual number of senators historically is 1,311. Triggered. Yeah, dude. I'm so triggered, dude. Are you triggered? So why don't you go yell about like Funko Pops existing or something? Fucking weirdo. Like it's like 2016 or some shit. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers be out here like, triggered much? Hoo-hoo. I, sir, deserve a Reddit gold. I just owned the SJW. Oh, troll face. You mad? What are you, like, 60 years old? Is the last time? Your last point of reference for memes is 9gag, dude? Get the fuck out of here, you old bitch. Early exits similar to November electorate. GOP showing 39%, Democrats at 36%, and independents at 25%. According to Manu Raju, senior congressional correspondent for CNN. Again, exit polls are not indicative of anything for that matter, but Large Spider is one of the offline chat chuds. Wait. I have chuds in my offline chat? Really? That's so weird. They simply have to remove the illegal votes. The left is in meltdown. Illegal, paying money for votes. GA is red regardless of their fraud. America's a young nation. Someone jumping to conclusion. Triggered. We keep them as a pet. I didn't know we had fucking actual like Republicans in the offline chat. Dude, that's funny. Offline chat pet the chud. That's great. Love it. The cab is one of my top choices for where we'd have this data. Is extremely democratic, and we're mainly interested in high election day turnout insofar as it helps the GOP. So one could spin it both ways, but it does indicate a fairly healthy election day turnout. DeKalb election day turnout approaching 46K. If these figures are accurate, putting it on track to surpass the general. The big question, of course, is whether this simply augurs a big D turnout, as this is a very Democratic candidate, or a big election day turnout, the key to the GOP winning. The DeKalb election day turnout now is at 47,000, surpassing the number of ballots cast on election day in the presidential contest. Holy shit. More people in fucking DeKalb County have voted on election day for this runoff than they did for the general election. That is not what happens in runoffs. The entire purpose of runoff races is literally to lower turnout, which will oftentimes favor Republicans. Now, Donald Trump has changed the game significantly with his turnout strategy, which actually worked. The white rural voter election turnout strategy that actually did end up panning out well for the Republicans. So we really don't know. I don't know if this means that it's like straight the fuck up good for Democrats. Apparently the votes in DeKalb were in the highest Republican parts of DeKalb. It is up to Dunwoody that is hard Republican in DeKalb. Do you think that Democrats will show up today because of GOP fraud BS, canceling all early votes fake? No, because the Democrats have... I think Georgia's going to do a Texas. Why are people on the left shitting on progressives in Congress now? Don't listen to them. It doesn't matter. What is this? This reply is gold. Kyle Cashew, conservatives in Georgia vote. Wait, I thought we were boycotting the election. Yeah, I don't think they are. I don't think they're boycotting, brother. Georgia is not nearly as bad as Texas. I mean, voter suppression wise, Texas is unique. Like, it's worse than Georgia. But Georgia's pretty fucking bad. And also, Georgia is pretty fucking racist, too. So, you got to remember, I'm in Utah for the winter. I request my absentee ballot on the first day of December, and I haven't received it still. Yeah. Lawyer on the call with Trump resigns. Cleta Mitchell, the attorney Trump repeatedly cut off during his contentious call with Georgia's Secretary of State, has resigned from her law firm. The firm, Foley and Lardner, initially said it was concerned with her involvement with the call. Okay, this stuff is boring and just ridiculous. Let's see what the fuck's going on here.
We'll be watching every step of the way.
An hour and 30 minutes remaining,
let's go to
folks.
Georgia right now. Some of our correspondents are there on the ground. They're watching all of this very closely. CNN's Amara Walker is in Atlanta for us right now. So what are you seeing, Amara, from your vantage point?
Well, we just got an update from Gabriel Sterling, the voting implementation systems manager, and he said, look, voting has been light, it's been steady, things have been going quite smoothly, but he said it's not necessarily an indication of low voter turnout. In fact, it just might mean that poll workers have become more efficient, and of course, the ballot this time around is shorter than what we saw on November 3rd. As for election day turnout, he says he hopes to see between 600,000 to 1.1 million people turn out today to vote for the Senate runoff. It'll take a couple of days, he says, to know the final results of the election, and the first flood of the results should come in between 7:30 and 9 o'clock tonight, and that is because the absentee ballots are allowed to be processed 15 days before the election, county by county. One thing to keep in mind, however, Gabriel Sterling mentioned this. He said, look, there are 17,000 outstanding ballots from the military and from people overseas that have until Friday to come in. So if we're talking about two or one close race here, those ballots could make the difference come Friday. Wolf?
Every vote counts. Amara, stand by. I want to go to CNN's Nick Valencia. He's joining us from Decatur, Georgia right now. So what are you seeing over there? I know a lot of people are really anxious in these final minutes to vote.
That's right, Wolf. A significant development here just in the last few minutes in DeKalb County. We just got on the phone with the spokeswoman who tells us that DeKalb County has now surpassed all of the in-person voting that it saw during the general election in November. As of 5:22, there's been 51,000 people that have voted in person in DeKalb County, and that's with 90 minutes left to go, or just about 90 minutes till the polls close. In November, Wolf, that was 47,561. So already about 3,000 more have voted in DeKalb County. Why is that important? Because if you remember, DeKalb County and Fulton County, which encompasses Metro Atlanta, was huge in giving a decided victory here for Joe Biden, turning the state blue. The spokeswoman also tells us that they've caught up with absentee ballots so far. That should be sent over to the Secretary of State about 7:01 as soon as polls close. And they say the voting has been pretty scattered equally across the precincts. Some have seen as much as 600 people coming out to vote. Some precincts as small as 90 people have gone out to vote. But a lot is riding on the line tonight. Polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern. Wolf.
Yep, they will be closing very soon. Nick, stand by very much. I want to go over to David Chalian, who's watching all of this very closely. David Chalian, you're getting some more exit poll results.
Yeah, again, preliminary exit polls. These numbers will change throughout the night. But one of the things that we were asking about is the importance of containing the coronavirus. Take a look here, and you will see which is more important to do now. 52% of the electorate in Georgia said containing coronavirus is more important than the 42% that said rebuilding the economy. It's about what it was in November, but a slight bit more saying containing coronavirus is more important. Has the coronavirus pandemic caused you financial hardship? This is where you see why Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue backed Donald Trump's push for those $2,000 stimulus checks. Take a look here. 15% have experienced severe financial hardship. Add that to the 39% who say they've had moderate financial hardship. That's a majority of the Georgia voters in these runoffs saying that they're experiencing economic pain due to the coronavirus pandemic. 44% say no financial hardship at all. And then with the growing cases of COVID that are out there, we asked, how concerned are you that people, your members of your family, will contract coronavirus? Look at that. Nearly 2/3 of the electorate in these runoffs, 68%, are very or somewhat worried that they or a family member will contract coronavirus compared to 31% not too worried, not at all worried. Wolf.
Yeah, well, everybody should be worried.
That literally tracks with like Trump support on the... Trump has maintained a stable 30% support, and his supporters are literally like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about it at all. Like, how the fuck are there 31% of people in the country that still think that, like, they don't give a shit about COVID?
The rate of COVID in these counties across America. And let's just go to the state of Georgia as we look at this and look at all this red. I mean, COVID is everywhere. It is across America. We're in the middle right now of the fall into the winter peak and the surge. But just look at all this red and look especially where it is. It is everywhere in Georgia, which was at the forefront of the reopening debate. Governor Kemp siding with President Trump back then. They're rivals right now, you might say, in some ways, and reopening early. But look in rural Georgia, the deepest red a lot in Trump country. That's why you see those numbers so hard. Everybody is being hit by this. Everybody is seeing either the personal health care effect or the economic effect of this, because as the months have gone on, COVID is everywhere. And again, it's changing how people are voting. That's why we're seeing all these mail-in ballots. That's why we're seeing in-person early voting. And Wolf, right now, again, Georgia is going through what the entire country is going through. This is hospitalizations. Let me stretch this out a little bit. Remember,
that's the real red wave, brother. COVID.
The summer surge was horrific, right? Georgia,
red
Florida,
like
Arizona,
communism, brother.
California,
Communist China virus.
We thought that was horrific. Look at this hospitalizations. Monday, more than 5,500 Georgians hospitalized with COVID-19. And look at the trend lines. They keep going up. That's hospitalizations. Let me move that over here. And again, as people vote today, as they think about what do they want in Washington? Do they want Joe Biden to have a Democratic Senate so that he can get more done? Do they want the Republicans there to put a bridge on Joe Biden? One of the factors is this. This is just happening. This is not normally what we would think of as a political issue, but it just is. Look at the rising case count here, and let me stretch it out so you can get a better look at it. Again, Georgia largely spared back in March when we went through this. Then the summer surge that we thought was horrific, including in Georgia. Just look at this, 8,000 cases plus on average every day. So as people vote today, as they think about what they want in Washington, let me just flip these away and look at this. Georgia, like everywhere in America, Wolf, forget red and blue. This pain is everywhere. Democrat, Republican, rural, suburban, exurban. It's horrific.
Yeah, I suspect some people didn't want to vote in person today because they didn't want to go in those lines, especially older voters out there. John, stand by. The final push to turn out the vote in Georgia is underway right now before the polls close in the crucial Senate runoff. So we're going to talk live with the Democrat and voting rights activist Stacey Abrams. That's just ahead.
I firmly believe Democrats will win both seats, and good because the alternative is a literal Klansman. What? No, I don't think. It doesn't matter. She's still a fucking racist who's gonna. She's a Republican. It doesn't matter if she's a Klansman or not. And no, she's not a Klansman. She does LARP alongside Klansmen, though. Klansmen. GA-related vids. Oh, here. Georgia voters brace for the end of the fiery runoff to decide the Senate balance
The battle
of
for
power.
those two Georgia Senate seats has been heated and often ugly in recent weeks. High stakes as Democrats and Republicans vie for control of the Senate. So our Steve Osunsami, who's based in Atlanta, gives us a closer look now at what's been driving the race and whether it will drive voters.
Did I vote in Georgia? Yeah, illegally. And 10 times.
The polls.
While the political circus that has surrounded the November election became more avoidable for many Americans a week after they voted, it continues to grind on for voters in Georgia who will choose 2 U.S. senators on Tuesday.
Tomorrow is Georgia's day.
And in the process, decide whether Republicans or Democrats control the U.S. Senate.
Everything is at stake. Everything is at stake.
The political attack ads from both sides are to this very moment inescapable in Georgia.
That's their goal. Total radical control to bring horrific change to America.
On television, on the radio.
Bro, horrific change, dude. You know, horrific change. Like, what will be the horrific change? Big exit poll. What is this? CBS News Georgia runoff exit poll early data. Do you think the 2020 presidential election in Georgia was conducted fairly? Yes. No. We already saw this. Containing the COVID, 52%. Rebuilding the economy now, even if it hurts the efforts to contain, 42%. Yeah, exit polls are bullshit. Reminder, but the early exit polls are saying no. even though the exit polls are showing things that are positive for the Democrats right now, that is not all that
every phone
meaningful.
in the state.
If you want some of Senator Perdue's time, you got to pay for it.
Even to get to the new Taylor Swift video on YouTube, you have to first sit through a campaign ad if you're watching from a screen in Georgia. So many here are sick of it, all the fighting and name-calling. On this side, Senator David Perdue, who's self-quarantining tonight after being exposed to the coronavirus. He's called his opponent, Democrat Jon Ossoff, a
communist Jew. I said it. He's Jewish. Have you noticed? He admitted it in a debate. Georgians.
communist and a job killer who he says plans to bankrupt Medicare.
The choice. When we made his nose larger in our advertisement, we wanted to know. We wanted to let everybody know that we were doing racial stereotypes. But then he himself admitted it on stage, folks. A little anti-Semitic, don't you think? Yeah, it was literally anti-Semitic when he fucking made Jon Ossoff's nose larger on a campaign ad. Yes, that actually happened. All Republicans say we rigged the election, but didn't Trump try and add fake votes to the Georgia Senate election?
The choice in this race is between going to a socialist state that they're trying to describe and freedom.
Ossoff has called Perdue a coward and a crook, saying that Perdue argued against the...
Kelly Loeffler made radical liberal Reverend Raphael Warnock's skin darker. They made Warnock blacker, and they fucking photoshopped Ossoff's nose to make it seem larger. Just remember that.
Science during the COVID crisis, but then traded COVID-related stocks. Perdue keeps saying that he's done nothing wrong.
It's not just that you're a crook, Senator. It's that you're attacking the health of the people that you represent.
In the other race, Senator Kelly Loeffler, one of the owners of the WNBA Atlanta Dream and one of the wealthiest lawmakers in American history, who says that her opponent, Reverend Raphael Warnock, is out of touch with Georgia voters because he's, quote, a radical liberal.
In January, I have one of the most radical opponents on the Democrat ticket in the whole country, in Raphael Warnock.
College students who were watching this debate were playing drinking games with how many times she used the phrase.
Radical liberal, radical liberal, radical liberal, Raphael Warnock. You've just heard radical liberal Raphael Warnock lie again.
She said it 13 times in that one evening.
So she's continued to misrepresent my record. She's lied not only on me, but on Jesus.
Loeffler's campaign has taken clips from the Reverend's sermons and used them to say that he's anti-police, anti-military, and anti-Semitic.
Nobody can serve God and the military.
Raphael Warnock attacks our military.
Warnock is the pastor of the church that was led by Dr. Martin Luther King, and he fought back with video of Loeffler standing at the pulpit in the same church, clearly unoffended by the pastor sitting nearby, a preacher who she now repeatedly describes as the most radical and dangerous candidate in America. The attacks have lit a fire under black voters who feel that Loeffler has crossed a line. A group of black pastors wrote her an open letter telling her to stop, writing that we see your attacks against Warnock as a broader attack against the black church and faith traditions for which we stand. The tenor has brought racists out of hiding who've now flooded the phone lines of this historic black church with racist messages and recordings.
That son of a said Trump supporters going to be beaten so bad they can't walk. That ain't a man of God. That's a...
They literally said, like, beaten electorally. And that wasn't even Warnock who said it. It was Ossoff who said it. And it was very clear that they were talking about the election and not, like, literally beating them up. It's Jon Ossoff. He's like a regular staple neoliberal. Like, what do you mean?
Oh, you're so evil. Evil, evil, evil, evil, evil. The evilest pastor I've ever seen.
Georgia has a runoff system where if a candidate...
Yeah, it's like that fucking meme where it's the King of the Hill meme, but it's like Bobby holding up that sign outside of the classroom, and then the other person saying like, "Oh, they'd be real angry if they knew how to read." It's literally that meme, okay? It's straight up. These people, if they knew how to read, they'd be so mad, dude. Except they're mad because they don't know how to read. And that is their greatest advantage. It's the greatest advantage for the Republicans is that, like, you know, literacy levels are fucking bottom of the barrel. No more king of the... Dude, okay, you've been fucking annoying me all goddamn day. You feel me? No more King of the Hill references, dude. Done. I'm done with you. Fuck you, dude.
Candidate for office doesn't win 50% of the vote. The top two candidates face off again in a runoff election. If it weren't for the runoff, Warnock would have won in November and Ossoff would have lost. Polls put the race as even tonight, and more than 3 million Georgians have already voted, which is fewer than the number who voted in November, but a far larger turnout than what's typical for a runoff election. What's also telling, turnout in early voting and the mail-in vote so far appears higher in the blue counties in and around Atlanta, where most of the state's residents live.
Georgia patriots must show up and vote.
The incredibly large shadow over this election is coming from this man, the President of the United States, who has been refusing to accept the truth that he lost the election in Georgia in November by a slim margin of nearly 12,000 votes. This is a state with a Republican governor, and the Secretary of State who runs the elections in Georgia is not only a Republican, but a Trump supporter who was endorsed for office by the president himself. Now the president can't stand the guy because he's refusing to overturn the election results over allegations of widespread voter fraud.
Like, it's not like we're watching, you know, some like leftist outlet, dude. But Donald Trump's actions have been so psychotic that, like, even conservative adjacent ABC News primetime, okay, which is like probably still the most, it's probably still the most popular broadcast in the entire planet, or not in the entire planet, but definitely in America. Like, when they are covering the actions that took place accurately, it still comes across as yeah, that was a real American moment for me. I got the bolo tie on, brother. I'm basically saying, you know, American news is the most important news in the planet, brother. You already know it. I thought it was Fox News. No, apparently ABC primetime news is like literally hitting numbers that like you can't even reach on cable news.
With no evidence. State investigations and dozens of court cases haven't found any reason or evidence to cast any doubt on the election results in Georgia.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
And now there's a recorded phone call where the president can be heard trying to pressure Georgia's Secretary of State into finding votes for the president after the election has already been certified.
All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,000.
Yeah, ABC has 5.7 million, NBC has 4.9 million, Fox only has 4.3 million. So ABC is still the, ABC primetime news is still the, I mean, it's not network television, so it's different. Wait, or is ABC network? I thought, like, Fox has a much larger online presence. Networks and cable ratings aren't in the same category. You're right. Yeah, cable news and network news is different. I think. Or ABC is Disney. I don't know how it's fucking done. OAN is nowhere near that. It literally doesn't matter. Anyway, whatever.
780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
The president has also talked trash about Georgia's Republican lieutenant governor, who has defended the election here. He says the president's phone call was unfortunate.
Do you at all worry that it might hurt their chances tomorrow in any way?
It doesn't help them. I can't think of a single scenario where that phone call for 62 plus minutes made any sort of difference in getting David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler reelected.
Senators Perdue and Loeffler were put in a terrible position. Side with the president or with state Republicans who refuse.
Why is that a terrible position? They don't give a fuck, dude. They just want to win. And they believe that sucking on Donald Trump's toes, sucking the toenail jam out of under Donald Trump's toes is going to be the only way that they can fucking drive turnout. And that's it. They will fucking get those toe jams, dude. They will suck literally the crusty fucking gooch butter if they have to. Yeah, puke it up, dude.
Used to cave to the pressure. They chose the president.
And I'm still shocked that a member of the Republican Party would tape a sitting president and then leak that. It's disgusting in my view.
President-elect Joe Biden also.
What's the point of siding with the president and ruining your chance if he's out of office in 2 weeks? Because there is no base. Donald Trump is the base. He controls the Republican Party. He controls the base. The actual voters are very different than the interests of the corporate overlords within the Republican Party. They're not just going to go out and vote Republican. They want to go out and vote Republican because Daddy Trump is a Republican now. They love Daddy Trump. They don't just have party loyalty. They also have Trump loyalty. And because this is a race within the margins, like, they can't fucking avoid throwing out so many significant votes by alienating Donald Trump. And Trump is straight the fuck up a petty bitch who loves drama. He will literally be like, don't vote for Loeffler. She's bad. Don't vote for her. She's bad. And they will literally, and some of those hogs won't vote for her. And then she's fucked.
Also came to Georgia, and right now, in the eyes of state Democrats, he walks on water. His victory here was something that President Obama was unable to achieve twice, turning Georgia blue.
I know this campaign has been exhausting. It's been intense. It's been nonstop. But I'm asking you to give everything you've got one more day. One more day. And that one more day, this is not hyperbole. You can change America.
It is not lost on Georgia voters in any way that the rest of the country is watching this election closely and that this decision is significant. Every day in the mail, voters here are getting handwritten reminders from voters on other sides of the country. It's an overwhelming amount of attention, and people here can't wait till it ends. For ABC News Live, I'm Steve HasanAbi in Atlanta.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
People are saying boycott any Democrats running for office, even if they're progressive. Yeah, who gives a fuck, dude? Like, who cares? Those people are irrelevant. Republicans contend with outrage over Trump's call ahead of crucial Senate runoff.
Before the US Senate runoff.
I don't think the fucking call is like all that significant. I don't think that it's significant. It's textbook Trump. He's done shit like that. I mean, this is why he got impeached, dude. He literally got impeached over this exact same shit, where he very clearly in a phone call, or at least the transcripts that we know from the phone call, was like, come on, do me a favor. Look into my opponent and his son. You know what I mean? What up, Dean? So cool. So basically, like, if those guys still ended up voting for him in re-election, and they definitely did in high numbers, why the fuck would they be like, why are you scared to address Jesse Ventura videos on the stream? He cut Chris Kyle and you won't give him the time of day on your stream. He's our one true God. I love Jesse Ventura. What the fuck are you talking about?
Election in Georgia, and the candidates and their party's biggest names are working
I love Jesse Ventura, brother.
Voters to punch their ticket to Washington.
Our country is depending on you. The power is literally in your hands.
More than 3 million people in Georgia have already cast ballots in early voting that took place in December, 1 million more than the total turnout for the last runoff in 2008. The choice is between Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue and Democratic hopefuls Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock.
The war for the majority of the Senate comes down to Georgia this year, and we need you, all of us, to stand in that breach.
It looks like y'all ready for an election. Looks like y'all ready to make history.
5 calls or texts a day about voting will keep the liberals away.
It is time to vote like we have never voted before, Georgia.
Each of them has been trying desperately to get their voters to show up at the polls for a second time. Never before has a runoff election in this state meant so much.
It will determine who is in charge of the U.S. Senate, who sets the agenda, who sets the policy.
With control of the Senate on the line, people far away from Georgia are all wound up in the state's business. From the White House,
we're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now,
to Hollywood.
The work isn't done, everybody.
It matters who wins.
Get out and vote.
But it's the outrage over a stunning phone call between the president and Georgia's Secretary of State that's all the talk the night before the election.
I just want to find...
Like, this doesn't... I don't think this hurts the Republicans. Like, I just don't believe... Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but I don't believe that there is this, like, moderate Republican out there who is going to be like, yeah, I think this is the final straw. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think so. I don't think that that's a real person. Like, why the fuck would they care? Why? Why would they care? Why? Why would they care? In the minds of the Trump loyalists, who are the real people that might be depressed from going out and voting, the Trump loyalists see this as yet another instance where their God King, Emperor, who can do no wrong, is literally fighting for reality. They believe that this is reality, that Trump won, and he's fighting no matter what to make sure that that reality happens. So they don't see it as like a desperate man who is very clearly, very desperately be like, come on, give me 11,000 votes. Come on. Can't you find some votes? Come on, come on. They see him as someone who's powerful and fighting for what's right. Okay? They don't see it. Like, they're brainwashed. They're delusional. They're crazy. You are bald. I'm a lurker mostly, but this finally made my dad change his mind. Wait, what the fuck? This is what tipped the scales for your dad? Why the fuck would this tip the scales for your dad? Then why the fuck did, like, Ukraine not tip the scales for your dad? Like, that makes no sense.
11,780 votes.
You hear the president repeatedly asking Brad Raffensperger to give him more votes than Biden's 11,779 vote lead in Georgia in the hour-long call.
Look, Brad, I have to find 12,000 votes, and I have them times a lot. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes.
Fellas, come on. Give me 11,000 votes. Come on. Yeah, mom's back, and she made me some mujver, which is like a salty pancake. I don't know how to describe it. Very good, though. Anna, what would you say mujver is in English? Anne. Mujver'in İngilizcesi ne? It's like a zucchini pancake.
Give me a break. And I'm not looking to blame anybody. I'm not blaming. I'm just saying that, under new counts and under new views of the election results, we won the election.
But Raffensperger, who's seen threats to his life over all of this, said no way.
And there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
You should want to have an accurate election. And you're a Republican.
We believe that we do have an accurate election.
The Georgia Secretary of State continued to reject the president's wild claims of election fraud on Good Morning America.
Well, did you consider it a lawful request when the president asked you to find the votes?
I'm not a lawyer. All I know is that we're going to follow the law, follow the process. Truth matters, and we've been fighting these rumors for the last 2 months.
There are many who believe that it is no accident that President Trump has focused many of his claims of fraud on Fulton County, the largest in the state. It isn't just a blue county, it's also a largely black county, and the president is being accused of trying to overturn the minority vote.
Fulton County is totally corrupt because they cheated like nobody's ever cheated before.
Later in the call, President Trump...
Like, people get outraged over this and they go, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing this. It's like, Have you met conservatives, dude? Like, American elections have literally, since its beginning, have revolved around calculating how many black people or what percentage of the black vote should matter. Okay? From the 3/5 rule all the way to the civil rights movement and it just every part of American history has always revolved around conservatives literally trying to find a way to be like, no, we should just like make sure that black people are not counted at all. Kind of a big deal. So what Donald Trump is doing here is just basically the same exact shit where he's like, come on, the black people are voting. They're cheating. We gotta purge that. Stop it. We gotta stop it. Also, it's top of the hour every hour, 60-second ad break. And I gotta go up again as I made a promise to myself and the stream that I stretch a little bit at the top of every hour for like 10 minutes. So if you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you can do is subscribe or use an ad blocker. Here's the ad.
Even suggests that by refusing to hand the president the November election, Raffensperger was hurting the chances of Republicans running in the runoff.
And because of what you've done to the president, a lot of people aren't going out to vote. You would be respected, really respected, if this thing could be straightened out before the election. You have a big election coming up on Tuesday.
What's happening in Georgia is a perfect storm. It is a telenovela in the making. It's got to be confusing for Republican Georgia voters to hear that the elections in Georgia are not trustworthy and are fraudulent and have been manipulated. And then wonder, ask themselves, well, then why should I bother to go out and vote?
Tonight, President Trump is still holding on to his false claims of fraud.
I do legitimately believe that this is like wishful thinking. I'm sorry. I do think that this is wishful thinking. This notion that Republicans are just like not going to go out and vote. I mean, because the race is so close, it might still end up securing a victory for the Democrats, maybe. Any number of Republican voters that don't go out and fucking vote is still good. What? Hasan Peckerhead, go fuck yourself, dude. You don't know shit. Go back overseas, commie. What? What the fuck is going on? Why is everyone lost their minds in my fucking chat today?
And still talking poorly about state officials who are literally speaking truth to power.
There's no way we lost Georgia. There's no way. But I'm going to be here in a year and a half, and I'm going to be campaigning against your governor and your crazy Secretary of State. That I can tell you.
I mean, we are a party of law and order.
Georgia's Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who's both a Republican and a Trump supporter, says he wishes someone at the White House could have kept the president from making that phone call right before the election.
What do you think about the possibility of folks looking into whether or not the president broke a law with that phone call?
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to let the lawyers go figure that out, but I am qualified to tell you that that was an inappropriate phone call. The longer that we try to use the excuse of voter fraud and misinformation to be the reason why we lost this presidential election, the longer it's going to take.
Like, again, wild that they're like acting like Republicans don't routinely lie about election integrity in an effort to justify voter suppression, which is basically what they've done. And part of the reason why Donald Trump is upset, by the way, you have colorized users without color set gray names enabled in Chatterino. So gray names are assigned a color. Oh no!
Take for us to build our next platform.
Duncan is part of a group of Republicans who run this state and will tell you to your face that Joe Biden won the election here and that saying so is what's right.
This is all about trust. I've got to look in the mirror, but more importantly, I've got to look at my 3 boys in the face. I spent all day trying to tell them to do the right thing. Always do the right thing. I can't imagine walking in that house.
Bro, you're literally a Trump supporter, dude. Like, what do you mean look at your boys in the face and do the right thing? There's like 700 things that Donald Trump did that you still supported him and you voted for him in the 2020 election. Like, you're still a piece of shit. I don't know where this is coming from, where people are like, oh, well, I guess like they're doing the right thing now. It's like, bitch, what do you mean they're doing the right thing now? Like, it's nuts.
one night and telling them, yeah, I know, I couldn't do the right thing today because the president was leaning on me.
The 45-year-old says he's confident his two candidates can win despite the drama from Pennsylvania Avenue.
I can't think of a single scenario where that phone call for 62 plus minutes made any sort of difference in getting David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler reelected. But hopefully there's enough Republicans that hang on tomorrow to show up and vote them in and represent our values.
Historically, Democrats rarely win runoff elections in Georgia. It's hard to get voters on the blue team to vote twice. But former gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams says this is the year of the donkey.
With the national attention and national investment, as well as having a Georgia infrastructure, we were able to build a coalition in November that is going to help us come close to victory, if not take it all the way. Hey, I hope you voted.
Abrams believes that her team has found the key to winning.
We certainly were one of the most diverse battleground states, but that diversity is only opportunity if we don't do the work to harness it. We were able to bring together a Latino population whose voting presence increased by 72% over 2016. For Asian American Pacific Islanders, it was a 91% increase. For African Americans, it was a 20% increase.
Did you vote in the election?
Oh, yes.
It's a population shift that isn't lost on Andrew Yang. This Democrat who ran for president moved his family to Georgia at the end of last year to help get out the vote in minority communities.
The Asian American community is the fastest growing non-white community in Georgia, but also the entire country. So it would be no exaggeration to...
There you go, Yang Gang. Pog! It's Andrew Yang! Pog! He's gonna be the next president. Pog!
Say that Asian Americans are now the swing vote in swing states like Georgia.
Are you ready to vote on January 5th?
Of course, yeah.
Yang spent a month knocking doors and holding rallies around the state for Ossoff and Warnock with other popular Democrats like Martin Luther King III.
I grew up the son of immigrants, and my parents did not discuss American politics in the home. And I have a feeling that many Asian Americans are growing up the same way I did.
My parents are from Nigeria. Politics were always discussed.
Wow,
American politics were a constant discussion. And it's funny because that kind of underlines the point you're making. It's something I don't think people realize and sort of underlines the need for the extra effort, right?
It's very easy to ignore politics if it seems like politics is ignoring you. If campaigns invest in reaching out to you in your community, that actually can change the dynamic very, very quickly.
On the other side, last month, newly elected Republican Congresswomen Michelle Steele and Young Kim, both Korean American, were in Georgia reaching out to voters for Senators Loeffler and Perdue.
Activating Asian Americans to participate in our political process and vote is something that's long overdue.
For many Georgia voters, there's a feeling that outsiders like Yang are a little too much in the state's business.
Has anybody seen Senator Perdue?
With more than $500 million spent by both sides on attack ads, the often nauseating clips are to this very moment inescapable here.
That's their goal. Total radical control.
On television, on the radio, on every phone in the state.
He is looking out for all Georgians.
I don't dislike Andrew Yang, for those of you who are wondering. I just think that his fan base is a little out of control and a little wild. And I think that his idea of UBI is, or I think his assessment of all the issues that America is facing are good and on the money, but his solutions oftentimes require using UBI as a displacing measure, and I think that that's incredibly reactionary and horrible. Or originally, in its original inception, his UBI was displacing. His funding vehicle is also a regressive tax. It taxes the working poor. I think that the value-added tax in and of itself is not the best measure, the best way to try to tax Amazon. It replaces welfare when it should be added on top of welfare. It also triggers the fuck out of Andrew Yang fans when I say all this stuff, and people get mad at me. I do think that he has overall good intentions, though.
Even the people from Georgia appearing in them are tired.
I'm in a David Perdue ad myself. I'll be looking forward not to seeing myself on television on January 6th.
49-year-old Marcy McCarthy only joined the Republican Party in 2015 after Trump announced his run.
Donald J. Trump talked about making America great again, and I have the same belief overall.
She says she still stands with the president and supports the Republican candidates.
I actually have never lost confidence in President Trump. On the contrary, I'm really impressed that he's fighting to save our country by restoring the integrity in our elections.
She is one of the many Americans who believe the election was stolen from the president, but she also thinks it's important to vote to make sure Republicans can stop Democrats in Washington.
By staying home, you're essentially giving Democrats a win, and you're going to end up voting for John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock if you stay home.
There's a lot of healing that people are hoping comes after the votes are counted and the winners are declared in Georgia. And many people here will be quite happy to watch the spotlight leave.
Even through this process that's been difficult, I'm proud to be a Georgian. I'm proud of our effort at this point and really put the 11 million Georgians first and not any sort of personalities or not any sort of personal agendas. We're proud to be Georgians, and we're going to continue to be proud to be Georgians all the way through the finish line tomorrow.
It's your Republican. You have nothing to be proud of.
I wanted to ask you, I've been hearing a little bit about early voting and Republicans not getting...
This is what everybody wanted. Here you go. The real sex machine. The real sex god. Steve Kornacki, he's back. Steve the Khaki Kornacki is back and being sexy as hell.
The numbers they need from rural areas before Election Day. Of course, though, those numbers are usually low, are they not? And we would expect more day of voting for the Republicans.
Yeah, and that's what this is coming down to, Joe, and thank you. It's great to be back here for a big election day. And yeah, it is. It's a story you've heard in 2020, in 2018, in 2016. We've seen this in the early voting period here in Georgia, where Democrats have liked the numbers they've seen. They've liked some of the demographic indicators they're getting. And what this is coming down to is just a question of what is the turnout going to look like today? How many people are going to show up? How Republican? We know it's going to be we are almost certain it's going to.
Polls are closing in 46 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Polls are closing in 46 minutes. Steve Kornacki hits the walls in the backy. Oh, God.
Be a more Republican electorate today than a Democratic electorate, but how much more Republican than Democratic? But we've certainly seen this set up before in a number of different races, in a number of different states, where the early voting looks encouraging for Democrats, and then the opportunity is there for Republicans on Election Day to make it all up and more. We have certainly seen them do that before. Doesn't mean that will happen today, but we've seen the setup before, certainly.
So, Steve, let's, and this is something I want to do when we all can take a deep breath after we are sure the Constitution is spared from Donald Trump. But I want to go through a series after January 20th of segments just called, What Happened? Like, for instance, I'd love to know what exactly happened in the state of Florida. What happened in other close states? Why did Susan Collins win by 9 in Maine and Joe Biden win by 9, those sort of things. But we have you here, and we're talking about the state of Georgia. So why don't we start our little what happened?
I don't know. Maybe because Democrats literally want to do a referendum on Donald Trump, and they didn't actually make an argument as to why you should vote on down ballot races for the Democrats as well.
Segment with you telling us on Election Day what happened in Georgia. Did we have more black voters come out in 2020 that came out in 2016? Did that make the difference? Or was it white voters and other voters in the suburbs of Atlanta that probably made the difference in Joe Biden's win if you look at the margins between 16 and 20?
Yeah, I think a big thing you saw, and what you see here is the Biden-Trump margin there in Georgia. A big thing you saw was turnout was just up everywhere. You had 5 million people basically voting in Georgia in the presidential election. But I think the biggest swings toward Democrats, the biggest single thing that changed this from 2016, where Trump wins the state by 5 points, to 2020, where Biden ekes it out, is just movement in those suburbs. Now, and I take it a step further because I think it's directly relevant to what we're seeing today. The movement that I'm talking about that put Joe Biden over the top in Georgia was not quite there for the Democrats in the Senate races. There were split ticket voters in Georgia on election day. So take a look at this. Here's the Biden-Trump result. Again, 12,000 votes, basically. That's the margin for Biden over Trump in Georgia. Now take a look at Perdue versus Ossoff. The other race, the other Senate race, was that jungle primary, a bunch of different candidates. But you basically had a one-on-one with Perdue and Ossoff. So from Biden winning the state by 12,000, you've got in the Senate race Perdue finishing ahead of Ossoff. 88,000 vote margin there. So plus 88,000 for the Republicans in this Senate race, minus 12,000 for the Republicans in the presidential race, a difference there in margin of 100,000 votes. And then you start asking yourself, okay, where did that come from? Where were these split ticket voters? Who are these split ticket voters? And that's where I think an interesting demographic profile starts to emerge. I'll give you a couple examples. The biggest single example of this is in the biggest county in the state, Fulton County, which is Atlanta. It's also, there are suburbs in Fulton County, too. So core Democratic area. Take a look at the difference, though. Jon Ossoff in the Senate race gets just under 70% of the vote in Fulton County. His margin, 216,000 votes. That's good. But now take a look what Biden got out of the same county. 73% almost, and a margin of 242,000 votes. Remember, we're trying to account for that difference right there. This is a more than 25,000 vote difference in the margin from the Senate race to the presidential race. Biden doing better than Ossoff. So then you break it down further. Okay, we're in Fulton County. Where in Fulton County did you see these disparities the most? And the answer is you tend to find them Roswell, Sandy Springs, Buckhead. You tend to find them in the higher income, college educated, more sort of suburban areas.
You know, split ticket moderates, dude. The real fucking dinguses of any election. It's great. Like, straight up the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet who are like, oh, I'm actually doing the 5-head thing by voting for Joseph Robinette Biden, but not necessarily voting for Democrats down ballot.
Of Fulton County. And so I think a profile starts to emerge of the split ticket voter on election day who was...
I'm sorry, but a split ticket voter is literally dumber than a person who just straight down ballot votes Republican. Like, literally. Like, people that say, like, divided government is actually good are the very same people who are like, why is the government so gridlocked? Like, bitch, you did that. You did that. You are the reason, you dumb fuck. There's no check or balance. It's just either you're going to allow Mitch McConnell to be the most obstructionist piece of shit with a Republican-controlled Senate that will literally stop everything from happening every step of the fucking way, or you're going to let Joe Biden, who's already going to be fucking moderate as shit on his own. Just let Joe Biden be moderate as shit on his own. He's not going to fucking do anything crazy anyway. Shut the fuck up. He's not going to restore glorious Sharia communism to America or something like that.
Anti-Trump who wanted to go out and vote Trump out.
No, 99% of the votes in the polls are not. No, none of the votes are in yet. This is from last election.
Out of office, but also did not want to vote for Democrats. And so voted for Biden and then voted Republican. It's not a huge number, but it's the difference between Biden winning by 12,000 and Perdue having 88,000 more votes than Ossoff, at least in the preliminary.
Thanks for checking out MSNBC.
Yeah, it's dumb fucks. Thank you. Okay, I don't care about breaking_ET. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm not going to click on that. Never get the Marathon Steve Knight when he pushed through a broken arm all by himself in the studio. Yikes, dude. You guys are too horny, dude. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God, dude. Yo. This pandemic has broken people. Like, I'm memeing when I say, like, you know, Steve the Khaki Kernacki and stuff, but Nate Cohn confirms decob at eating, but was 58.3 last checked. I mean, that's like 10K above the presidential election. That's crazy. I mean, or I guess same day election voting. Maybe people waited. Maybe people waited to vote this time around. I don't know. I don't know how the math works on that. Sandra Smith challenges Georgia Secretary of State. Yeah, I don't care about that. Senator Perdue lays out what's at stake. Oh, let's watch this.
Let's bring in one of the people front and center in this country and around the world. GOP Senator David Perdue, who is Senator. You still quarantined, right?
I am. Another day, yeah. We have been tested negative repeatedly, but we're following guidelines, and we have one more day of quarantine.
Well, yeah, unlike some members of the House who insist on getting Nancy Pelosi across the finish line.
Wait. Dog, what the fuck? I mean, he has COVID, brother. What the fuck you mean, dude? Or we don't even know if he has COVID or not, but he needs to fucking quarantine. We don't know if he has COVID. Sorry, we actually don't know. He might have COVID. Mitch McConnell literally said he was going to bring in people with COVID. Like, actually people who tested positive for COVID. In the middle of the fucking pandemic.
You're actually doing the responsible thing. It must have been frustrating to watch the president.
I'm so confused. Like, is this fucking dipshit actually making the argument that, like, Republicans have been taking COVID seriously and Democrats are not or something? Like, what the fuck? Dude, what planet are these fucking sickos living on, dude? Where are you? Like, do you not see every fucking day what Republic? Do you not see your own programming? You're the ones who are literally denying it. They're saying Pelosi had someone who tested positive on the floor to vote for her as speaker.
He gets my money.
Wait, I thought that they didn't bring someone who tested positive onto the floor to vote. Did that actually happen? I thought that wasn't. I thought that didn't happen.
Hasan.
Pelosi did fly in a Dem member who tested positive 6 days prior to swearing in to vote for her for speaker. Oh, fucking Christ! I thought that was a threat that they might do it if the progressives say that they're not. They were positive but tested negative before the vote? Oh, okay. Vaccines bad, mask bad, quarantine bad. We're taking it seriously. The Republicans raised the complaint for the COVID measures weren't straight. It's still bullshit, by the way. It is actually still bullshit. %46 of people in CNN exit poll said Raphael Warnock was too liberal. Yeah, I mean, he's radical liberal Raphael Warnock. Is this a general election, aka Republicans take early advantage, then Dems catch up within mail-in?
President last night, but it's pretty clear that the president got the message that the message is about you and Senator Loeffler getting across the finish line. What about what Steve brought up that the Washington Post wrote about, that many people will not give the president the credit?
Also, we already know that Democrats are fucking hypocrites. Democratic politicians are.
Let's go GA.
Nancy Pelosi and the hair saga is one thing, but like Gavin Newsom and numerous other Democratic politicians who actually implemented rigorous lockdown measures were caught violating it themselves. So we already know that these people are pieces of shit. The entire difference is like they're not at least like literally screaming about how COVID's fake from the rooftops, dude. Kind of funny that Loeffler's name is pronounced in so many different ways compared to Kamala, who Perdue made fun of. Sovereign 502, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. What did Austin say that I'm dono walling? What did he say? What did he say? What did Austin say?
If you guys win, would he deserve the credit?
Political frogs always win.
Of course. I mean, what's at stake here is we want to hold the line against this radical socialist agenda.
Did you just call him honey? What?
I mean, what's at stake here is
the credit.
Of course. I mean, what's at stake here
What?
is we want to hold the line against this. Of course. I mean, what's at stake here
Oh, he said, I mean. I thought he said, of course, honey. I don't know why I thought he said that, but that would have been pretty fucking cool if he did.
is we want to hold the line against this radical
Is this like
socialist
the general election, aka Republicans take early advantage, then Dems catch up with mail-in? Oh, I read your comment and I don't know walled you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question. There might be a red mirage here as well, depending on how they count the votes. I don't think that they're going to change how they count the votes. The points are useless without the Hasino. The Hasino, it will open eventually.
Stream tonight, or we're burning this mother down.
And that's why the president came down, but also to protect what we've accomplished in the last 4 years. Look, this is the greatest economic turnaround in U.S. history before COVID in the last 4 years.
What is this noise in the background, dude?
After 8 years of the lowest economic output under the Biden-Obama administration. We forget that, how bad our economy was in those years. And President Trump gets no credit for turning this country around, and also for help.
This is, I think, one of the worst fucking lines that's so insane. Like, look at the situation. Look at the economy that Barack Obama inherited versus the economy that he delivered to Donald Trump. It's so fucking psychotic. It is so absolutely pathetic and psychotic to say that, like, these were similar circumstances. And they're going to say it with Joe Biden, too, by the way. Like, oh, Joe Biden, his economic recovery was terrible, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, it is all entirely dependent on what the previous administration had done. Obama took over after a massive economic crash.
At HasanAbi 3 months
And gave Donald Trump a successful and growing economy at the tail end of that growth. A healthy economy. Yeah, Biden ruined the economy already, I guess.
Wait, is this
helping pull 6.5 million people out of poverty? I mean, we pulled back on regulations. We passed a tax bill that helped those people in poverty. We became energy independent, and we saved our community banks, which helped us in this COVID crisis. So nothing the man does is he going to get fairly treated by the liberal press. But he came to Georgia last night because he knows the future of the country is on the line here. This is the last line of defense for our way of life, really.
The president also assured the crowd last night, I'm sure you heard, Senator, that you and Kelly Loeffler have fought for him, unlike some other Republicans. And he mentioned Brian Kemp, the governor of your state, who he said he would campaign against next time around. I wanted to ask you about a story I saw this morning, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. Apparently down in Georgia, there are a number of polling places on guard because apparently some city employees, some county employees have received some threats, in particular in Cherokee County. And the FBI and the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, are on the case. But it sounds like somebody's putting out some threats, maybe to try to tamp down voter turnout today.
Yeah, it's those Democrats that are trying to...
Can I get a peepo kiss chat?
It's those Democrats that are trying to fucking suppress voter turnout by instilling the fear of God into Republicans, and not Donald Trump himself, who's literally casting doubt on whether your vote matters or not. Also, if there's a person who's literally fucking threatening other people's lives, it's Republicans trying to kill the Republican Secretary of State and his wife. Like, the Republican Secretary of State literally has been mad and demanding an apology from this dipshit right here, Perdue,
any of Australian
for agitating.
Probably just because I'm from there, I care so much, but it's crazy how
For agitating personally about the veracity or the legitimacy of the elections. It's insane. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Fuck Raffensperger. Don't be scared for him. He's still a piece of shit. Listen, he's a Republican Secretary of State. His entire fucking career revolves around literally, personally, with surgical precision, removing black people from voter rolls, okay? So, fuck him. Like, don't be crazy. But also at the same time, like, you know, it's the Republicans that are threatening his life.
Well, look, we had plenty of irregularities that have not been answered in the November election. That's what the president's talking about. That's what I've been talking about. Kelly Loeffler and I have stood with him to get answers here in Georgia. I can't speak to any other state. I can speak to this state. And yes, there are going to be attempts. The Democrats, you can see in the press, are trying to confuse people about what's at stake here as we go down to the last day here. Look, Republicans are in about the same position we were in November. And I won my race by 2 points. In the area of the state but one, I'd already be reelected. Actually, if you include the Libertarian vote, 52.5% of Georgians rejected the Democrat liberal agenda and my opponent, John Ossoff. So that's the best poll. Over 5 million people voted in November. If we get anywhere near that vote turnout today, we'll be in great shape. Republicans notoriously wait to the last minute to vote on Election Day. And today is no different. And I'm very confident that they know what's at stake and we're going to get this vote out.
Well, you're running against John Ossoff, and when you look at his campaign donation list, pretty long, and most of the money, the top dollars, are coming from Silicon.
Dude, come on, dude. Listen, of course Democrats have a lot of fucking special interests, especially someone like John Ossoff, okay? These guys are also cut from the same fucking cloth. But are you insane, dude?
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
On the other side, the guy you're talking to is literally himself a fucking CEO.
To be getting through. Anyway,
like, what the fuck?
I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? Anyway, that's my time.
A CEO himself who is straight up has like credible evidence of insider trading. The other person, Kelly Loeffler, was appointed to the fucking seat, literally bought that fucking seat. Doubled her net worth, her and her husband's net worth. Wealthiest senator in the history of fucking Congress.
Let's go.
Silicon Valley, more like Silicon Valley. Oh, god damn, dude. These people are such scumbags, dude. Such fucking relentless garbage people. Oh my god. Like, as though fucking Apple and Alphabet are like communists, you know what I mean? Hey, Aggressive Oryx, thank you for the 20 tier 1 gift subs, brother. You just make 20 other people real patriots. Also, can we get a fact check on these donations? I mean, look, part of it is like people associated with Silicon Valley companies means that like it's mostly, it's going to be executives. It's going to be fucking people that like work in low level jobs within, like whoever puts down their fucking job as like Apple is going to be added into that calculation. It's silly as fuck.
Valley. That is, I looked it up on my phone. It's 2,600 miles away. They're pouring money into Georgia.
Yeah, you know. Hey, by the way, you know, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, they don't have like, you know, no one that works for Apple lives in Georgia, you dumb fuck. Oh my God. I mean, regardless, like, I don't want it to... no, my donation wouldn't come up as Amazon because I don't put Amazon as my employer when I donate. I put self-employed as when I donate.
Here is my
or I don't know, you can fucking look it up. You can literally look up what I put down when I donated to the Sanders campaign. But what is this Myth versus XG versus Myth movie? Thank you for making this. Starring Hasan. I can't watch this, dude. What company made that phone? Apparently working for Apple equals no right to vote or donate. Yeah, it's, I mean, look, leftists do this shit too. I do this from time to time as well. But the hilarity is like John Ossoff and who he represents, or the interest that John Ossoff represents, is going to be relatively similar to the interests of Perdue. Because, unfortunately, centrist Democrats are more moderate Democrats, despite the fact that Ossoff has ramped up the left-adjacent agitation in recent weeks. He is definitely a cardboard cutout of Pete Buttigieg / Barack Obama.
Keep up the
but,
message,
like,
Hasan. Love
none of this means anything. The hilarity in this circumstance, though, is that Perdue himself is literally a fucking multimillionaire who's been caught doing insider trading. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, what do you mean? Oh, John Ossoff is going to be advocating for the interests of radical Google and radical Apple. Like, what? Do more slave labor? Like, I don't know.
Georgia.
It says
I'm from
Twitch,
the South.
TYT, and not employed. Wait, I listed not employed. What the fuck?
I know Southerners don't like it when New Yorkers or Californians or people who have a different agenda spend money and tell that state, the Southern state, how to vote, what to
Maybe I was unemployed at the time.
do, and have influence on the folks who live there and grew up there. What do Georgians think about this?
Well, most of them don't know about that.
Way too political. Unfollowed. Hey man, you're way too political. I thought this was a Rust channel, brother. What the fuck?
Talking about it throughout the race that most of this, my opponent's money is coming from big tech in California. He raised twice as much money in California as he did in the state of Georgia. In fact, in the general election, over 80% of his money came from New York and California primarily. So this is a trust fund baby that never created one American job, who has really scandalous ties with the Chinese Communist Party.
What? Wait, why does it say I was unemployed on 8/14/2019? That's kind of weird.
Hi.
Leaked. This is publicly available information, brother. $1. Yeah, what? Wait. Is that the one day you took off? No. It's that week, though.
Thank you for everything. 2 hearts. Sparkles.
Yes, some nerve calling also a trust fund baby. I mean, he's a bit of a trust fund baby.
Way too political, had to sub.
Recipient was either, look at this. Radical Act Blue, brother. You see that? Your thoughts on Carson's situation, or would you rather not talk about it? I don't really know what the fuck happened with Carson's situation. I mean, we can take a brief break, a brief commercial break from all the fucking things that are happening in regards to the election, because we've been watching like election stuff. But all this money for Bernie, but no sub gifts to Abe. Curious. Wait, who? What the fuck? He was 19 in Texas, 17-year-olds. I think the sus part about it, as far as I know, is not the age difference itself, depending on how many people, how many 17-year-olds he was going after. Considering the fact that they're only 2 years apart, it's not as like damning as someone who's like 15 versus someone who's 15 versus someone who's like 19. But apparently there were nudes involved, which is bad. But more importantly than anything else, the biggest problem, the biggest issue is wait, I gave the fucking Gillibrand? No, I didn't. Shut the fuck up. How do I find out who I... Do I click on this or something? What the fuck? What is this for? What? Okay, it's gotta be a meme, dude. I don't even remember it. What the fuck, dude? I gave $1 to Gillibrand. Oh no. What? Okay, I can't delete that from my record. Oh no. Oh, earmark for Bernie. Earmark contribution. See below. Primary. Bernie.
Hassle.
Bernie. Bernie. Bernie. Bernie. Bernie. Bernie. Bernie. And pack with non-contribution account, non-qualified. Oh, nope. Earmark for Bernie. Okay,
no gift subs to the blood.
Considering you make 100K a month, you don't really donate much. First of all, there's a fucking limit to how much you can donate, you delusional, brain-dead moron. Why would I donate to people that I don't fucking like? You stupid fucking moron. I literally maxed out, as you can see, to Bernie Sanders. So much so that they sent me back money. Anyway, the worst part, as I see it, the worst part in that entire process is the dynamic between someone who is basically talking to their fans. Okay, you can't. Two good rules of thumb: don't fucking demand or request or literally do anything. Don't sext with 17-year-olds if you're over the age of 18. Because what the fuck are you doing? And two, don't fucking do that to your fans. When you combine both of when you combine both of those qualifiers, it becomes a very clearly very awful fucking problem. And not only does it become a very clear and very awful problem, like, I think Carson admitted as much, if I'm not mistaken. You're an idiot? Why?
PogU.
Like, I think people who are running around being like, oh, he's a fucking pedophile. Like, dude, you chill. Like, isn't he literally like a 19-year-old virgin himself? I don't know what the fuck his deal is, but he's 19 years old talking to a 17-year-old. Like, it's not like a Drake situation. You know what I mean? You're saying 21. No, wasn't he 19 though? Like, the real weird shit is like talking to a fucking 17-year-old fan. Okay? When you're 19 years old and you're making like $1 gorillion a year, and your 17-year-old fan who is a stan that you're talking to is impressionable and is very easily persuadable, then you know you're doing a bad thing and you shouldn't do it. And I think he knew that he was doing a bad thing and that he shouldn't do it, if I'm not mistaken, and like did it anyway, and that was bad. Like, now the power dynamic conversation also gets like opens up a whole different can of whoop ass, a whole different can of worms, and creates an entirely different convo that where people are like, what is this? Oh no. What is this? Fuck you, dude. Oh no. Okay, that was 2013, bitch. Yeah, do something else, okay? It's 2013, motherfucker. Give me fuck you. Hey, fuck yourself, okay? All right. Anyway, Ultrix. Fuck you, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was like fucking I was such an idiot. I'm still an idiot. Anyway, does that make sense? Do you understand what I mean by all this?
Way too dank.
He also said in the DMs it was her who should tell where the relationship was going. I agree with you on most things, but it's not like he was taking advantage of her just for his own pleasure. No, dude, you're like you're straight the fuck up, like exploiting stans in that situation, especially because they are underage. Like, it's already like kind of weird if you're 19 and your stan is 18. Like, I'm telling you, as someone who has like fucking fans, not stans to the same degree that like Minecraft players do, but like as someone who has fans, it's not good.
Trump is
it's not good.
Of DC is
okay.
Antifa OMEGALUL.
It's just like it's very sus, and it's there is definitely a coercive element. Okay. Like between 2013 Hasan and Kirsten Gillibrand. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, that's a joke. But and people who say like, "Oh, you're wrong," or "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, I think that it is a little strange, no matter what, even if they are of age, to have conversation with these people and then have them send you nudes and stuff, and then turn around and be like,
Poggers.
You know, it's just the exploitative, regardless. The fact that they're 17 which makes it illegal regardless. If you're 17 years old, it doesn't matter. There's no Romeo and Juliet laws, if I'm not mistaken, that applies to 17-year-olds when it comes to exchanging nudes. It doesn't matter if it's like of consenting age, by the way. Like, that doesn't matter. At the federal level, if I'm not mistaken, if you're under the age of 18, it's still considered child pornography. You could say that that's ridiculous. You could say that that's like fucking over the top. Just don't do it. Like don't do it. I'm telling you, as a preventative measure in the future, don't fucking do it. The Romeo and Juliet laws and the different ages of consent for different states only apply to like actual having like an actual relationship or whatnot. The pictures themselves turned it into an illegal situation. And I'm not making like a legality as morality argument at all. The child pornography laws are like kind of fucked when it comes to that area. It's like you could literally be sexting your girlfriend in high school and you could get arrested. No, like literally. It's not always like Anthony Weiner, you know what I mean? But having said all that, like I said, a lot of people find their girlfriends on the internet nowadays. There's Twitch streamers that find their girlfriends within their own community. I personally am
love the streams keep shitting on the chuds.
Not a fan of that. I don't like it. Or on Pornhub, there's nothing wrong with that. Someone in my high school was arrested and expelled for sexting his girlfriend when they found pics on his phone. Libertarian dialogue tree? Are you saying that I'm doing the libertarian dialogue tree? Dude, I'm so fucking weirded out by like child shit, CP shit that like I don't even like fucking child beauty pageants. What the fuck are you talking about? I am more reactionary on this issue than fucking QAnon sickos, okay? So, no, not libertarian arc. But you impregnated Gymnona? Good one. Anyway, yeah, I find Kirsten Gillibrand and Sarah Palin attractive, so it's like literally in the opposite end of the spectrum of anywhere near high schoolers.
Hassle.
Show Hank Parker's contributions. Hank Parker doesn't make no contributions. Hank Parker's contribution is his body. He goes out and protests Netflix. We're putting out cuties. That's my political contribution. I'm Hank Becker, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't the position of your own nudes if you're 18 CP? I don't know. It's fucking weird. Anyway, it's no super common. He's famous and she's underage. It's still weird. Yeah, like if the situation had one less dynamic, the situation as it stands is bad. But if you eliminate one dynamic from it, it literally turns into a fairly normal thing. And that's why a lot of people are like, what the fuck? They have like these ridiculous arguments one way or the other. If you're in fucking high school and your girlfriend is like 2 years below you, then yeah, no one is going to be like, that's fucking bullshit. Okay? That's one. Or if you're just a fucking if you're just a Twitch streamer or YouTuber and you fuck a fan of age, most people are not going to think that that's ridiculous. That's crazy. Or get news from a fan that's ridiculous or that's crazy. Combine the two, it's like a sushirito, okay? You might like sushi, you might like burritos. Put the two together, all of a sudden, yikes, dude. Not good. Okay? Dude, Hank Parker donated to Lauren Boebert. Oh my God.
What the hell did I tune into? Hasan?
Sushiritos are amazing? Ew, that's a bannable take. Oh my God. So many Twitch staff in here that like Sushiritos. Y'all should be embarrassed that you have a take like this. Sushirito, it's like, okay, I'll switch it. I'll switch it. Here, it's like a pizza burger. Okay, is that good? I'm just like thinking of like disgusting fusion cuisine. Did you wait? What? But it's kind of blown out of proportion. You never threatened her or put out offers for it. Okay, what the fuck? What do you mean? It doesn't have to literally be like, I'll fucking kill you if you don't send me nudes. Like for something to be bad. And also, public figures do have a different level of scrutiny around their actions. So you know that's different too. But
Pug champ.
Anyway. Sorry, election updates. No pallet, bitch. Hey, my first day with my girlfriend was a sushirito. It wasn't great food, unfortunately. Yeah. My girlfriend is literally a sushirito. What? You might like root beer. You might like getting teabagged by big dudes, but you don't want a root beer scrot? What the fuck is a root beer scrotum? I can't even eat a regular roll because there's too much soft food in my mouth. Makes me gag. I can never imagine a sushi burrito.
Like black olives on pizza. Seriously, who the hell likes that? For weird.
The comparison you're looking for is fruitcake. No one likes fruitcake. Everyone loves fruit and cake, though. True. That's a good take. Anyway, I hope that was a little bit more. I hope that was illuminating, because people were asking, like, I don't know what to think about this Carson situation. What's your take? Probably should have looked into it further, but that's my take as it stands currently, from what I saw.
Poggies.
It's bad, but I wouldn't run around being like, Carson is a pedophile. He's a fucking pedophile. Unless he's been like hitting on numerous girls that are under the age of 18, in which case it's a little sus. It becomes a little bit more suspicious, especially as he's gotten older. They're arming Antifa, brother? What the fuck is that?
Pogo Arjan? Pogo okay buddy when? Pogo
Why is DC Mayor Bowser allowing construction materials to be delivered and left attended near Freedom Plaza? Wait, what?
A pizza has all the ingredients that would fit perfectly in a burger. Cheese, tomatoes, and bread. Pizza burger is great.
Cheese, tomato, and bread? What about the burger, dummy? Like... My man literally missed out on the most important part of a fucking burger. The burger part. Did you hear Misgift did cosplay of Twitch streamers? What is this supposed to be? Huh? Which Twitch streamer in particular do you think he was doing a cosplay of? Huh? What is the joke, huh? No, say it. Say the joke, chatter. I don't understand it. What Twitch streamer was he cosplaying? Interesting. Code Miko, perhaps. That piece to take on your Twitter. Nebraskan undocumented immigrants not eligible for COVID vaccine. See, this is what I don't understand. Like, what do you mean, bro? There's like literally 50% of the fucking
resident of the
Governor Ricketts says undocumented workers at the meatpacking plants will not be eligible to receive the COVID vaccine. First of all, like, fuck you. Without them, you don't have meatpacking, so fuck yourself. It's real great when we literally, force them to work in horrific conditions to make sure that I can get my chicken tendies on time. But, real terrible when we vaccinate them. Also, secondly, what does not make any sense to me whatsoever is like, bitch, it's not like people are fucking throwing out vaccines, man. They're not even taking it. There's half the people are fucking not even taking the goddamn vaccines. Like, why would you? It's Nebraska, bitch. Half of your fucking stupid state. First of all, your state should not exist as a state. Sorry, shouts out to Dr. Lupo, but like.
Also, I'm pretty sure Kenosha City is clout chasing this court case against the officer involved in Jacob Blake case. Literally gross. I drove by downtown. Not a single protester there. Yo.
I'm asking you, a handsome Turkish boy, and it says, semi-handsome, do you have any cool Armenian genocide takes up in here? What? The fuck does that mean? When DC has more people than some states and no House or Senate seats?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, when I mean like Nebraska should be just like sucked into another state, okay? A bunch of those states should be, surrounding states should be like one big state, but that's a separate argument. The point I'm trying to make is that half of your fucking state's not going to take the COVID vaccine even if they're eligible, okay? Because they're fucking chuds. And anyone who's in Nebraska right now in my audience knows that that's the fucking reality. So just give it to the fucking plant workers, man.
People shy.
Nebraska is the absolute worst fucking living to live in. I don't blame you for hating us, Sag. Not as bad as Wyoming, brother. Don't worry.
Small head. Small head. Small head.
But the plant workers are Antifa Latiners, brother. Yeah, exactly. Hey, stop trying to describe the fucking misgift meme. Okay, I know it was my small head.
Again, you're supposed
in comparison to my gigantic shoulders. Okay, I know what the meme was.
Legal resident of the country to be able to be working in those plants, so I do not expect that illegal immigrants will be part of the vaccine with that program. Again, you're supposed to be a legal.
Ugh. What a piece of shit. Okay, what is the... there's new exit polls or something? Nebraska undocumented immigrants not eligible for COVID vaccine. Dude, I know, we're literally watching it. Why don't you watch the fucking... Some lines are approaching an hour long in Cherokee, Forsyth, Paulding County, says Gabriel Sterling. A handful of precincts have received extensions tonight. Latest one is 740.
You say I hate
wow,
black
that's good. There's a lot of fucking people. There's a lot of people voting. And some counties are requesting extensions now because there's people waiting in line. Now, obviously, it's not a good thing that people are waiting in line. Obviously, it's still a failure of the democratic process. It is perhaps the most obvious example of democracy failing is when people have to fucking wait for an hour. But are these the Republican counties? Are these like super red counties? Okay, never mind. That's definitely double bad. Anyway, it's top of the hour every hour. It's a time for a 6-second ad break. If you want to see the Oh, I got to go up right now. But hey, if you want to watch the broadcast with no ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free. How can you do it for free? By using your Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can get one free Twitch Prime subscription a month. And you can use it on your favorite streamer. Here's the ad right now, 1 minute ad. And I'm also going to do some quick movements, some quick exercises. Move my legs a little bit because I got to do more of that. Here's the ad. Okay. Woo! You can use your wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime too. Oh, damn. Ask Kid Noah, I will ban you. Stop linking me stupid shit.
Here, mega code win. Togo.
Mama Hasan has made me some food. For people that live in Europe, it's like unacceptable. You've never heard this before. Key race alert. Let's see.
The first of many key race alerts right now. Too early to call in both of these Senate contests. We're watching very closely. We expect results coming in momentarily. We will share those with you as well. Take a look at this. In the first Senate runoff in Georgia, Jon Ossoff and David Perdue. Too early to call. David Perdue, the incumbent senator, as well. The other Senate runoff race, Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler. Too early to call over there as well. We're watching all of this very closely. The balance of power right now. This is why it is so important. As of right now, there are 50 Republicans in the U.S. Senate, 48 Democrats, 2 of them independents, but they caucus with the Democrats. If the Democrats win both of the Senate runoff seats in Georgia right now, it will be 50-50. The incoming Vice President, Kamala Harris, is the president of the Senate. The Democrats will have the majority. That's why the Democrats need to pick up 2 seats, both of these seats in Georgia tonight, in order to be the majority in the U.S. Senate. We shall find out fairly soon. David Chalian, tell us what you're seeing right now.
We have some really fascinating exit poll results. Now that the polls have closed, well, we can take a look at how some of these voters are splitting between the candidates. Look at voters of color. Voters of color made up about 38% of the electorate. Jon Ossoff in the Ossoff-Perdue race is winning 84% of them. That is a slight
and the white people fucking voted 70% Perdue.
78% of voters of color back in November. They were about the same slice of the electorate. So this is a really good sign for Ossoff. Perdue at 16% with voters of color. Take a look at white college-educated voters. This has been a real battleground demographic. They make up about 24% of the electorate. Perdue wins them here in the runoff 62% to 38%. That is a 24-point margin of victory with white college-educated voters for Perdue. Back in November, he only won them by 14 points. So Perdue dramatically increased his margin over Ossoff with these critical voters as well. A little something for everyone there in these exit polls. Well,
very interesting indeed. With polls now closed across almost all of the state, we're getting updates on turnout in key counties right now, seen as Drew Griffin is in Atlanta for us right now. So what are you hearing about Fulton County, where you are, Drew? What's some new information?
The hard number is going to be around 450,000 people in this county took part in this election. That compares to 528,000 in November. Really pretty good for a runoff election. They're going to be starting to release some of those vote counts very soon. In fact, more than 100,000 of the absentee ballots have already been scanned. The early voting numbers, we should see those coming in very soon. Richard Barron, the elections director, says in minutes we should see those absentee ballots being reported to us. And every hour between now and 9 o'clock.
Why people love the Republican Party, dude? What are you going to do?
270,000 or so early in-person votings to be tabulated. They'll also then be attacking the vote
They're big fans, bro.
Today. So we're about to see some really hard numbers. The voting was up, but not as many people participated in Fulton County as they did in November. And I want to stress, this is a Democratic county. There were no big lines today in Fulton County in-person voting.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. Let's see what happens. You know, John, Fulton County, give us a little perspective on what we're about to see, because they're about to release a whole bunch of votes.
Right, and so we'll see where that turnout is. We'll see if Democrats upped or lost from their early voting advantage in the presidential election. You see it blank right now. We're going to wait just moments. We'll get some votes. So let's go back. This is the Biden-Trump race. I want to use the Ossoff-Perdue race, the Senate race, because the vote totals were a little different as you look at it right here. This was the clean one-on-one. We're not showing the Warnock-Loeffler race because, remember, that was the jungle primary. It was crowded. This was a one-on-one, so we think it's a better comparison. Why does Fulton County matter? Well, Fulton County matters, number one, because it's the largest county in the state, the largest population center of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia. Number two, it matters to the Democrats because of this. They tend to have a big lopsided margin there. I will say, though, that as David Chalian just noted, when you see the exit polls showing Senator Perdue doing better than he did in November with white college-educated voters, that suggests he will do better in the suburbs. And Fulton County, we think about it as Atlanta, a major urban center, but look how big it is. There are suburbs down here. There are suburbs up here.
This one's a dumb one.
The whole county will be blue at the end of the night, but by how much is critical to how tonight ends up for both Loeffler and Perdue. And so you see 70 to 28 there. This will be critical to watch, not just the turnout,
we cleaned house last night. Most people can't even gamba anymore.
Can do better in the suburbs with those white college-educated voters, many of whom who are Republicans, maybe more moderate Republicans, who simply don't like the president and don't want to vote Republican when he's on the ballot. That will be one critical thing to watch there. David also noted that Ossoff's performance among black voters seems to be up. In the exit polls, it is up higher than it was in November. That was a key priority for Democrats after November. Yes, Joe Biden carried the state if you come back to the presidential race, but Democrats frankly said they could have done a better job. They should have done a better job getting a higher turnout, even though Joe Biden won by percentages, lopsided, in Atlanta, in Savannah, and elsewhere. They wanted to register more black voters and turn out more black voters in that period of time they had between November and now. So David just went through two of the many pieces of the chess match, tug of war, call it what you will tonight. Can Republicans do a better job in the suburbs? Well, those white college-educated voters are one indicator of that. Can Democrats do a better job turning? Even a better job. Joe Biden won the state. Democrats did an excellent job in November, but they understand without Trump on the ballot, they need to do even more with younger voters and African Americans. So those exit polls show you, number one, they tell you expect it to be close. And number two, they get at the complexity of coalition building in a state like this. They call it a battleground state for a reason. It's complicated and it's hard.
Take us a little bit through a replay of what happened November 3rd, November 4th, November 5th, because early on it looked like Trump was doing great, but then all of a sudden the early votes were the mail-in ballots were counted and things changed relatively quickly.
You're absolutely right, and we may have the flip side of that tonight. If the counties now, because of the experience in November,
more. That's
give
why
us
I
early
get up
ballots
for 10
first,
minutes
right?
in the top
Absentee
of every
ballots
hour
or mail-in
now,
ballots, as many of the
before I
counties
run
say they'll
ads.
give us first. We may see the flip side of that. Back in November, almost all of the counties gave us election day voting first, and election day voting benefits Republicans. So let's go back in time. I'm on the presidential race, so let me go there, and let's get back to the beginning. This was very early on. The very first votes that came in were some early votes, and you saw Joe Biden with an early lead. This is 7:16 on election night. 16 minutes after the polls closed, we got the first results. And then as we went through the night, by late night, Donald Trump was ahead. Because why? You see all this red. Counties were reporting election day voting, and they were still getting ready to count some of the other votes. So you see Biden up in these Democratic areas, but all the red coming in for Donald Trump. Now watch this grow. Right here, it's 7,200 votes at 8 o'clock on election night. Well, by the time we get to midnight, as Tuesday is giving way to Wednesday, you see how big the lead is. More than 370,000 votes. It got a little bigger than that just after midnight, but that is about the high watermark for President Trump back. And we're doing this to remind people we need to wait for all of the pie. We will get the pie in different order, pieces of the pie in different order. So Trump ahead as Tuesday gave way to Wednesday. 24 hours later, Trump still ahead, but the margin down some. 24 hours after that, Tuesday to Wednesday to Thursday, you see here the Trump lead down to just 1,800 votes. Why? Because counties now are counting the early ballots, the mail-in ballots, the people who voted early. They've already counted the election day vote. Now they're getting to the early vote, and you see that. And then as you move further, suddenly bang. On November 6th, the election was on November 3rd. As they counted the ballots, as it took time, it was on November 6th that Joe Biden pulled ahead. And from there, the lead just kept growing to 4,300 there, got up to 7,200 there plus. And then again, they've recounted these votes 3 times now. Joe Biden won the state, despite what you hear from the president and his allies. Joe Biden won the state. They've been recounted 3 times. Why did we go through that exercise? Just in moments from now, we're going to start getting votes here. We have the first votes right here. You see the very first votes coming in. They're coming in from over here in Burke County. It's 78, so it's in the middle, 78th of 159 counties in the state by population. You have your first votes in. You have John Ossoff up quite considerably over David Perdue. Let's check the other race. About the same margin when you see there in the Warnock-Loeffler race. So let's just go back and take a look at how this was in 2020. This is a hard comparison. That's the presidential race. So we'll look, when we're doing the race to race, we're going to use this race more often because there were so many candidates in the Loeffler-Warnock primary here. And so this is a Republican county, but just narrowly, right? You see it's a smaller county population-wise, 4-point win there for David Perdue. Those are our first votes here as we come into 2021. Let's see if we're getting any more. This is where it gets interesting. We start to count them. But the reason we went through that exercise of what happened in the presidential race is...
Okay, this is fucking bullshit. But these Needle starting estimates aren't a prediction. It has to open somewhere, and it's opening at 50-50 simply because we don't know what'll happen. Oh my God, dude. Well, regardless, the believers won. Stop the count! Believers won! The Needle started pointing in the same direction, dude. Finally, some fucking Gamba points back to the believers who lost routinely yesterday. And believers start off on a high note. Ladies and gentlemen, believers tonight in tonight's Gamba prediction broadcast start off on a high note by winning the Needle vote. The Needle toss-up is going to the believers. This is not a regularly scheduled election, and that makes it harder to predict. It was a regularly scheduled. We probably called a clear GOP favorite. If we had a perfect poll of 5 million Georgians in November and they favored Perdue. We had a perfect poll of 5 million Georgians in November. They favored Perdue. It's very hard to make up a 2-point deficit at a turnout, especially for the Democrats in a high turnout race. But this is not a regularly scheduled election, and you can make up a 2-point deficit on turnout in this context. Yeah, everything favors the Republicans. It's Georgia. It's fucking Republican as shit. Kanye West is now divorced from Kim Kardashian, by the way. Unrelated, but something that's on my mind at least. Kanye West is going to be a divorced dad, which is terrible. Divorced dads are the most reactionary. He's going to be the first divorced dad who was a Trump supporter before he became a divorced dad. So that's pretty cool. Unrelated to the story in Georgia at hand, but Kanye will be a victim of divorce court as well. Welcoming Kanye to the MGTOW lifestyle. Welcoming Kanye to the reactionary right-wing YouTube broadcast. Welcoming Kanye to Joe Rogan. Oh, wait, he already went on Joe Rogan. Now welcoming Kanye back to Joe Rogan. Welcoming Kanye to the Jordan B. Peterson seminars. It's going to be very cool when the next Kanye West album is going to be even worse than the previous one, where this time he's going to have, like, literally Candace Owens and Jordan Peterson singing on it.
10 months.
Also means that Kim is single.
For not only giving
Hit me up. Hit my line, Kim K.
To learn how to be a better progressive.
Okay, I got all the memes out of the way. All right. But this was not a regularly scheduled election, and you can make up 2-point deficit and turn out in this context. So far, Democrats have shown a strong hand at every point, whether it's early voter to cap numbers today. You can look at the Democratic numbers and say, wow, they were going to win, and maybe that is what it would look like. But the GOP has not had an equal opportunity to show their hand because we don't have a great election day numbers from Trump country, and because we know that they don't love early voting. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. Okay, what is this? Key race alert.
Percent to 47.9%. It's very early. 2,598 votes for Ossoff. 2,300. It's just changed a little bit. Ossoff's lead has gone up to 310. But remember, this is extremely early. These are the first official votes coming in from Georgia in that Senate runoff. In the other Senate runoff, Raphael Warnock, Kelly Loeffler. Warnock is ahead right now by almost 300 votes. 3,542 for Warnock. Loeffler, 3,243 votes, 52.2%, 47.8%. Extremely early right now, but the Democrats have a very slight lead as these first votes are coming in. A ton of more.
Dude, this shit's so dumb. Like, I love when CNN does a breaking news queue alert. I love when CNN does a breaking news queue alert when, like, 10 people have voted. It's so dumb. Why would you ever do that? Breaking news, 10 people have voted in. John Ossoff is ahead. It's like,
Radical
okay.
liberals has buff.
It's so fucking stupid. Well, you're just giving people false hope. You ruined your take as you're eating? Yeah, I know.
Let's freaking go.
I mean, I'm just memeing when I get excited about that. Oh, here.
A newly sworn-in congresswoman going viral with an ad explaining why she's carrying her gun to her new job on Capitol Hill.
Election was so...
Even though I now work in one of the most liberal cities in America, I refuse to give up my rights. I will carry my firearm.
So we've memed about this already, but I gotta say something here. It is a gigantic meme that lady is. Wait, what's going on? Oh no, Kelly Loeffler has overtaken Raphael Warnock. Dude, okay, dude. I knew that y'all were gonna be fucking babies about this, okay? I knew I shouldn't have looked at this. What a terrible, terrible thing I did. Oh no, one of the needles has moved. The Ossoff Perdue needle has moved to the right. 0.1 for Perdue. Whereas the Warnock needle is still on the left, less than 0.1%. Listen, as you know already,
interviewing for a job at Michigan.
It can't be one or the other.
Voters, Pog.
Democrats have to win both. Republicans can lose one. So that's let that be a reminder for all of you who do not remember. We're winning by a lot. Democrats are winning and by a lot. Okay, let's see what the fuck other channels are saying as well.
Hey, I got your shirt picture in your Instagram.
This is the Georgia GOP election night party. You want to see, you know, corpses celebrate. You have the Live Stop the Steal coalition still going strong.
Corrupt foreign money has told you to do. You better not do what the powers that manipulate out there, that Jezebel spirit tells you to do. You better do what we, the people, have elected you to do.
Dude, these people are such freaks, dude. Oh my God. See what Washington Post analysis is looking
on
like.
The Republican side to threaten Georgia, and it may work out fine, but this is something that does concern national Republicans, even, you know, this evening as returns start to come in.
You know, James, you make such an important point, and I want to take this over to Rhonda, that if Kelly Loeffler and
these are technically my coworkers, chat.
Now I'm become doom-appilled, I think.
I mean, they're 12K Andy, but hey, you know, they're technically my coworkers over at Amazon, over at the WaPo, Washington Post. Jezebel. Dude, these guys are there ahead of the fucking real rally tomorrow, which is what we're going to be watching tomorrow, of course. Like they're so excited to fucking lose their shit that they went to DC and are losing their minds already. All right, what's the new Gamba? Will both needles be blue in the next 10 minutes? Okay.
Awesome content.
The tables are open, boys. Will both needles be blue in the next 10 minutes?
Need more khaki, Steve Kornacki.
If you want to suggest some prediction ideas, let us know. Okay. I will. Wow. Dude, people are not gambling as much as they were yesterday. Okay. Let's see what the fuck Fox News is saying after this break. I want to see.
It's interesting to see what's going on. But I know you're taking a close look at DeKalb County, just outside Atlanta. And before you do that, Nick Valencia is there on the ground for us. He's got some new information. What are you learning?
Yeah, DeKalb County, very important for Democrats. John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock need this to secure a win here. And we just got an update from the county spokesperson who tells me that it's been smooth sailing. Though there was a precinct just northeast of here in the Stone Mountain area of DeKalb County that was court-ordered to stay open 5 minutes later at 7:05. They closed their polls there. That's because they got a little bit of a late start. But also an update here on in-person voting today. It is far eclipsed what we saw in the November election as of 6:55. This is just about 5 minutes before polls closed. According to the spokeswoman here, we had 55,000 in-person votes, well eclipsing the totals that we saw in the November election. Today's totals, the spokeswoman says, will likely equal the totals that we saw for the entire general election in November. I'm here at the DeKalb County Board of Elections, where behind me you may see a lot of activity, people coming in and out. They're starting to scan those votes that were cast today. Earlier, they said they had caught up with absentee ballots. But Wolf, we should remind our viewers that provisional and overseas ballots, those military ballots, have until Friday to be received, so we won't get a final tally here in DeKalb until at least Friday. And just a quick story about the importance here and Georgia voters really understanding the significance. Earlier tonight, I met 25-year-old Rachel Tropper, who this morning, Wolf, woke up in Virginia. The recent college grad is a Georgia resident. She hadn't received her absentee ballot, so this morning at 11 a.m., she made the decision to fly down to Atlanta to vote in person. I asked her how it felt. She said this was for democracy. Just a little bit of a story there, Wolf, about how important it is for these Georgia voters.
God damn, bro.
This is heard.
Good
Wolf.
for her. Very impressive indeed. All right, Nick, stand by. We'll get back.
Dude, we're such a fucking broken country.
So much fun during these 3 months.
Sick. Like,
Cheers
literally
to
had
more.
to fucking fly in the middle of a goddamn pandemic to be able to vote, dude.
Than it wasn't a general election. That's extraordinary. That's actually extraordinary. You just see the first results coming in here from Fulton County now. So let me start there. It's the largest county in the state. It's Atlanta and the suburbs to the southwest and up to the north here. John Ossoff at 80%. One of the things we're going to watch throughout the night, we have the Ossoff-Perdue race, 80% to 20% if you round. You come down here, 80%, about the same, roughly the same. I'm going to watch as this plays out, see, shouldn't be the case, but is one candidate, are the candidates running parallel with each other, or are there any differences? This is the first in Fulton County, so we go back to here, and Nick is in DeKalb County. These results just came in the first, again, 435 votes, 278 votes, just for a little context. First, let's come back to the Ossoff-Perdue race. 420 to 290. Just for a little context, go back in time in the primary. We're expecting a lot more votes. This is the presidential race. Biden-Trump there. We can look at the Senate race here, 298-61. So we have a long way to go.
No,
but why does it matter? Why does it matter? Well, let's come back to 2021 and remember that the Atlanta area and the suburbs around it not only have to be blue for the Democrats to have a chance, but their margins in these suburbs have to be quite significant. So as you watch the margins now, again, John Ossoff getting 80% in Fulton County. Let's go back to the presidential race. Joe Biden got 72%. If John Ossoff can be running 80% at the end of the night in Fulton County, the Democrats will be in play. You move over here to Gwinnett County, you see 58%. You come down here to DeKalb, you see 83%, right? This is huge for the Democrats. DeKalb County is absolutely essential to the Democrats. This is the presidential race. This is the Senate race between Perdue and Ossoff back then. And again, David Perdue did a little better than Donald Trump in some of the suburbs, but in this one, he got blown out pretty big there. And so then you come back and what are we seeing early on? Again, 59%. John Ossoff has to do a lot better than that in DeKalb County. If John Ossoff is not up around close to 80% at the end of the night, then he's in trouble. But again, 423 votes to 290 votes. We are just, Wolf, beginning what will be a long chapter. And you're beginning to see, again, a smattering of votes here and there. Atlanta, the first big population center to come in with a tiny amount of votes, but this will change, especially in the next hour. We were told at the bottom of the hour, into the 8 o'clock hour here in the East Coast, we'll get more and more votes. If you're looking at the map now, you can make no conclusions except for the fact that they are starting to give us votes. And again, what I do on a night like this is you just pop around, you see 1,100 votes. The only thing you would think of is to go back and look.
I'll
right? So
pray and
there's
pray.
Perdue
Thank you for the 5-0 gift subs.
How did he do in November? That's President Trump at 73%.
Hey, the needles look
David
blue
Perdue
to
at
me, brother, but they
73%.
said 10
in the
minutes.
Early moments as we go through this, you're just looking for percentages. Does anything seem very different? Is turnout up or down? But when you have only a couple thousand votes and only 120,000, 130,000.
Literally, this is a holding pattern. Okay, folks, you already know what this is, all right? It's kind of a silly bet to do right now at this stage, but it's like funsies, so whatever. But like literally everything that you're looking at right now is completely meaningless. Why is it completely meaningless? Because we don't even know anything. Like only a couple thousand votes have been counted so far. So like just because CNN is making it seem like we're about to find out everything right this moment doesn't actually mean that anything will be anything will come to fruition. You're not going to know anything yet. We have time. We can fuck around and say stop the count.
Socialism
Shit like
will
that,
come.
but you know, it's bullshit. I just, for me, I find it hilarious that, you know, those same fucking brain dead Republicans who are brain dead, like they are. If you're a Republican, you have a significant problem in your brain. For all those Republicans, like, I can't wait for them to fucking constantly complain about gridlock Congress. I hate that the Congress is so gridlocked. Why the fuck can't they do anything? It's like, dude, you did that, okay? Congratulations, bitch. You got what you wanted, okay? It was good when I was sowing. But now it's time for the reaping and I don't like it. Yeah, sorry, chat. It's still seemingly at blue. Oh my God, I have freaks in my audience who are like, come on, Perdue. Come on, baby. Advocating for Perdue to make a fucking...
Love all your content, bro. Thank you.
To make a push. So that you can win a couple votes. Oh my God, Owen Schroyer of InfoWars. Everyone's favorite radical Amish dude.
This second American Revolution.
Dude, these guys are such fucking losers, bro. They're like, what are you guys doing, bro? Come on. Like, Georgia's going on. These motherfuckers are talking about American Revolution. Yo, why don't you revolutionize some bitches, dude?
President Tilden. Brett, Martha?
Little history lesson there, Chad. Thank you.
So let's bring in Trump campaign senior advisor Laura Trump for more on tomorrow's vote in Congress. Laura, good evening. Good to have you with us tonight. You know, tell us what the president...
Why is Laura Trump giving interviews on Georgia?
Just paying my taxes to the
Well, I think he expects that the vice president will make sure that it was a free and fair election. And look, we want to make sure that if there are any contested votes, any people that don't want to certify in the Congress votes for Joe Biden, that they get their chance to debate that. And I think you just heard sort of the way it will work tomorrow there, that they will split up then the joint session, and the House and the Senate will split up and have time to debate. They'll come back and they'll vote. But look, we want every legal and legitimate vote counted. We've said that since day one. We have always maintained that. And I think that there are 74 million plus Americans out there that don't feel like that has happened yet. So we want the right thing to happen, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we understand, and clearly you're right about the sentiment. We hear it on the ground here in Georgia a lot from voters who just didn't think that the election went fairly
There's
here in
not
Georgia
that many
or other
points.
places. But I guess to Martha's question, at the end of the day, does President Trump believe
it's only
that
like
he's going to be president January 21st?
10 to 20 million. That's not a lot of points.
I think he believes he won this election, and I think that there are many people that agree with him. And look, I think what Senator Ted Cruz has proposed.
Did y'all go broke? What happened? I feel like yesterday there was like 50 million points.
Do need an audit. We need a commission to investigate what has been alleged as.
Yeah, we were hitting like 100 million total in Gamba. Now we barely hit 30 million. What's wrong?
Across the country who either experienced fraud themselves, who witnessed it. We have to take that seriously, because it's not just about this election. It's not just about re-electing Donald Trump.
She wearing fucking gauges,
Americans
dude?
knowing that our...
Wait, am I losing my mind, or is Laura Trump wearing gauges, bro? What the fuck?
And look, for 74 million Americans, again, that outcome is that Donald Trump is the 45th president for a second term in office. But we just want all the legal votes counted, and we want people to be able to see very clearly and have a transparent feeling about the process of our elections.
I want to play...
Guys, you can't get horny over Laura Trump. She literally fucks Eric Trump. Like, that's just devastating, dude. You really got to reapproach.
Hasan,
your priorities are fundamentally flawed. Like, yeah, this is Eric Trump's wife. Imagine, by the way, that there is a Oh!
already allowed the murder of 60 million babies in this country. We've done so many other evil things. So we're deep down in that water. We're hundreds of feet deep. It's going to be hard swimming back to the surface. And not everybody is going to make it. But that's okay, because in the end, God will fulfill his destiny and will reward the righteous. When you see Nancy Pelosi, or you see Barack Obama, or you see that slave of Satan, Joe Biden, they want to bankrupt you. They want to dumb you down. They want to hurt your children because they're fallen and because misery loves company. We renounce Satan. We renounce the Democratic Party. We renounce abortion. We renounce the Communist Party of China. But more importantly, we embrace God and family and justice and strength.
I will carry myself.
Just as we see in the Bible and just as we see in history, God rises up men who are real. Not men that are perfect, not men that are above reproach, but real men like President Trump, who has fought hard for our republic, who's fought hard for justice, who's done the best job he can. And because he has represented us, he is under attack. So we hold up President Trump before the creator of the universe. And we say,
I want to remind everyone that President Donald Trump went on this dude's broadcast and did a 45-minute interview with him before winning the election.
We hold him up in this hour of peril.
You the best.
But regardless,
remember when Trump literally went on this fucking freak's actual broadcast and gave a 45-minute interview? I remember.
We have turned the tables against the Satanists. We have turned the tables against the globalists. We have seen incredible victory in the last 4 years in the global awakening. God and his consciousness creates the ocean that creates the waves on which Donald Trump or an Alex Jones or you ride in on. But is God in control of human destiny? Not Bill Gates, not Warren Buffett, not Lord Rothschild, not the globalists. And it's that simple understanding that God of the universe is in control, not the globalists who want to play God. We recognize God, we connect with God, and we transcend the Satanist by doing that. Tomorrow is a great day.
Thanks for
We don't
jumpstarting
Like
the
Joe Rogan
radicalization.
has this dude on.
We don't quietly take the scam and believe their BS.
Ooh, new
We've seen
Gamba.
the evidence. The system has had to desperately engage in this gambit to maintain control, but this will be their Waterloo. This will be their destruction.
1 year
Whatever happens to
doubters.
President Trump
else I
in
will
15
become a
days,
Republican grifter.
he is still the elected president of this republic, and we do not recognize the communist Chinese agent Joe Biden or his controllers.
Like Joe Rogan put this guy
And America
on a show.
and the world is watching
turn
everything
Georgia
you
blue.
do, with the big tech censorship and the economic attacks and the COVID lockdown.
I think it's coming.
And the UN martial law. World government,
I think he's gonna say it.
foretold for thousands of years, is now upon us, and it's pathetic, and it will be defeated.
He's gonna say it.
We finally face the world
No,
government
60s, I'd
chicken
rank for me.
little witch hunt system, and we have the deaths of 2020 from the CDC 61,000 more people died in 2020 than died in 2019.
Degenerate gamblers just
Wait, what? That's not true.
When you count the drug addiction, the drug overdoses, and suicide, less people died in 2020 than died in 2019. The Chicken Little hoax that is COVID-19 is broken. But you have
That's
to
just
go
not
out
true.
and you have to expose it, because upon that lie of COVID-19 and that Chi-Com engineered virus that Bill Gates owns, they built this entire system on that lie. So we must now pray for President Trump and lift him up to God and ask God to give him the guidance and the discernment and the leadership to make the decisions in God's plan that bring down the New World Order. And it comes down to that.
Thanks.
Churchill.
That was January to October.
Where he said, all I can promise you is blood and pain and war and suffering. But the alternative is even worse, total slavery. So we don't care what the New World Order does. We commit to Christ, and we commit to war against the globalists with the truth, and we will never surrender.
United States had 400,000 more deaths.
Never,
in 2020,
never
in 2019.
No matter if you're in a jail cell, or no matter if you're dying of cancer, or no matter if your car broke down in the middle of the desert, the God of the universe built you, and the God of the universe loves you, and the God of the universe will deliver and fulfill you, but you must have faith and open that channel. And that's why, in closing, I'm so honored to be here tonight with this amazing group of people.
He's not going to say
the most powerful speeches I've ever heard, because the Spirit of God is with us.
3 months ago during the election,
the Spirit of liberty is with us. And if God be with us, who can stand against us? So I will tell you again. I trust in the plan of God.
What a fucking
I trust in Jesus Christ,
dude.
I trust in the narrow road, not the easy road. I trust in the great contest of liberty. I trust in my forebears, and I trust in you, created by God. The globalists are in fear. The globalists want to play God. They are not God. And the answer to their 1984 charity is 1776.
5 months later.
1776. 1776. 1776. I am so honored to be here with General Flynn and Roger Stone and others coming up. But they are just as important as you are, whether you be black, whether you be white, whether you be old, whether you be young. God made you and God loves you, and they will never separate us. We will prevail. Amen.
Imagine voting for someone who
These people are such freaks, dude. Yeah, there's no what the fuck is this?
Folks, when we started this and put this event on, the number one word, as I told you guys, was unity. United as a party, united as patriots, united as Americans.
Bro, that's 2 kids in a suit portraying themselves as an adult.
It's not about President Trump. It's about each and every one of you. Your voice is being silenced by a fraudulent election. You know it, I know it, and everyone here knows it.
That's 2 children in a suit.
Pastors, our next pastor, of course, is the president's pastor. He's one of the first African Americans to ever stand up for Donald Trump. He's been backing him for 5 years. I love the man, Pastor Mark Burns.
Yeah, Vincent adult man, dude.
Radical liberal Raphael Warnock.
Hello, Patriot! Listen, don't I got some God-fearing 1776 Trump-loving patriots in the building tonight?
Okay, we can't do this. It's like directly giving me brain cancer. I have brain cancer now. There's no, it's non-preventable. It's over.
The state system opened an extra 3 hours. It was supposed to close at 11 p.m. And now it's going to be open until 2 a.m. Here's why this matters. That allows officials in Georgia to tabulate more votes tonight up until 2 a.m. with those absentee ballots, because this is the same system they rely on for signature verification. They initially were going to stop counting and working on those absentee ballots at 11 p.m. because they wouldn't have access to that system. That has changed. They have an extra 3 hours to process and tabulate those absentee ballots that, as we know, skew Democratic. He also tells me that a vast majority of results will be known tonight. Those votes that came in before today, more than 3 million votes, he said, will likely be known tonight. And he says that is because officials in Georgia, those election officials, have been staying on top of processing and scanning those absentee ballots, so that all they needed to do today when those polls closed was to tabulate them. And we're seeing those results coming in as we speak, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. They're doing a pretty good job so far counting these votes, John, and they're going to stay open longer, so we'll get more results.
So it is possible later in the night we'll have a clearer picture. I'm not going to be crazy and say we're going to know who wins, especially as we expect these races to be close. But it is possible we'll have a much better sense because, as Pam noted, this time it was not optional. It was not optional. They asked the counties to deal with the mail-in ballots, to deal with the absentee ballots, to get them processed, ready to be counted, as opposed to back in November because of the pandemic, because of all the concerns and the complexities. A lot of counties had the options to just set them aside and deal with them after the polls closed and everything. So they're much more prepared this time. Another point.
I don't know. When we talk about mail-in ballots, Democrats faring a net 4.5 points better in the absentee vote and exactly as expected in the early vote. It's not enough, I don't think, because the same-day votes, if Republicans outperform in the same-day votes, as it looks like they might, I don't know if that will be enough. Because same-day votes, they will have to fare even higher than, or I guess they would have to make up for it in the same-day votes. The Republicans would, the 4.5. I still think that, I mean, I don't know. It's so fucking close, dude. It is so ridiculously close. And that's the only realistic hope that we have here, is the fact that it's a very close race, or it looks very close.
Democrats would like that to be a higher percentage. We'll watch what happens. Again, we did see back in the presidential election in November, David Perdue did better than Donald Trump did in Fulton County, the Atlanta suburbs
so we're
to the south
losing.
and to the north.
Wait. Why is Keckwait still the clown face? I don't know why you guys didn't change that back. But I guess because you're a clown. Like when you go, oh, am I the clown? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look. Oh, it's the Joker. Okay, got it. Oh, it's, yeah, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. We'll keep it. We'll keep it. I was wrong. I was wrong to criticize it. I personally, the needles are tilting. Oh damn, they're tilting in favor of Warnock and radical liberal Raphael Warnock and radical liberal John Ossoff. Yes, I saw that Pelosi assigned AOC to lead Porter and Bush to the Oversight and Reform Committee. Maybe that was a bargain. I don't know.
It's half of your every half hour.
As always, I have to repeat myself and tell you that it should never be close. Like, the fact that there are still people voting for the Republican Party when the candidates that they're voting for are, like, not even aesthetically salt of the earth, you know, regular old everyday average Joes. They're like literal fucking millionaires and billionaires. who have made millions of dollars like firing people and have like literally specifically fired Georgians. It's wild to me that they're still voting for him. Several more in counties with 98% reported. Pulaski, Perdue plus 39. Okay, he's underperforming since November. Lanier, he's underperforming by 3 points, underperforming by 2 points. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's really good. Another great result for Democrats in Turner County, 98% reported. Perdue is plus 21. He was plus 26 in November. Ossoff needs to outpace his November performance by 1.78 points on the margin on average for a statewide, to win. Okay, this is actually the first good sign that I've seen so far. Like, this is actually good copium shit. Maybe GOP gets pissed and doesn't show up today because of Trump's doing. No, I think that could be part of the reason. And the other part of the reason is very likely that, like, they lost. And when you lose, you're depressed. You're not ready to go back, pick up the fight, and fight on again and go out and vote again. Like, when you looked at early voting in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, they were down. And that's a deep red district. And they were severely down from the general election. I feel like they'd be angry and want to vote. No.
I don't have high hopes for tonight, TBH.
They don't think they lost, though? Well, the ones who fucking wouldn't get themselves to go out and vote probably are the ones who are like, yeah, we kind of lost.
You are.
Mike Flynn and Alex Jones interview? What the fuck? Oh, my God. I can't believe that's... Oh, yeah. Like... Like, Mike Flynn is like fucking QAnon supporter, dude. And so is Alex Jones. Will the Hogs go crazy in DC if GA loses tomorrow? Yes. Hogs are going to go crazy regardless. I mean, look at the Hogs right now. They're already going crazy, brother. Look at that. They don't need to fucking win or lose in GA to go crazy. Oh, God. Worst haircut. Trey Gowdy.
Country on the face of the earth. We should not settle for any error rate when it comes to elections. So to the extent that that's what the senators and House members are doing is saying, how can we make sure future elections are going to be...
Oh, you think that's bad? You think Trey Gowdy's haircut right now is bad? This is the most normal looking haircut I've ever seen on this motherfucker. Watch
and
this.
Obviously, more than 60 courts have weighed in across the country as well. Trey, thank you.
So we'll be right back. We're going to first get an Atlanta traffic report.
This is the Tom Moreland interchange in Atlanta. It's affectionately known as Spaghetti Junction. Traffic is synonymous with Atlanta. This is the intersection of I-85 and I-285 that surrounds the city. However, the region...
Okay, shut up.
Radical liberal Raphael Warnock.
Look at this shit, bro.
Raphael Warnock. Radical liberal.
Look at this shit, bro.
Radical liberal Raphael Warnock. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock.
I mean, this one's my favorite. My favorite is probably this one. The half Karen and the perma Karen.
Love you, buddy.
Like, this is literally the I want to talk to the manager haircut. Like, he went and he was like, he went to Supercuts, okay? Trey Supercuts Gowdy. Went and was like, what makes it seem like I will call the manager? This is the Richard Spencer, Hitler's Youth cut. Draco Malfoy.
Nice
incredible.
Jacket, Hasan.
Incredible stuff.
Swag and stuff.
Yeah, he does have the Ellen DeGeneres. Literally.
Hey, my mom has been spamming me with anti-vax stuff and I had to block her.
Sorry to hear that, brother. Still, needles are still remaining the same. He looks like a character creator with terrible hair options. Yeah.
All the legal votes, boys. Chat all votes to simp for Hasan.
Ellen Degenerate. Wait, what's the fucking prediction this time? I missed it.
Gay frogs.
New results 1 minute ago. Warnock 15% in. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock at 57% in the GA Special Senate runoff results. I mean, it's decision desk. And it's only 15% of votes. My father taught me not to insult another man's hair. It'll come back and bite you. Yeah, I mean, too late. It already bit me, brother. I'm balding. So. Will at least one needle go red, ending in 4 minutes? Oh, God. Did you talk about the state Republicans in PA? I don't know exactly what happened there, but they were trying to block an appointment.
Hey.
Roger Stone did nothing wrong, leave Roger Stone alone. Roger Stone did nothing wrong, leave Roger Stone alone. When you mess with the Clintons, there's a target on your back. Catch a suicide or jail for life or a sudden heart attack. They'll call you Russian assets when they're all out of luck. Tell me, how'd you get obstruction when there's nothing to obstruct? Roger Stone did nothing wrong, leave Roger Stone alone. Sing it! Roger Stone did nothing wrong, leave Roger Stone alone. Bryson Gray!
Roger Stone, he did nothing wrong to the FBI need to press when they backed away in his home. I guess there was a demonstration of intimidation.
Shake it.
One thing that's a bit amazing, the humiliating, this the witch hunt. They said he lied about the email. Without providing the details, the deep state trying to shut us down, but we prevailed. But they the ones that get DL, and he's supposed to shoot, but they don't like that. But he can't fold, so we fight back. Roger Stone is taking all the hits, all the bullets, all the licks. But sometimes that's what you gotta do to get on the right track. Yeah.
Roger Stone, everyone!
I take it back. We should give him the Senate. I mean, this is so embarrassing, dude. It really, like, they should have political power just as a treat because they're never gonna win culture.
3 months subbed.
And they so desperately want to just have all semblance of political power just as a treat, dude.
Boys, for the one and only Roger Stone!
Corrupt them all.
Isn't that kind of weird that, like, he's surrounded by black people when we know he's, like, a very racist person?
Thank you, Jesus. Because I am living proof that God can do anything.
The other thing that I need to mention is that Roger Stone is literally a cuck. Like, unashamed at being a cuckold. Like, he very famously used to put out ads looking for nubile young men to fuck his wife. Like, he is a known cuckold. Which is funny because, like, everyone in the alt-right considers him to be like a god or something.
Reverend Franklin Graham and Reverend Randy Coggins and so many others. My own Monsignor Grady back in Fort Lauderdale. I turned this problem over to God.
He's also part of the reason why George W. Bush was the president. Like, a big part of the reason. So, you know, fuck him. He's such a piece of shit.
God will never abandon his people. God will deliver you from your persecutors. So I thank God for giving the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln the wisdom, the courage, the strength to correct this injustice. We are here on such an improbable night. In fact, everything about the Trump presidency is improbable. That a billionaire who cannot be bullied and cannot be bought and cannot be controlled
would rise up to save this nation from the two-party duopoly that ran this country into the ground.
Yeppers, you believed, but it doesn't seem like it will happen for you, Yeppers. I think the Nopers will end up winning this gamba.
We couldn't possibly revive our economy because it was structurally impossible. You see, you Americans just have to get used to having a backbench in the global economy. And Donald Trump said no, and his series of tax cuts and regulatory cuts and his renegotiation of those massive international trade deals that were sucking the jobs out of America gave us the greatest economic boom in our country.
Joe Rogan
now we know what's happening here, don't we?
Speech. Glad I
the same people who tried to initiate the Russian collusion hoax, the Russian collusion delusion, those are the same people who tried the Ukrainian hoax, and then they sought to profit from the fallout from COVID-19, and now they seek nothing less than the heist of the 2020 election, and we say, no way. I got a message for Chuck Todd. Chuck, I take one look at you. You should be behind the counter at JCPenney. You're not articulate. You're not clever. You're not smart. Dude, you don't look good on TV. But let's be clear. The evidence of voter fraud in this election is not non-existent. In fact, it's growing, it's overwhelming, and it's compelling to anyone who will open their eyes and look. What we've been subjected to here is a very sophisticated psyop. They told us during the election, Trump can't possibly win. Because of his handling of COVID-19, they told us, suburban women are fleeing the Trump coalition. He's done, he's finished. But this president fought his way back from the precipice, fought his way back from the abyss, and there is no question whatsoever that he won a majority of the legal votes cast.
Will's taking the blood cult in a weird direction, though.
I've known Donald Trump for 40 years. He didn't run for president because he wanted a bigger plane or a nicer house or higher name ID. He was already the best known business person on the face of the planet. He certainly didn't want to run for president to give up his business or his private life because he loved real estate and he had the greatest life in the world. No, he ran for president because he saw what was happening to America and he didn't like it, and he decided that somebody had to do something, and he was that someone. Let's be very clear. This is not an election between Republicans and Democrats. This is not a fight between liberals and conservatives. This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light, between the godly and the godless, between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America will step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Okay, bro. It's so sad. It's like not even fun anymore.
46.9%. We could stop counting right now, and Ossoff and Warnock would win. But we wouldn't do that because we're still counting ballots. This is the argument that President Trump and at least 126 House Republicans have made, which is that on Tuesday night when they went to bed, Trump was up in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Shut the fuck up, Jake. We're not going to sleep yet.
Georgia and Arizona. But then more votes came in.
Nobody goes to sleep at 5 p.m., Jake
suddenly
Tapper.
Joe Biden took the lead. Yeah, more votes came in. And that's what happened. And we're going to watch the reverse happen here. I don't know who's going to win these two Senate races. but there are going to be, it's going to get a lot closer, and perhaps Perdue and Loeffler will pass Warnock and Ossoff. I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. But we're expecting a lot more Republican-leaning counties.
I don't know about Jake, but I do know one thing. It's top of the hour every hour, brother, which means it's time for a 6-second ad break.
And that's what an election is. You count all the ballots.
You'd like to have an ad-free broadcasting experience. All you need to do is subscribe, brother. You can do it for $5. Or you can do it for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch Prime account. You can get your wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime and connect it to your Twitch Prime to get one free Twitch subscription, which allows you to no longer see the ads, brother. Here's the fucking 1 minute ad now.
In all of these states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, etc. There's no way that can happen, and then all these votes come in the middle of the night, and Joe Biden takes the lead. But of course there's a way.
My wife's boyfriend is Latino.
And that tension is one of the reasons
That's why we do.
Why
That's why we need to build the wall.
For election officials, Republican, Democrat, Independent, or people who are in the news media to cover this, because it is so intellectually bankrupt to argue that just because more votes came in for the other candidate as votes were counted in the middle of the night, that therefore is indication of corruption. It's not, and it's very frustrating to watch this double standard. On that subject, I want to go to Caitlin Collins right now because there's new reporting on the increasingly tense relationship between outgoing President Trump and Vice President Pence ahead of tomorrow's certification of the election results in Congress. Caitlin Collins, tell us what you're learning.
Yeah, Jake, earlier we reported that President Trump and Vice President Pence had a lunch today. It doesn't appear they actually had lunch during this meeting between the two of them, where we are now being told that basically the vice president went through step by step with President Trump what it is that he can do on Capitol Hill tomorrow as Congress is meeting to certify Joe Biden's win. And in essence,
all right, we got one county where Perdue is outperforming.
To be an ability to block the certification of Joe Biden's win. Basically, this lowering of expectations of what the president can expect.
We got one county where Perdue is outperforming, folks. Two more counties are 98% reporting. Ben Hill County, Perdue is plus 24. He was plus 27.7 in November. Candler County.
Keep up the good work, Hassel.
Candler County, Perdue is at plus 42. He was 42.2 in November. He's underperforming across the board. Sorry, I said overperforming. He's underperforming in comparison to the general. Perdue is plus 178 statewide in November, so the results of these two counties point to a close race. Stop the count! Oh, what's Tucker Carlson have to say?
Good things possible. We want a democracy to continue. But then everything changed. The main driver
when the
of
Fire
that
Nation
change,
attacked
was the corona pandemic. It simply became too dangerous to show up in person to vote. But think about that for a second. It doesn't really make sense. If you can go to the grocery store, and most people can and do, then you can go to a polling place. There's no medical reason that you can't vote in person. It's not inherently unsafe. Obviously. Almost no one in the media.
Well, the difference is, like, if there are viable alternatives, it's kind of like the Tim Pool argument, right? Like, if there's a viable alternative to being able to vote in person, then why not do it? There is no other alternative to fucking not going to the grocery store because you die! You die if you don't eat food!
Instead, we're going to let John Ossoff explain the answer. Ossoff is one of the Democrats on the ballot tonight in Georgia. He is an unusually oily, entitled young man who has never in his entire life, from what we can tell, done anything meaningful or impressive or even had a real job. He's got a list of credentials.
He's literally like, if coronavirus is so serious, why not hunt for your food? Like, what the fuck,
In a
dude?
world of shallow politicians, John Ossoff is lighter than air. He makes Beto O'Rourke look like Teddy Roosevelt. But he does know one thing. If you're worried about election fraud, you are a racist. Here he is in an interview yesterday.
My opponent and the other Senator Kelly Loeffler and Georgia Republicans have been filing lawsuit after lawsuit to purge the rolls, to make it harder for people to vote. It is an open attack on black voters in Georgia, and it's a disgrace. And
he's right.
An echo of the legacy.
He's literally right. Like, I love dunking on John Ossoff as much as another guy, but, like, if you're suspiciously purging mostly black and brown voters from the fucking voter rolls and 70% of whites, vote for the fucking Republican in the state of Georgia, then maybe, just maybe, you're doing it on fucking purpose.
To a fishing lodge with
okay?
my father when I was 18.
Like, I think a big part of why Republicans get mad at this is, like, literally because they're upset that it's being called racist. Instead, like, maybe there should be another word for it. Like, because it is undeniable that you're trying to prevent black people from voting because 80% of black people vote Democrat and 70% of white people vote Republican. And that's precisely why Republicans do this.
For making opposition
like, maybe it's not because they think like black people are genetically inferior or something, but because they know black people vote Democrat instead of Republican. But it doesn't matter. You are literally doing it in a very racist way. What you're trying to do is discriminate against black people from voting. And the word we have for that is racist.
They told us that in-person voting,
radical liberal Raphael Warnock,
even mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name, a name, by the way, she can't pronounce herself, are all vestiges of America's racist history. So what's the remedy for a history this evil?
No, the fucking vestiges of America's racism is the fact that, for example, if radical liberal Raphael Warnock ends up winning, he will be the 11th black senator. That's racist as fuck. I mean, come on. That's not proportional. You can't say that like, there's only 13% of the country's black, Hasan. Okay, 0.07% of senators historically have been black.
Lost by more than 50,000 votes.
So it's not even fucking proportional. It's not supposed to be proportional, but it's definitely not proportional.
Without voter suppression, Stacey Abrams would be the governor of Georgia.
If this country wasn't racist, Stacey Abrams would be governor.
It was the voter suppression, particularly of African-American communities, that prevented us from having a governor, Stacey Abrams, right now.
Yes. Stacey Abrams.
Like, someone described to me why Brian Kemp, when he was running against Stacey Abrams, when he was the Secretary of State, literally looked at DMV statistics to see how many people actually wrote by fucking pencil rather than by computer when they were plugging in their names, and if names had apostrophes in them, purge them from the fucking voter rolls.
Please help whenever I had the name Raphael Warnock.
Securing 12,000 fucking votes.
What is wrong with me?
Like, at least 12,000 people from the fucking voter rolls that way. And that's just, or was it 50? I don't remember. I think it was, maybe it was less than 50. But if you have hyphens in your name, oops, sorry, boom, fucking purge from the rolls. Oh, it was 50K. Never mind. Yeah, I wonder why he did that. I wonder why in every single instance of voters getting purged in the fucking voter rolls, do you have people literally looking to see what areas don't have DMVs, for example, or closing down DMVs in black neighborhoods and then implementing voter ID regulations. I wonder why that happens. I wonder if he'll mention that Stacey Abrams' sister also denied one of the results in one of the counties where 4,000 votes were being purged. Yes, she ruled in favor of the purges from taking place, ruled against purges from taking place in 2 counties, but ruled in favor of purges happening in 1.
They're no longer in Georgia, therefore they couldn't vote in Georgia because they're not in Georgia.
That
not
seems
true. Simple and obvious, but that's standard.
That's not true. 198,000 people that were taken off voter registration rolls had not moved. They had not moved at all. And yet, the Secretary of State claimed that they had, with no evidence whatsoever, potentially a crime.
Politics works. It goes without saying that the actual identities, the real identities of tonight's Democratic candidates are off limits. True things can't be spoken. That's the rule. You can't talk about them. You can call Raphael Warnock, for example, a pastor, a Christian, a pro-choice Christian. But don't you dare mention the words he actually utters in church, his sermons. If you do that, CNN would like you to know you're probably a political operative working for the hard right. In fact, you're taking his words out of context.
Reverend Warnock's pro-choice stance and his words from the pulpit, often taken out of context, have been the target of the fiercest Republican attacks.
You all right? Often taken out of context. Okay, so what's the context? Well, in the interest of objectivity and fairness, we're going to play one of the clips that CNN just told you is being taken out of context. It's from one of Raphael Warnock's sermons a few years ago. As you listen to what we're about to play, try to imagine a context
I hate him so
in
much.
which this would be okay.
Dude, nothing gets me. Look, I criticize Democrats all the time. I think they suck. Wait, hold on. I want to hear this.
A man who has dominated the news and poisoned the discussion for months needs to repent. Then it is doubly true that a nation that can produce such a man and make his vitriol go viral needs to repent. America needs to repent for its worship of whiteness.
Oh, America needs to repent for its worship of whiteness. Okay, and we've got time. So let us know when you discover the missing context here. Oh, it's not hiding somewhere in the video. We just showed you the relevant parts of the video. Raphael Warnock doesn't say, just kidding, after his racist scream.
I love that, like, he literally clip-chimped it regardless, refuses to look for nuance in what his sentiment is, when he's talking about, like, clearly, an America that elevates Donald Trump to the highest office is an America that has a lot of problems, okay? And it is a white supremacist America. He said it's fucking racist. America is a racist country, okay? So turning around and like clipping that away and then doing the, oh, I'm so angry at what he's trying to say. I'm shocked, I tell you, face, as Tucker Carlson often does because he has no fucking arguments, doesn't change that reality. Oh, this is a clip that's not out of context. We cut all the relevant bits. Those two things don't belong together, Tucker. If it's not out of context, why did you have to clip the relevant bits, bitch?
Noise. Of your personal achievements could fit comfortably in the ashtray of a sports car. At various points, Ossoff has claimed he once worked as a senior national security staffer on Capitol Hill, which is pretty funny because, in fact, Ossoff was what is called in Washington a legislative correspondent. That job consists mostly of responding to letters from constituents. In other words, he was the mail boy. And not in a very impressive office either. John Ossoff worked for a Georgia congressman called Hank Johnson, who was easily, hands down, ask anybody in Washington the single dumbest member of Congress, and that's saying a lot. Back in 2010, just in case you think we're overstating the case, Johnson, in a hearing which was on television, asked a Navy admiral with deep concern.
Wait, what does that have to do with John Ossoff?
Which is an island, not a floating platform, might capsize if...
Wait, what does that have to do with John Ossoff? I mean, fuck John Ossoff, but like, what does that have to do with him?
He asked the question.
During a congressional hearing on the military's budget, Congressman Hank Johnson, Democrat...
Wait, if John Ossoff is dumb by virtue of working for a person who asks dumb questions, then does that mean Tucker Carlson is a white supremacist because his main writer was outed as a white supremacist? Oh, wait. The main writer actually writes Tucker Carlson's words, the white supremacist one that was fired. Oh, okay. That's infinitely more relevant in assessing whether or not Tucker Carlson is a fucking white supremacist than a dumb person hiring someone who is, you know, maybe dumb or maybe not dumb. Interesting. Very cool.
John Ossoff from applying to work with that man, Congressman Hank Johnson, and why would they deter him? That moment became a blueprint for John Ossoff's entire career. Lean into your mediocrity. Don't deny it. Embrace it. And when you're challenged, hide behind identity politics. That works.
Hey, boys.
You know, there is no better identity politics than literally photoshopping your opponent's nose into looking larger because you want to heighten how Jewish they are, as Perdue did. So that's identity politics too, to like literally rile up and agitate the white identity politics loving racist fucks, or Kelly Loeffler literally darkening radical liberal Raphael Warnock's skin in her attack ads against Raphael Warnock. That's identity politics. The difference is you are trained not to think that that's identity politics because it's the white identity politics. That is never considered identity politics when it's white people, okay? It's only identity politics when it goes against white people, when it's non-white people. That's just normal politics, brother, because racism, unfortunately, is deeply embedded in the American DNA, in American politics. Absolutely blows my mind that there are left-wingers that think Tucker is okay. Yeah, those people are fucking brain dead, okay? They are fucking brain dead. I'm sorry. If you like Tucker Carlson, well, they're not brain dead. They're just very, very privileged, okay? Because, like, Tucker Carlson is very clearly a racist piece of shit. I'm sorry. Like, when you call immigrants unwashed, dirty, disease-ridden, you're not a leftist. You're not a progressive. You're just straight the fuck up a racist piece of shit. And guess what?
Hey.
There were other people who did the fake left-wing economic populism in an effort to drive home their nefarious agenda that they truly cared about, which was nationalism. Tucker Carlson was not the first, and he probably will not be the last. That other person that I'm referencing is literally Adolf Hitler, okay? I'm not saying Tucker Carlson is literally Hitler, but he is certainly taking a couple pages out of Hitler's book, talking about how economic populism, albeit fake, is really important, but those who deserve it. And those who deserve it are those who are Americans, American citizens, born on this soil. You know, just like the Germans said, the Folkish were those who deserved the property rights, and that those who were not Folkish did not deserve it. Ultimately, of course, Tucker Carlson, who is a beneficiary of the Swanson frozen food dynasty, has always and will always support corporations, just like Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party supported corporations, because fascism has nothing to do with workers' rights. Fascism has everything to do with maintaining the current hegemonic order. And that order ends up having those who own capital at the top. That's why communists and socialists have always historically fought against fascists, and not side by side.
We continue to assume that's the early voting that's being counted.
I just want Warnock and fucking Ossoff to win, just so I can see these fucking conservative dipshits cry, dude. Nothing. Nothing. And I mean, nothing gives me more happiness. I don't give a fuck if John Ossoff is going to be a moderate shill. I don't fucking care. It's just, at this stage, I just want to watch conservatives fucking cry like they have been at the Stop the Steal rallies. That's all I want. I want to see them experience pain.
Our old Chelsea.
And ironically, that pain will end up helping them in the long run. Because if they even get $2,000 in extra cash, for example, as a consequence of Democrats winning the majority, if they accidentally end up doing the right thing for once, the Democrats, the Republicans are still going to get it. I don't care, though. I want them to suffer, and I want them to suffer while they're getting, I don't know, their pre-existing conditions taken care of, for example, because if it were up to the fucking Republican Party, that never would happen. Just like I want to give the Nazis health care, okay? Because Medicare for all means for everyone, okay? I want to give the racists health care. I want to force health care on them. I don't give a fuck. I want to force better Social Security payments on all of those racist fucks, okay? Whether you like it or not, motherfucker, you're going to have it and you're going to enjoy it. You are going to have a more comfortable existence, whether you like it or not. Fuck you!
American turnout in Clayton County, absolutely critical to the Joe Biden's math back in November, and there's a huge number of votes there coming in again. So you see these lopsided margins. How did David Perdue do? Here, you got to hit this and then hit this. David Perdue at 13% back in the 2020 race, where he came up just shy of winning. He's at 11% right now. Those margins could matter. Again, we're only at 69%. We need to count more votes before you can have the full context. But you started to see, let's look at it right here. This big, giant pot of votes, whoops, stand still for me. The big, giant pot of votes came in, mostly in Fulton County, but also in the suburban areas. We also, Wolf, did also get our first votes from down here. We're waiting on Augusta, Savannah, and Columbus, key areas for the Democrats. And you see in Muskogee County here, John Ossoff at 74% if you round up. Pastor Warnock also 74%.
They haven't called it yet because these aren't even same day.
You can see big swings. The question is, where'd they come from? These are Democratic areas right now. And you pull back out the map. I'll get rid of the distracting circles for you here. The map down here filling in as it should. The question is, what's still out, right? We're still only at 39% statewide, so we have a long way to go. If you're the Democrats, you like what you just saw, but you have a way to go, and you have to remember the bulk of what we are seeing, as David Chalian just emphasized, is early vote. Early vote. As they count the election day turnout, that's where Republicans are banking on a comeback, and we will see if that's true. You see north of Atlanta here, right? So you see all these counties here, Fulton County DeKalb and Gwinnett right there. I want to go back to the 2020 election, back to the Senate race. It is here. These are still empty on our map. Forsyth County, to the north of those suburbs, a Republican county. Big for Senator Perdue. It was big for President Trump and his loss. Cherokee County. We know there were long lines in these counties. These are absolutely key to the Republican election day turnout. So you pull them back out. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking we've pulled out to a lead. That's good. But as we count votes, you see a lot of blanks still. We have nothing from those counties yet. Those will be a key test. What are the margins for the Republicans in these counties? And another one you see is over here, Paulding County. We knew there were long lines here today. This is a Republican county. And if you come down as well here, waiting to see, no, we still have nothing from Houston County. These are big Republican counties, absolutely critical to Republican turnout. So they're gray right now, which means we don't have votes. If you're the Democrats, you're looking at a 170,000 vote margin. You're feeling happy right now. We need to see some more of these Republican areas to understand the context.
One thing, we haven't seen anything in Savannah yet. That's a pretty Democratic county as well, the area around Savannah. Take a look at that.
It is. And one reason I suspect we haven't seen anything is that they kept at least a couple of precincts open because they had a little difficulty. No big deal. Some problems with the programming cards, but they opened the polls.
Dude, is this a joke? Like, why is he showing the needle? Or why is he showing prediction markets? Dude, what the fuck? Is he just like devolving into just like a Twitter reply guy fully? Like he's just like, fuck it, I don't know what I'm talking about, and guess what? It doesn't really matter.
Check out that guy in the brick suit in the back, lol.
Like why? He knows that this doesn't mean anything. Why the fuck? Why would you ever put this? Why would you ever tweet this as like a election specialist, like a stat guy?
If you want to avoid it, use your Prime. You can steal it from your Leprechaun's Amazon account and link it to your Twitch. Pog.
Check the New York Times. Neele was just going to more Democrat style than before. Pog. Yeah, it's so weird.
Shit. Keep up the good work, I guess. LOL.
I mean, fuck the Needle, but like
2024.
But like literally, a gambling site or predicted is so stupid. It's not. It has nothing to do with
presidential.
It is absolutely nothing, and I mean nothing to do with the fucking election at all. It's just like, it's just odds in regards to what people think randomly and like how they're voting, I mean how they think it's going to, how they think the election is going to turn out. Looking at betting markets is interesting, but for different reasons. Yeah, like. As it looks as though he may get elected to the Senate, here goes. I forgive John Ossoff for the argument we had in Minneapolis premier indoor climbing wall in 2015. Also, we cheated with each other's girlfriends at Mood Ring in 2016, but that's less important. Dude, he is... Turkish man winter. Okay. First of all, Felix, who is Turkish, and that is not anti-Semitic, and you are an anti-Semite for saying a Jewish man is Turkish when they want to be. Felix Hobby has been tweeting about John Ossoff because
don't look like a confused Al Capone.
Because in his mind, and I think he is correct about this, like both him and myself and many others in the podcasting space and in like the media space on leftist media literally come from the same background. Like John Ossoff is like a journalism major who like shot a couple fucking short films and whatnot. And then his life took a very different turn.
Stop cuck shaming.
Okay. Like his life took a very different turn. Like he went from, instead of being like I don't know, like a successful podcaster or you know, like a lefty Twitch streamer or something like that, he literally is now running for Congress, like running for Senate.
6 months. Pog Cook Pog also love you fellow trans and or NB chatters hassle.
Can we get a daddy Ryan Grimm or Austin today? Yeah, Ryan Grimm is supposed to come. Dr. Dre just had a brain aneurysm. Oh no. Made a quick meme from a current poll thread. Stacey Abrams just going all out again. No reason not to. All Trump and make I great again is do complain on the internet. Nothing personal, kiddo. What are you going to do about it? Austin, I have no takes. Dude, don't worry. Bottom line so far, I think Republicans have a turnout problem. I mean, their turnout problem manifested in like 1% in comparison to the general election for two reasons. One, because Donald Trump is no longer on the ballot. And two, because Donald Trump has literally been fucking crying about how the election is bullshit. So if you're a moderate Republican and you believe that like Donald Trump has been ridiculous, but he ultimately lost, then you're like, oh, fuck this. I don't want to go and vote. If you are a hyper Trump supporter, then maybe you're too busy in Washington, D.C., listening to Alex Jones talk about how, you know, Donald Trump was brought to us by God. Or maybe you just think that it's fake and that Kelly Loeffler didn't fight hard enough, or Perdue didn't fight hard enough for Donald Trump. Or you just don't think that it's worth it to go out and vote because your votes won't be counted, brother. Okay? But that 1% in comparison to the general election leads to disastrous outcomes when, as I've said before, the race is within the margins. Iran issues an arrest warrant for Trump. I mean, it's OMEGALUL only because, like, we know that international law does not mean anything when it comes to arresting Americans, i.e. the invasion of the Hague Act is like a literal fucking piece of legislation that we have in America, where if a single person, whether they are a diplomat or whether they are literally like a fucking veteran or active duty service member, gets prosecuted by the Hague in the International Criminal Court in a tribunal, if they are like extradited, then America will literally invade the Hague. So clearly it doesn't matter. It's OMEGALUL only because of that. But in real life, like, if we lived in a just world, or if we truly actually believed in like the Geneva Convention and it wasn't just a simple Geneva suggestion, or that Western nations that created these international rules abided by those international rules, then yes, Donald Trump should be fucking arrested and tried. You can't sign up on the execution of a second in command of a general when they are literally traveling to another country. You just can't drone strike them. Like, that's not a thing you can do. It's fucking impossible. It's insane. And the counter is obvious. Like, if Iran did the same thing to America, we would be fucking turning them into glass. And same with Obama, too, for those of you who are wondering. Yes, the American Service Members Protection Act. I don't give a fuck. What, you think I'm going to defend Obama's drone strikes? What are you, crazy? But I'm also not one of those delusional people who think like Donald Trump wasn't worse on drones than Obama was, when he clearly was. Donald Trump was worse on drones. And there are lefties out here who fucking talk about how Obama is drone king, but then they like literally don't know that Donald Trump was worse on drones than Obama was. And of course he was. My criticisms of Obama usually revolve around expanding the surveillance state, or expanding like or diminishing whistleblower protections further, or expanding on the executive authority, the executive power, or building fucking camps for children to potentially be separated from their parents regardless of what his original point of view might be on those expansions at the time. Very clearly, any fucking Republican president that comes into power is going to use that for nefarious purposes. Just because Obama refused to prosecute Julian Assange, or backed away from prosecuting Julian Assange under like treason, or, well, you can't even prosecute him on treason, but like refused to prosecute him under like leaking government secrets or whatever the fuck on WikiLeaks, doesn't change the reality that he still continued the putting pressure on Julian Assange under the Espionage Act. Thank you. It wasn't treason. Under the Espionage Act, because their administration recognized that this sort of prosecution would very clearly destroy the First Amendment protections offered to press, and it would literally ruin the First Amendment. It would be unconstitutional, and it would destroy destroy freedom of the press in its entirety. Just because Obama didn't fucking follow through on that doesn't mean that he didn't continue on his stress campaign. He didn't back away from it in its entirety, and Trump continued that. Same with FISA courts, same with fucking America's surveillance state, same with American imperialism. Anything that a Democratic president continues on, a Republican president will further when they come to power. Hate to be a conspiracy theory, Andy, but Wednesday is when the Electoral College vote is certified. Orange man bad? Question mark. What? Oh no, this is probably a troll, man. Like, likely, I don't fucking know.
Start
but
posting the first numbers. Now, he expects that to be a fairly significant number. Maybe not the entire early vote, but certainly a significant number. So you would be talking around 68,000 to maybe 72,000 early votes. We're talking about absentee ballots that arrived before today, and then also those in-person early votes. In fact, it will be.
Why is Warnock polling ahead of Ossoff? I don't know. Washington Co. Rural Central GA racially polarized looks fully reported. Warnock +3, Ossoff 2.4. Biden in November was +0.7. Turnout's at 90.6% of November levels. These are great numbers for both Dems. Looking good. Looking good, dude. The needle is tilting further and further towards both Warnock and Ossoff. Warnock with a 1.1 lead. 1.1% lead. Stop the count, folks. Anything after this point does not count. Okay? Anything going forward after this point does not count. This might be the blue mirage, by the way. The opposite of the red mirage. Because a lot of the numbers being reported so far show numbers from early voting, and obviously Democrats were expected to win the early voting counts, rather, and same-day voting was going to favor heavily the Republicans. The people have spoken. Stop the count. Who'd you vote for? I voted illegally for radical liberal Raphael Warnock. I wrote him in as such.
Figure was compared to November's election. Very interesting that 10,000 more people voted today in person on election day than voted in person on election day in Fulton County on November 3rd. That may be due to the fact that there were 4 fewer advance voting days in Fulton County, but I thought that was interesting that the in-person voting today was higher than the actual election day. Again, they believe they're on track. They have a voter review panel that's going to meet at 11 p.m. tonight. That could be the last panel they need to review the troubled absentee ballots that they would have to have some kind of decision made by. But again, he's hoping all the ballots will be counted in Fulton County, the largest county in Georgia, tonight.
Yeah, I'm impressed by how quickly they're counting the votes in Georgia right now. Stand by, Drew. Nick Valencia is joining us right now. He's in DeKalb County. In Decatur, that's not far from Atlanta. What are you seeing? What are you hearing over there?
Much like what Drew is seeing in Fulton County, Wolf, we're seeing the same thing here in DeKalb County. An outperformance of in-person voting today. I just spoke with the county spokesperson who tells me that there's been approximately, in their preliminary numbers, 60,000 in-person votes today. You compare that with what we saw on Election Day, in-person voting in November, where there was just 47,561, so far eclipsing that total. What does that all mean? You know, that's going to be the question as this night goes on. This is traditionally a Democratic stronghold, though we know historically Republican voters tend to vote in person. But, you know, Ossoff and Warnock counting that this Democratic stronghold will play in their favor. Behind me, this activity has sort of slowed down. We've seen a lot of cars show up here in vanilla envelopes. They don't really want to talk about what they're doing. We're on our way inside where we're told, you know, throughout the night there'll be scanning, tabulating, and uploading those votes to the Secretary of State's office, hoping to get through the votes tonight. But they did tell us, Wolf, that they're going to try to get through as much as they can, but we should not expect a final tally tonight. That will probably happen more so on Friday. They've got to wait for provisional ballots, overseas ballots. All that goes into the equation here. So it's going to be potentially a long night in DeKalb. Wolf.
We'll watch every moment of it together with you, Nick. Thanks very much. You know, you got to admit, John, they're doing an impressive job in Georgia. What, 44%, almost half of the vote in Georgia has now been counted. The polls closed, what, an hour and a half ago?
Again, they did a good job in November. It did take several days, but every state was dealing with the unprecedented pandemic environment. People waiting in line to vote early, people voting by mail early, people who turned up on election day with all the pandemic security concerns. Georgia did a very good job.
All I'm seeing right now is 1,039,590 fake illegal votes and 869,919 real votes.
smattering of votes out of Chatham County. This is where Savannah is. It's absolutely essential to the Democrats. There's the Warnock-Loeffler race. You come over here to the Perdue-Ossoff race. This one even has Perdue ahead with about the same amount of votes carried. We'll watch these numbers as they play out, right? But this essentially is we need to wait until we get more votes. So now you pull out to the statewide. John Ossoff at 154,000. That lead was bigger a little while ago. It's bouncing around a little bit as more votes come in. Let's check the other race. The Warnock lead a little bigger than the Ossoff lead right now. And so again, what are you looking for? We just got our first votes here, Richmond County, where Augusta is. This is the first time we've seen votes here. 28%, 80%, 81 if you round it up for Pastor Warnock, 80% there. Again, so you go back for context, what happened in the presidential race? Joe Biden had 68 if you round up. John Ossoff had 66. So you look at where the numbers are right now, and you know, again, if John Ossoff can keep that number, he's golden. But remember, this is early votes coming in, so it's disproportionately higher for the Democrats. You see it at 28%. Wait till you see a number that gets you into the 60s and the 70s.
I like that you spelled it as election. He committed election fraud. He said it, brother. On stream, he said it. This man, he's not in Georgia. I don't even know if he's in America. He said he voted illegally for radical liberal Raphael Warnock 10 times, brother.
In that race, 74% for the Democrat in that race as well. And if you go back again, this was 61% for Joe Biden. So again, you're seeing the impact that getting early votes reported first, it warps the totals a little bit. And we need to be aware of that as we go through it. It's good for the Democrats. They're getting the numbers that they need. But again, to go back to the Perdue-Ossoff race, 60% was what John Ossoff got right here in November. And remember, he came up just short winning. So we need to watch and see as it continues to play out. Just to come back, make sure I'm on 2021, and come back as we go through this here just to check. It was 152 moments ago. It's down to 149. What's happening? Votes are coming in. You see in the southern part of the state, rural part of the state filling in red. Up in the northern part of the state, I just want to check. I'm going to keep going back to this all night long. We're still only up to 3%. This is one of my test counties because it's where the president had his last rally to try to turn out the Trump base at a time he's beating up on the Republican establishment. The dissonance there. Does it affect turnout? We'll get a better sense. It's very early as this one comes on. And I just want to check. We still have nothing, Wolf. Two counties I'm watching very closely. Cherokee County here. Forsyth County just to the east. This is half hour, 90 minutes north of Atlanta. Two very big Republican counties. We still have absolutely nothing. We do have some votes came in over here. Let's see, in Paulding County, this is a very important Republican county. They're up to about 0.5% of the vote. 66% for Senator Perdue. No longer senator. His term ran out, but he was the incumbent senator running in the ballot. Senator Loeffler, who's the interim senator right there at 66%. And again, if you go back to 2020, this was an area where the president got 64%. So if you're the Republicans,
yes, they can hope to do better by vote share in the remaining Atlanta area vote, but they can't hope for it to be small in the model DeKalb Fulton.
What happens?
We actually know the turnout in DeKalb was higher in the model currently estimated.
Just to see how Senator Perdue had 63% in Paulding County back in November. He's getting 66% right now. Again, it's only half of the vote, so we need to see how it plays out. But if you're the Republicans watching, that's a metric you wanted to meet, and you're watching through the rest. You start seeing down here. Just want to check up here. This is going to be all Republican. The question is how much of it is in. 84%. Smaller counties, not a lot of votes, but in close elections, these small counties matter. A couple hundred votes here, a couple dozen there. It helps you offset the Democratic advantage elsewhere. So you see 64%. Still some counting to do down here. 99% here, 95% here. Again, not a lot of math coming out of these places, but when you're at 64% and you're the Republicans, you're thinking, I got several hundred more votes still coming in at a minimum, which helps you offset what is happening up here. And I just want to check to see if any of these percentages have changed. Still at 29% in DeKalb, 28% in Gwinnett, 81% in Rockdale. Democrats running up pretty impressive numbers here. Again, you compare this to where were we in the presidential race, right? So 76% for Ossoff here, 70% for Biden, 69% for Ossoff back in November. Again, we have a ways to go. So most of this 81%, what happens? This is going to be key in these Democratic areas. When you see them at around 80%, what happens when we get to 90 and 95 and closer? That's the today vote. That's the today vote. And so, yes, the Democrats are going to win this county, but do Republicans narrow the margins? Are the voters who are coming out today? There are a lot of suburban Republicans in Georgia. Some of them voted for Joe Biden or stayed home because they don't like Donald Trump. Do they show up? Then they understand the national implications of this race. That's why more than $500 million has been spent on advertising in this Senate race. And the Republican ads are saying, do not give Joe Biden a Democratic Senate. So this will be Democratic at the end of the night by a lopsided margin. The question is, does the late vote narrow those margins there, here, and even here, even in Fulton County? Could Senator Perdue push that up just a little bit more? If so, puts him back in play. If John Ossoff can keep it there, it's going to be interesting.
It's, right now, he's got to have a little smile on his face. But remember, more than half of the vote still has to be counted. 46 Democrats are ahead by about 150,000 in Raphael Warnock's case, 136,000 in John Ossoff's case. We're going to continue our coverage right after this.
Okay, so one of the dangers of the Republicans, yes, they hope to do better, but oh, no, not that. First two counties with 98+% reporting that voted for Ossoff in November appear to give him an even larger margin today. Holy shit, dude. Okay, all of the counties that are closing right now across the board, according to Ryan Matsumoto from top to bottom, have shown that Democrats are outperforming what they did in the general election, and it's showing Republicans underperforming in comparison to the general election. It might, it's further evidence that Donald Trump being on the ballot was truly one of the main motivators for a lot of these fucking hogs to go out and vote, it turns out. So fuck yeah, this is big dosages of copium coming in all around, it seems like. No, there's just more voter fraud. Warren and Clay counties also landed a very high turnout. Warren County, 94.3% of votes cast in the general election. Clay County is 92.4% of votes cast in the general election. Heavily Republican counties are more like 87 to 88%. Black voters showed up. First county to flip from Perdue to Ossoff. Washington County is the first county so far to flip from Perdue in November to Ossoff today. Perdue carried it by 1.7% in November. Ossoff carried it by 2.4% today. What the fuck? Yikes, dude. Yikes. That's a crazy swing, dude. Holy shit, Donald Trump. Oh, Donald Trump, I love you. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Red County turnout down. There are now 19 really red rural GA counties that look fully reported, and turnout is only at 82 to 90% of November levels in all of them. That's probably not enough to cut it for Republicans, but still a long way to go. It's looking good, but hey, just wait. Just wait. Just fucking wait, okay? Don't get fucking excited. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Black people once again saving your white ass. What the fuck do you mean, dude? Like, no, they're just voting better and smarter than dummy white people in fucking Georgia. That's it. Yeah, I did see this. I did see this Felix meme before. What do you mean, a white? I mean, listen. Just wait. This is not over. Let's take it one day at a time, one step at a time, because the battle does not even fucking begin. Okay? Why do you tease us by hovering over links? Just fucking wait, folks, because we still have like blue dog Dems that if Democrats win control over the Senate, then one fucking Democrat like Joe Manchin, one fucking Democrat will tilt one Democrat can pull a Joe Lieberman. So just wait for blue dog Democrats to be like, well, I'll lose my seat in the Senate. So just wait. We're not done yet. We're nowhere near done. Yo, how fast can we get 2K if these two win? That's another issue that we're going to get to. Then you have to deal with the Democratic Party actually fucking doing it. Hopefully it'll happen. I would want to see the Democratic Party actually push for the 2K. Or they might just get real fucking... They might just say, hey, we got to get these judge appointments. Like, and Republicans won't let us pass any of these judges or some shit because you don't... I mean, I guess you could just use I guess you can't really override you don't have enough majority to override a filibuster, but just fucking wait is what I'm saying, okay? Oh, we got to collaborate with the Republicans is going to be something that Democrats are going to be saying over and over again once the Senate is won. So just hold off. Ryan's tweet on 2K from 10 minutes ago immediately was a word he used, if I recall. We can allow little license for them to be sworn in first, but that's a specific timeline. Joe Biden on Monday said that the 2000 stimulus check would be approved if Democrats win both seats in Georgia. If you send John and Reverend to the Washington, those 2,000 checks will go out the door. By electing John and the Reverend, you can make an immediate difference in your own lives and the lives of the people all across this country, because their election will put an end to the block on Washington on that $2,000 stimulus check, that money that will go out the door immediately, he said. I am not a big believer in Democrats ever doing the right thing, even if it's literally fucking on accident. Hopefully it happens. Let's just wait. We still have an election. The election is not over yet. Same day voters or election day voters still need to come in, still need to trickle in. It seems like the Democrats have such a significant lead, and looking at past performance, looking at performance from the general election, seems like Democrats are in a really good position. Once that happens, there's another step that we need to go through, which is the Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party, actually doing the right thing. I rarely ever believe in the Democratic Party actually doing the right thing. If they do, it will be very, very good, though. Fox News cut their election coverage. Oh my God, dude. Tucker Carlson is such a fucking lame ass, dude. He is such a fucking fart. Like, look at him. Look at what he's covering right now. He's such a bitch. Zephyr Teachout seems to like Ossoff, and so does Lee Fong, which is surprising. Zephyr Teachout says that John Ossoff is an anti-monopolist. Oh God, this shit sucks so much ass. Stop the count at NA. Mail-in ballots will come for Republican. Tucker weaponizing MLK Jr. is hilarious when he'd most likely fucking hate him. I mean, I think he still hates them.
There is that last time during the general, they left around 3 a.m., 4 a.m., then resumed several hours later. I'm told it's probably going to be a repeat there in Cobb. And then you look at Gwinnett, another important county there in Georgia. I'm told by an official there, if it seems achievable, county officials would work through the night. It's important to point out that the state system that they were used for signature verification for those absentee ballots to process them, that has now been extended, the hours for that, until 2 a.m. It was going to shut down at 11 p.m. So that will help these officials in Georgia process and tabulate those absentee ballots. Wolf?
All right, take a look at this, Pamela, 51%. More than half of the estimated vote is now in.
First heavily Dem rural county, Macon County, is fully reporting with John Ossoff at 25 and Warnock at 25.6. Plus, Biden in November had 21.3%. Turnout is at 91.8% of November levels, possibly the single best piece of data for the Democrats yet, according to Dave Wasserman.
Down, the Democrats' lead was more significant. It's gone down a little bit.
The question is, will it keep going down, and what will happen to it? That is the question right now. David Chalian just laid it out there perfectly for you. Just like in November, Democrats disproportionately voted early. So when we got the early votes, Democrats, John Ossoff in this race, Raphael Warnock in this race, opened up healthy
Still
lead.
chill, though.
Right? But that lead, Warnock's lead, was above 180,000 not all that long ago, 30, 40 minutes ago. John Ossoff's lead, now 106,000, was above 150,000 not all that long ago. Over the last 30 minutes, as more votes have come in, including more votes cast today, the beginning of the votes cast today, the Democrats' leads have come down. Now, it doesn't mean Democrats won't get more votes, too, from votes cast today, but Republicans expect to have an advantage, and they hope a very significant advantage in the today vote, just like they did in November. So the question for these Democrats, as you see, and again, it's not all in yet. This is Chatham County. This is a big Democratic area. Martin Savage just laid out. You see only 1,000 votes here, 1,000 and change votes here. So we'll see. This is a big Democratic area. When we get these votes, expect the Democratic lead to expand out a little bit again. And Martin said they could start to come momentarily. I want to look down here. We're up to Richmond County. We're up to 71%. More votes coming in there. So now we're counting today votes for the most part. I assume most of that is early vote that was counted earlier. Again, I'm looking at the smaller Democratic areas, but down here in the Columbus area, about half of the vote. So Democrats can expect more here. But the question is, Wolf, is that enough, right? Is that lead enough? Do you have enough to withhold the Republican today election day votes? 101,000 for John Ossoff, 121,000 plus for Pastor Warnock. And again, we lived through this in Georgia in November in reverse. Donald Trump opened up a giant lead because they counted the election day votes first. Joe Biden chipped away at it consistently and steadily over a course of 4 days as they counted the early ballots. And we had the flip side of it in other states. Again, I mentioned this earlier, but the big Biden lead in Ohio, the big Biden lead in Texas back on election night in November, those votes were real, but they counted the early votes first. And when they counted the election day vote, Donald Trump overtook him. So we are reliving November in the flip side of it in the state of Georgia, in that they have so many early votes in now, but up to 52%, 116,000 for Pastor Warnock, under 100,000 now, 99,000 for John Ossoff. Again, you expect this to happen, but their partisans are watching at home. People who have a stake in the race. If a Republican, you're cheering that. If you're a Democrat, you're thinking, whoa, that was 150,000 plus not all that long ago. What's happening? What's happening is we're starting to count day of votes in rural Georgia, Republican Georgia, very small county here, but a place where David Perdue is running it up, right? 73%. Pulaski County, David Perdue running it up, 60%, 70% when you round up there, 67% here. So as these votes come in, this is what happens. In rural areas, the votes come in, they cut into the Democratic margin. The question is, you see the blue areas, there are still votes to be counted. What happens? What happens when they count the election day votes here in Henry County? Does John Ossoff stay at around 66%, or do the Republicans come up? Let's just check the other race. They're tracking pretty close. Does Pastor Warnock stay at 66%, or does that number start dropping down? Presidential race, for context, Joe Biden got 60 if you round up. So you're trying to see if you're following the Biden path to victory, which was a very narrow one, 11,000 votes and change. If you're the Democrats, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the percentages. Turnout drops. Is it proportional across the board? Come back to where we are now. Come back up here to DeKalb County. Only 29% of the vote in. So if you're a Democrat, you're thinking we have more votes to come here. Again, the question is not, will the Democrats, Ossoff and Warnock, win DeKalb County? They will. We know that. The question is, as more votes come in, do the percentages change? Can the Republicans get closer here? Narrow the margins here, so it's not such a lopsided advantage.
Everyone saw it. Full auto luxury communism.
And then count in all the red from the rural areas. And again, I've been waiting for this one all night long. Forsyth County, we still have nothing. This, to me, will be one of the tests, because we're going to get Republican votes today from a very Republican county, absolutely critical to Republicans statewide. It was a big county for President Trump back in November. We still have nothing from Forsyth County. A key test, are Republicans coming out to vote? They tend to vote more today. And then you move over here to Cherokee County, where you see 68, 69%. If you round up there for the president back in November, he lost the state, but this was a critical piece for him. You come up here now, we have only 1% in Cherokee County. So when those votes come in Forsyth and in Cherokee, the question is, how big are they? What impact do they have on the Democratic lead? And do the Democrats then offset it? If you're the Democrats, you're really waiting on Chatham, and you're waiting for Fulton and the suburbs around it to see if, as the today vote comes in, do you maintain where you are? Hopefully you inch up a little bit. But the big concern for the Democrats is, do your margins here drop, even by a couple hundred votes? That matters in a close election.
Because the Democrats are looking at Fulton County, where Atlanta is, what percentage of the vote? is in Fulton County, 83%. There's still, 17% of the vote outstanding, but there's a lot more outstanding vote right now next door in DeKalb County. Take a look at that.
Right, so you come over here, you're looking at DeKalb County, you've only counted about 30% of the estimated votes. So you've got 7 in 10 votes still to count in DeKalb County. And it's a major population center, the fourth largest county. This is a suburb. A lot of Georgia is a big suburb, but the Atlanta area and the sprawling suburbs around it, this is an area that has become increasingly critical to the Democrats. You see, again, Ossoff at 85%, 86 if you round up. Pastor Warnock at 86%. If you go back to the presidential race, Joe Biden had 83%. So the Senate candidates right now overperforming a little bit the metric where Joe Biden was. The question is, can you maintain that or at least stay relatively close to it when the rest of that vote comes in? Because what we have right now is the early vote, which we know was disproportionately Democrat. You mentioned Fulton County. Again, this is a big laboratory, a big question for me in the sense that you look where we are now, 74 to 26, if you round. Let's go back to 2020. Joe Biden, President Trump was at 26, right? Joe Biden at 73. Look at where Perdue was. Senator Perdue in the one-on-one race, the other Senate race was a jungle primary. In the one-on-one race in November, where Perdue came up just short, he outperformed President Trump in the suburbs around Atlanta. He outperformed him. Can he do that tonight? Again, 1,000 votes, 800 votes, 2,000 votes. That could matter a lot in a close race. So we're waiting to see. You see 146,000 for Senator Perdue back in November. When you look at the presidential race, 137,000 and change for the president. David Perdue outperformed President Trump in the
Donald
Atlanta
Trump
suburbs.
sent this
Traditionally
text
Republican
message.
suburbs, especially when you move farther away, you get from the urban areas right there. Does that happen tonight? You still have a ways to go in counting those votes. If you're the Democrats, and you're looking at your margins, now down to 77,000 for Ossoff. As the today votes come in, down to 77.
Is it true that voting machines stopped working earlier in Georgia today? Are Dems trying to steal this election? Fight back.
Margins are shrinking. Next hour is going to be really interesting.
Looks like it's tightening a little bit. 55% of the estimated vote is in. When we come back, you're going to explain a jungle primary to our viewers as well. We have much more of our special coverage coming up.
If you're at home thinking about your financial plan, so are we.
Ay, ay, ay. Your tweet, keep your pecker in your pants, Piker? Wait, what tweet? What did I say? Okay, here's an ad break for you guys as well. I'm going to run an ad too, but hey, this was the meme that I saw earlier. Open the fucking James Boris, 99.95 fucking % survival rate. Just let the world carry on. Can't breathe without mask on, bruv. Lockdowns don't fucking work, bruv. And it's I'm not Australian. It's not fucking Australian, bruv. Or no, that did sound Australian. Never mind. Boris! Oh, my reply to OC. I'm joking. I'm not going to be fucking running around the streets, dude. It's a joke. Like, if the Democrats do win. I mean, I will be excited, though. How is this not an Onion article? Loyal soldier Pence torn between Trump and Constitution. Oh man, I'm betting he's had such a hard time, dude. Are we getting our 2K? Seems like it. Well, we'll see. My neck hurts more than ever before. What's your take on what we should expect from Congress POTUS if Dems win both seats? Do you want me to tell you what I truly think is going to happen? Which is definitely not good for COPIUM, or definitely not good for HOPIUM. Or do you want me to tell you what like Democrats say they're going to do? If they follow through on what they're going to do, 2K direct cash immediately coming out of the gates swinging. Okay, start implementing the Build Back Better program, like going back into the fucking Paris Accord, implementing like Obama era checks, like reinstituting methane gas emissions checks on frackers, by way of the EPA, things like that. I don't know about DC statehood. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? But my take is that we shall see what happens. I don't know. I don't think that they'll expand the courts. Joe Biden will cancel some of the debt, but he doesn't need Congress to cancel debt. Like, he could literally do that with an executive order. If PR doesn't get statehood, why even have a Democratic Senate that's millions of people? Puerto Rico statehood is a more complicated issue than just whether or not Puerto Rico becomes a state or not. There's a lot of people who don't want statehood, but instead want to have complete autonomy from the United States. DC is easier to make an argument for statehood. New ultra-lib Dave Wasserman tweet is fire. How much debt will he be canceling? I think, didn't Biden? Hold on. I think Biden said 10K, but then Chuck Schumer, who was on like a progressive streak, was saying up to 50K. So you'll get a means tested 10K, likely. No, Biden said he won't do 50K. Thanks from a Republican strategist. Thanks a lot, Donald. I mean, yeah. That's what I've been saying too. Thank you, Donald Trump. Now, in the upcoming days, if Democrats end up winning both seats, you are going to hear a lot of articles from like... You're going to see a lot of articles that say, thank you, Donald Trump. You're going to see a lot of articles that say, thank you, Stacey Abrams. Both are true. Then you're going to see some articles that say, everyone who's saying, thank you, Donald Trump, are being racist. It's actually like, you know, Stacey Abrams that single-handedly delivered the victory. Again, Stacey Abrams and black voters are carrying most of this fucking burden. Okay? They're shouldering most of this. But you cannot deny that Donald Trump, unironically, getting the National Democratic Party to act in unison for a brief moment, literally leading up to the election, and backing an agenda item that Democrats were in favor of and putting it into the forefront of the political conversation literally fucking weeks before an election, or a week before an election, is not significant. You're crazy. Like, I mean, you're crazy if you don't consider that to be important. The leaked call, not as important if you ask me as the 2K. Both are true, though. For the people in the chat asking, the deconstructed pod episode on statehood was great in case people want to know more about it. First heavily Dem rule, yeah, Macon or Bacon. We already saw that. Perdue is up by 0.07. Warnock is up by 0.66. Again, of course they're going to start picking it up. Like, the problem is they're underperforming in comparison to the general election, and Democrats are overperforming in comparison to the general election when adjusted to the obvious like voter turnout that is going to be lower than the general election to begin with. So, not bad. Not bad at all. Biden said he'd unlikely to wipe out student loan debt unilaterally. In a conversation with newspaper columnists, the president-elect was skeptical of the plan of him to cancel $50,000 worth of student debt per person. Yeah, it's not surprising.
Right now, look at this, 60% of the vote is in, and the Democrats' lead has dramatically narrowed so far. On the Raphael Warnock, Kelly Loeffler side, Warnock's lead is now down to...
Oh, fuck, it's ad time, by the way. Gotta go up. Blue light, holy shit! 50 tier 1 gift subs. Thank you, Blue Light. I'm also gonna hit you with the ad right now, top of the hour, every hour. If you'd like an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for free with a Twitch Prime or for $5. But here's the ad, the contractual obligation. And I'm going up and I got to do some stretches. My neck is fucking in so much pain. What the fuck?
We know yet how the election day turned out, the people who voted today in Georgia, how significant was that? Do we have a number?
We do not yet because we have to wait for the counties to report it to us. I will say we got a lot of reports from the North Georgia area where the president rallied yesterday. There were lines in Forsyth, there were lines in Cherokee, and these are Republican strongholds. And before I came out here, they had not reported anything yet. So we're going to see a lot of changes. It's going to be a lot of clawing and nickel and diming as we get through the night. There's a few more big buckets of the absentee in person, the early vote for some of the blue counties out there. But we expected the biggest hits to take would be the mail-in ballots from the Fulton and DeKalb votes. Those came in really early this time as opposed to last time. But we don't have a really good, clear answer on turnout until the counties report it themselves.
Yeah, well, it's very impressive the way the officials throughout the state of Georgia are counting these votes right now. 61% of the estimated vote. Gabriel Sterling is now in. John King has a question for you as well.
As I asked you the question, Mr. Sterling, I'm asking you to stand by 1 second because you just mentioned Cherokee County. It's one of the places I've been waiting for all night. And one of the reasons the Democratic leads just dropped, they dropped a lot. I'm going to explain this in steps. They dropped below, John Ossoff's lead at one point dropped below 10,000 because Cherokee did come in. And you see 68% for Senator Perdue to 32% if you round up for John Ossoff. And you see 68% if you round up for Kelly Loeffler and 32% for Pastor Warnock there. Cherokee County came in, which is the reason, Wolf, the Democratic leads dropped precipitously. And then we had votes come in from Chatham County, the first big dump of votes from Chatham County tonight, which pushed the Democrats back up because Pastor Warnock getting 68% there and John Ossoff getting 68% there as well. So welcome to the seesaw. And Mr. Sterling, you're very familiar with this. You lived through this in the presidential race. I want to thank you for your integrity in that process. I know you and your colleagues have been under attack constantly from the President of the United States and others, and they're simply making things up. So thank you for your integrity. Number two, you understand the stakes here. Not only is the president attacking your state and your election system and its integrity, but these two Senate races will determine which party controls the United States Senate. They will determine essentially the tone and tenor of the early days of the Biden administration after he is inaugurated. Because of the stakes, I know this is a county by county decision and you work for the state, but has there been any pressure, any requests, any nudging to the counties that please stay with it through the night? Let's not let this drag on 3 or 4 days. Can you keep people on hand and keep counting?
Well, let's be fair, John. These election workers have been worked into the ground through this entire process. We had to do a hand retally. We did a recount. We did a regular election. We had a giant absentee ballot program they never had to do before. So we have asked them to work as quickly as they can. We're trying to get them to get all the absentee ballots they got in today in the drop boxes by 7 o'clock is our cutoff time to have them all accounted for by 1 o'clock tomorrow. Now, with the tightness of these races, that could make this go for a little while. But we anticipate a lot of our small counties, they were done. We had counties that were closed out with every bit of their voting by 8:15 today. It's really the large counties that are going to be the ones that have to be really leaned on to a degree. We're working with them, taking into account how much work they have done. It's been really great work under a lot of pressure and a lot of scrutiny. Now, one of the things that you and your viewers need to be careful of is when you say Cherokee County is in, every county has 3 different buckets of votes that are going to come in at different times. You have absentee by mail, the early vote, and then the election day vote. You know, those can all come in pieces and parts, but usually big tranches of each one at a time, and they tend to vary as well. Absentee by mail is very Democratic. Election day is very Republican.
I agree with your point completely. We're up to 90% of the estimated vote in Cherokee County, but you're absolutely right. We need to see what comes in behind it. We still have absolutely nothing from the Republican county to its east in Forsyth County. Let me ask you a question as we do go through this, and I agree with you, and I understand and greatly appreciate, trust me, all of us do, the hard work of these election officials at the local level and at the state level, given the stakes.
Holy
just wondering
shit,
how long it
Atlanta
will take.
suburbs.
So for the universe of that, let's assume we go into tomorrow in some of these
+4,
counties.
+5 over
or when
Biden.
will you know the total number of unreturned overseas ballots. Georgians who live overseas and Georgians in the militaries who might be stationed overseas, they have until Friday, 5 p.m. to return those ballots, if I have it right. When will you know the number that's potentially still out there as we get into the math, assuming these races are close at the end, of whether they can be called?
Well, we know the basic number right now stands at around 17,000 that are still out there to come in. And they have to be postmarked by today, and they can be accepted through Friday. Those are the only ballots that can be accepted after 7 o'clock today. So the biggest number that could be is 17,000. Our one guarantee is it will be lower than that at the end of the day.
Very interesting, and I want to echo Gabriel Sterling exactly what my colleague and friend John King said. We are really appreciative of the enormously important work that you and your colleagues are doing, the Secretary of State of...
Their +5 means that they are performing by 5 points better than they did than Joe Biden did in the general election, which is really good. Republicans are underperforming in comparison to Donald Trump. Democrats are overperforming in comparison to Joe Biden. That's a really good sign. It means that there is a depressed voter turnout for Republicans, and Democrats are literally fucking... Democrats are turning out at either similar levels or, I guess, closer levels to the general election. Because the general election turnout is always going to be higher because it's a fucking general election. Now, of course, as I told you already, that this lead is going to tighten. And it's going to be a really, really, really close election regardless. But no matter what happens, it's still looking pretty decent for the Democrats so far. Can you explain why they say Democrats win 2 seats here? Don't they only tie 50-50? Yes, but the vice president, Kamala Harris, who won illegally, of course, with all the illegal votes and none of the legal votes, will be the tiebreaker. So effectively, it will be a Senate majority given to the Democrats.
Vote. Remember, you came to me earlier, we were north of 90%. Now it's coming down as election day vote is coming in. So now our percentage is at 80%. We actually expect that to continue to go down. We think at the end of the day, our estimate, that 72% of the overall vote will have been banked early, with early in person and absentee by mail. Democratic stronghold, if you will, in terms of method of vote. But why Kelly Loeffler's been closing the gap is because election day vote has been coming in. It's the same in the Ossoff and Perdue race. What you see there again is 63% of the estimated vote is currently in and tallied. John Ossoff, 1.36 million. David Perdue, 1.35 million. How much of it is early vote? Well, of the vote that's in, 80% of it is early or absentee by mail vote, pre-election day vote. We think that number is going to come down to 72%. So more and more election day vote, which overwhelmingly favors Republicans like David Perdue in this race, is coming in. And that brings down the percentage overall that is early vote. And that is what Republicans are banking on. Big election day turnout. As those votes get counted, you've seen these races tighten to just a hair right now. When it was 90%, it was like a 7-point race. As the early vote becomes a smaller share of the electorate, election day vote comes in, these Republicans make up ground, and these races have narrowed.
Exactly as we anticipated would be the case, David. John, it's really, really close right now. 64% of the vote is in, and Ossoff's lead is now only 9,000 votes.
And so watching the seesaw of the last 15, 20 minutes has been fascinating in the sense that one county, a Republican county like Cherokee County, for example, comes in with a big dump of votes. They're up to 90% now. You see the lopsided Republican advantage in both of the races here, and the Democratic leads come down. All right, then we saw some votes come in from Chatham County. Warnock's at 32,000. I just want to check right now. Warnock significantly right now overperforming John Ossoff. We'll see if that continues as we go through it. 20,000 plus votes there, 25,000 plus votes there. And then you come to Savannah, Chatham right here. Martin Savage was telling us earlier they expected to speed up the reporting here because this had been one of the slowest places to start. They're up to 40% right now. You see John Ossoff at 68%. Pastor Warnock at 68%. This is absolutely critical as the rest of this vote comes in from the Savannah area in Chatham County. It is absolutely critical for the Democrats to maintain a big advantage. And I'll explain to you why in just a minute. We still have absolutely nothing out of Forsyth County. Of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia, This is 11th in terms of population. So not giant, but it is significant, and it is solidly Republican. If you go back to the 2020 presidential election, Mr. Sterling, who we just spoke to there, this is one of the counties where there were long lines, where a lot of people in line when the polls closed. The expectation is a lot of those people are Republicans. If you look at what happened in 2020, and if you look at Georgia's history, we still have absolutely nothing from Forsyth County. So if you are the Democrats and you're looking at a 7,000 vote lead there and a 35,000 vote there, and you know there are a lot of Republican votes to come from Forsyth County, and then a modest number of Republican votes to come from other places like Coffee County here.
I am not surprised that Warnock has a bigger lead compared to Ossoff.
6,000 votes. 6,000 votes, right? Not a giant number.
I said even before that Warnock was going to be the one carrying Ossoff. Two reasons. One, black representation matters, especially in a race where like black voter turnout is going to greatly swing the outcomes. Two, actually, yeah, that's a big part of it. And well, the second reason is because Loeffler is like less liked than Perdue is. So people could be less inclined to vote for Loeffler than they are to vote for Perdue. Like she's really bad. Remember when we were watching the debates between Loeffler and Warnock, what did I say? Doug Collins would have been a better fucking choice to be an appointment there than Kelly Loeffler. Like Kelly Loeffler's appointment is truly a burden for the Republican Party there. She is so horrifically unlikable.
787 votes. 787 votes for David Perdue over John Ossoff, the Democrat. 50%, 50%.
No, that doesn't mean people are voting for Warnock and Perdue. That means that people are voting for Warnock and no one else, or people are voting for Warnock and not voting for Loeffler.
Much higher earlier, not that long ago. Purdue's lead has now gone up to 1,538 votes. 64% of the vote is in. The other contest, Raphael Warnock, he still has nearly a 25,000 vote lead over the Republican Kelly Loeffler.
Yeah, look, Loeffler has less votes than I think. In the end, Loeffler will probably have less votes than Perdue will. Like it won't be a 1-to-1. It'll never be 1-to-1, regardless. But like Warnock is more radical. Very LA take. I don't think it's black representation. More like people don't like appointed / unelected senators. No, that's a huge reason as well. You're correct. No, it is representation. It's black representation. It absolutely does fucking matter. Shut the fuck up. Especially because it's good black representation too. Like you have a community organizer, a pastor, a person who has been a profoundly important part of black existence in Atlanta and in Georgia, for a very long time. So much so that fucking Kelly Loeffler herself attended his sermons and shit. Like that's not just like, oh, we put a black person and now we expect all the black people to vote for him. This is entirely different than like literally just expecting all black people to vote for the black guy. This is literally a fucking black pastor, like from Martin Luther King Jr.'s church. What do you mean? Like, remember, I shit on people who are like, oh, Kanye's going to steal the black vote. No, that's idiotic. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But in this circumstance, it's entirely different. We're talking about a black reverend in the fucking South, okay? But you are correct as well that people do despise appointed senators, especially when they're like Martha McFucking Sally in Arizona. What did I say? That this was going to be a similar race to Martha McSally versus what's his face? The fucking astronaut Andy, Mark Kelly. And that is exactly how it's coming out to be. But that doesn't mean Ossoff is going to lose.
Close to 60 here. Right?
Unfortunately, the reality is Perdue is a stronger candidate who has already won. Ossoff has a harder race. That's just the reality. But luckily, it's a dual ticket.
Chalian just noted, we are getting throughout most of the state some of the today vote, the election day vote. That tells you you're still at 34%. That tells you most of what we have, if not all of what we have, is early vote, which is disproportionately Democrat. So the Democrats will win Gwinnett County. You know, you can bet on that. The question is, can they keep the margins like this, and can they run up the numbers? Because they need that math, the raw number. They need that to offset what is going to happen in some of these other places. And we just got them. We were waiting for these earlier, Wolf. We had nothing from Forsyth County. We're up to 21% right now, 52% for Kelly Loeffler here, 52% for David Perdue there at 21%. Again, the question is, what is this vote? Right? And we'll check in with our reporters to see, because if those numbers stay there, that bodes actually pretty well for the Democrats. Because if you go back to the presidential race, Donald Trump got 66% of the vote in Forsyth County. This is a place where there were still a lot of people in line at 7 o'clock when the polls were closing. The lines were an hour long or more throughout the day. This should be Republican country. This should be, if you will, the buffer, right? You know what's going to happen if you're a Republican in Atlanta and the close-in suburbs. You need to offset it here, like the president did. He narrowly lost, but he did what he needed to do in Forsyth County, or came close anyway, the 21%. If that stays a 5-point race, then the Democrats are in good shape. But I suspect as we go from the 21%
Cohn
to higher,
makes it
there are
seem
Democrats
like
in Forsyth County, and they voted
the needle
early,
is like
and that's
out
what
of
you're
his
seeing right
hands
there.
or
What are we
some
seeing
shit.
in Chatham County and Savannah right now? That's a Democratic county.
It is a Democratic county, and we've been stuck. We were waiting a long time to get any votes, so we're grateful to see 40%, but we're still at 40%, and we've been there for a little bit. Again, 68% for John Ossoff to 32% if you round up. Come over here. The Democratic race, for the most part, there are some exceptions, and we'll look at them as we get later into the night probably, but they're tracking pretty much here. Again, 40%. This is absolutely essential for the Democrats to run up the raw numbers here, because you're talking about the 5th largest county by population in the state. So you've got a lot of votes there as you come out. And if you pop out, Pastor Warnock now at 13,000 vote, 14,000 if you round up. David Perdue's lead up to 11,000 votes. So we're in the seesaw now as these counties come in. We're just going to have to wait and get the rest of them. But if you're the Democrats, you want to watch here. You're watching what's still out around here. And if you're the Republicans, this gray has to come in for you, and it has to come in big. If you're the Republicans, those numbers need to get better in Forsyth County. And when the rest of Cherokee County, you're up to 95% now. So this is one of the places where you knew, if you were a Republican, this was going to help you. The question is, you've gotten most of your help now. So if you're going to need votes, you're going to have to find them elsewhere.
Yeah, it's really, really close. Take a look at the numbers right now. Look at this. 66% of the vote is in. 2/3 of the vote has now been counted in Georgia. Look at how close it is. Raphael Warnock's lead is 12,395 over Republican Kelly Loeffler. He's got 50.2% to 49.8%. The other contest, the Republican David Perdue, a mirror image of the Raphael Warnock Kelly Loeffler contest. Perdue has a lead of more than 14,000 votes over the Democrat John Ossoff right now, 50.2% to 49.8%. Remember, 2/3 of the estimated vote is now in. It is incredibly close, both of these contests, with plenty of votes outstanding. Mirror images right now, but these contests are really close.
Right, and so as we walk through this, one of the things we will do is, why is David Perdue running stronger than Kelly Loeffler? Or why is John
if it's a
Ossoff running
1-to-1
weaker
Republican,
than
Republicans
Warnock?
win, by the way. Remember,
as we go through.
If it's a 1-to-1 and Ossoff loses and Warnock wins, it's not a win. It's a fucking lose. And normally I would say, oh, it's because fucking John Ossoff is like a neoliberal, blah, blah, blah. But that's not really, like, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think it's because, like, he was anti-Medicare for all. That could have factored into people's decision-making. But overall, I think representation trumps that. Overall, I think David Perdue being a stronger candidate in comparison to Loeffler trumps that reality. And I think ultimately, part of the reason is because, yeah, I mean, it's just what I just mentioned to you. Like, it's not like the fucking fact that he is more centrist or whatever. Because I do think that John Ossoff greatly turned up more progressive messaging, closer and closer. He was a much better competitor in the Senate race than he was in the House when he got fucking owned, if you remember.
Are going to get an advantage here. Could even be a couple thousand votes, could be a few thousand votes in a county here. They're going to get an advantage here. Again, could be a couple thousand votes. So you're thinking about where are the leads now, or if you're Perdue, you have a lead.
Do I consider Warnock a progressive? Yes.
Some of that's going to come from right here.
Yes. Warnock will be one of the most progressive, or his background is probably, if not one of the most progressive senators out there, like straight up. I don't know how he will actually end up legislating. I don't know, but I mean, yeah, he is. Guys, like, he's a black reverend. Like, dude, there's only two ways that happens. Like, either you're literally fucking communist, you know, MLK style, or you're a total fucking shark. and an establishment Democrat. Like,
because you're running behind statewide right now, so you need to make it up. And this is where you can make it up as the rest of this vote comes in. But if David Perdue is more competitive in these suburbs, especially as you move away, that becomes the issue. So we're going to have a seesaw, and you come back over to Fulton County. David Perdue running at 26% if you round up. If you go back to November, he ran, that's the presidential race. Let me come here. He ran at 28%. So this is our test. David Perdue right now
blah, blah, blah, getting boring to be honest.
14,000 votes statewide if you look at it. One of the things we did see in November is he overperformed President Trump in the suburbs. Will that happen tonight as the rest of these votes come in? And then when you look at the other race, come here, sorry, got to go, come up here and come here. This one.
Aw. Are you sad? Are you sad? Are you upset? Oh, that's so sad. Oh, I don't want to hear it anymore. The mere mention of someone being black triggers me. My sensibilities. You're upsetting my white fragility. You're delusional. You're so brain dead. That's what you sound like, bitch. Zeno J99. Here you go. Here. Take a little time out. Cool off, okay? What are the chances of Biden making college tuition free? Maybe community colleges, but even that is very low. What the fuck? Yeah, low as fuck, brother. If not zero. Even the community college being zero is going to be anyway. Will Nevexia and Miskiv want to play Monopoly with you? I very clearly cannot right now, considering that this is probably the last like important thing that's going to happen, important election that's going to happen, and I'm going to cover it. Nick Cohn about the Ossoff race. Yeah, one thing to keep in mind at the Ossoff race is that it does include some late absentees / provisionals that won't be counted tonight, and it's very conceivable that he'll need them to clear the 0.5% recount threshold, even if he goes on to win by 0.9 like currently estimated. Proud Boys are hitting the streets of DC now, calling out Antifa and looking for fights. I mean, they should just fucking... They should suck my dick instead, okay? Hasan is triggered enough. Don't put him in the monopoly capitalist hellhole. No, I also am like anti-monopoly across the board. I think monopoly is just like not. Why is Ossoff trailing? Wouldn't people be voting for vote them? Okay, guys, if you look at the vote totals currently, you will notice that Kelly Loeffler has less votes than David Perdue. And the reason why David Perdue has more votes than Loeffler is because David Perdue is a stronger candidate. Okay? That's it. That's the reality. Loeffler is an appointed person. Like, she was appointed to that seat. Didn't really answer his question. Wait, what? That's it. That's the reason. People don't like Loeffler. Your misogyny is showing again? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Georgia Secretary of State is about to do a random press conference. I don't understand how someone can vote Warnock and also vote Perdue. No, first of all, don't try to understand how Americans vote, okay? Why in the fuck? What have I told you since day one? You will never understand the average like voter's mind and how they make up their mind and how they vote. Do you understand? You will never be able to comprehend it. Just by the fact that you're here on twitch.tv/HasanAbi right now in this moment, tracking the results of this election, despite the fact that you don't live in Georgia for the most part, I assume, means that you are already like operating in the very slim minority of voters in America. 80% of American voters vote on partisan lines, okay? But they are, outside of that, they are a sea of contradictions, okay? American voters believe in completely contradicting values. They hold completely contradicting values in their minds at all fucking times, okay? And this goes for the rest of the world too. It's a little bit different when you're in a multi-party system, but don't try to make sense of how someone could vote for someone and then not for another. You will lose your mind. You will literally you will find yourself trying to understand how psychopaths operate. Like, it's just not, you will never understand it. You'll go insane. Black turnout looks frankly phenomenal. Perdue and Loeffler are approaching Trump percentages of the vote in a lot of deep red, in a lot of the deep red rural counties, but turnout there isn't anything special. It's getting harder to see a path for either Republican, but especially Loeffler. Yeah, exactly. Can you ask Warnoff if he wants to do a cheeky scav run? Yeah, I wonder if Warnock and his I wonder if Warnock will come on my stream now that, like, you know, he won his election. If he did, of course. Inshallah. Typical redneck voter, would they rather vote for a woman or a black guy? I feel like that's a tough choice for them. No, I think they would still vote for the woman, but it's not just that either, so it doesn't matter. You need to get a link from someone about the GA exit poll that said 9% thought Loeffler was too liberal. Yeah, I saw that. Look, dude, exit polls are fucking stupid, so again. Like, Loeffler's lead here with 70% reported is insignificant because rural county vote percentages is like, rural counties won't fucking carry the vote totals here, okay? And the performance of, especially the black vote, but the performance of like cities and urban areas has been so good that even if rural counties hit Trump level turnout, well, not Trump level turnout, but actually if they hit Trump level turnout, they might win, but close to Trump level turnout, but they still underperform Biden level turnout or close to Biden level turnout by Democrats, they'll lose. They were Perdue is the cousin of Sonny Perdue, who was the governor of GA until like 2011. The name carries weight in the state as a result. Yes, Perdue himself is well liked. Unfortunately, he is not like Loeffler. Loeffler was appointed. Loeffler is out of touch. Loeffler literally is the perfect representation of like an annoying elitist fucking piece of shit who just ran for president, or not president, who ran for Senate because she was bored and was appointed to that seat because she was fucking bored. Here's the story now. Yeah, I already read this, but black turnout looks frankly phenomenal. Yeah. And the election needle is showing leaning towards Warnock and Ossoff because of the remaining votes and what areas the remaining votes are coming from, and also performance adjusted to performance in the general election. That's why while Loeffler and Perdue currently hold leads, those leads are overall insignificant. Or not insignificant, but, you know, not as important as what will end up happening. Also, for the people who are saying we'll get legal weed, like, Joe Biden is president, guys. I don't know if you remember that, but that was kind of a race that progressives lost. So I don't know if that happens in the Senate.
The past, 5 weeks talking about the fact that the election was rigged. Never mind that phone call yesterday. We don't know what's going to happen, but it is all connected.
Yeah, and it makes me think about what Jim just reported, which is one of the things President Trump has said to Pence is that it's going to hurt you politically if you don't back me up on this. Well, what's happening potentially in Georgia tonight kind of puts a question mark on whether the president can actually follow through on some of these threats that he's been making for the last several months to disloyal Republicans, saying, well, if you don't back me up on this, I'm going to have people primary you. My voters are going to come out and punish you. If tonight in Georgia, Republican voters don't show up, it's going to be partly because of the president's false claims about voter fraud, as Gabriel Sterling said, but also because he's not on the ballot. And for Republicans looking forward, there's some real questions about what happens to Republican turnout when Donald Trump is not on the ballot. Do those people actually show up? And can President Trump actually carry out these threats when he's no longer in office in 2022 and 2024? Can he really muster up the support to carry out retribution against people
happened before submission and refunded?
Don't toe the line. You know, I don't know that Mike Pence cares about that. I think he's still very concerned about being loyal to President Trump. But a lot of other Republicans in Washington and elsewhere should be thinking about that tonight.
Yeah, the vice president really needs to realize what's going on here. He's not getting the blessings of President Trump for 2024. That's just how it is. Wolf?
All right, Jake, take a look at this. Another key race alert right now.
Key
and
race
all of a
alert!
sudden, the Democrat, Raphael Warnock, has taken the lead over the Republican, Kelly Loeffler, by almost 20,000 votes, 19,160 votes. He was behind. Now he's ahead, 50.3% to 49.70%. 75% of the estimated vote is now in. Impressive how they're counting the vote in Georgia right now. And John Ossoff, the Democrats, closing in on Perdue. He was more significantly ahead just a little while ago. The Republican David Perdue, he's still ahead by 5,600 votes over John Ossoff, 50.1% to 49.9%. It's close, very close. Both of these Senate runoffs are very, very close right now, with 75% of the estimated vote is in. We're watching all of this oh so closely right now. Let's go over to John King at the Magic. Well, these votes, where are they coming in from right now to make it as close as it is? All of a sudden, Warnock has a lead of almost 20,000 votes. He was behind just a few minutes ago.
The answer to your question is right here. Gwinnett County, suburban Atlanta to the northeast of Atlanta. That was the big report that just came in that put Raphael Warnock from trailing to ahead and narrowed the other race as well. David Perdue still on top, but John Ossoff closing as well. And you see right here, this is why. A large suburban area, again, to the northeast of Atlanta, 187,000 to 109,000, 84% of the voting right now. A big jump in the reporting in Gwinnett County, 63% to 37% if you round up. If you look at the other race, 63% to 37%, staying consistent there. David Perdue is outperforming Kelly Loeffler in some other areas, which is why at the moment he's still ahead by 5,000 votes when you come out and look statewide.
All right, folks, I'm gonna bring in two friends of the show right now, Dave Weigel and also Ryan Grimm. Okay,